psychological warfare that starts from birth in their communities. If it was really the year of the youth, wouldn't we see more investment into youth, resources and programs, not basketball games once a month with the police? If you actually want to help communities, you will fund their needs. And the move to support Cop City is the exact opposite of that. Now that I have your attention, my name is Amber Sherman. I lost my voice because I'm an outside agitator. And I'm an organizer from Memphis. And I'm here to stand in solidarity and join the Stop Cop City movement because we all know what happens here in Atlanta affects us globally. So today on what will be Breonna Taylor and Tyree Nichols' 30th birthdays, instead of celebrating their life and honoring their memory today, I gotta be here talking to y'all because y'all don't got no sense. Because you wanna support giving money to the police and building a playground for them instead of investing in our communities. Building a mock city for police officers to practice defense tactics, use militarized equipment, and destroy forest land that's crucial to combat the effects of climate change is not only harmful, it's anti-Black, it's reinforcing white supremacist tactics, and it's tone deaf to this community's outcry here in Atlanta and all throughout the U.S. when we say to demilitarize the police, defund them, and invest in our communities. The longer this body continues to ignore the will of the people, the more you are solidifying your allegiance to upholding white supremacy, to upholding police terrorism, and upholding allegiance to the wealthy class. Mayor Dickens and this body are just as complicit as the Atlanta PD and GBI and other police forces in the murder of Tortuguita, the violent mass arrest of folks attending the festival in March, and the kidnapping of 3 organizers with the Atlanta Solidarity Fund just this past week. What's happening here is not okay, and I know that y'all know that. No matter how much the police push back, no matter how much they arrest or even murder us, we're not gonna stop. Atlanta police themselves even admitted just, a few days ago that they were just gonna try to wait us out. I hope y'all realize that's not gonna be an option, right? This crowd will only get bigger, these voices will only get louder, and this opposition will only continue to grow. That's what people power looks like. And this is what a movement looks like. The people are rising up and we're telling you, we ain't finna take it no more. You won't displace us with ease. You won't harass and murder us with ease. We're putting up a fight. And just as our ancestors were just as resilient, so are we, and we not letting up. We won't allow Cop City to be built, and if you had a conscience, you wouldn't either. We said no to Cop City on any land, and we meant that. Stop Cop City.
Next up will be Curtis Duncan. Due to yield the time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Curtis Duncan. I live in Southwest Atlanta in Miss Overstreet's district. And I'm here to urge City Council to vote no on giving the Atlanta Police Foundation at least $67 million for the building of Cop City. From the very beginning, this project has been based on a lie. The lie that police make us safer, the lie that we live in a democracy, and the lie that more police training reduces police violence. Nothing could be further from the truth. Police in this country exist for one reason and one reason at all, and that is to maintain the existing inequalities that have existed in the society from the very beginning. They exist for the rich to oppress the poor, for white to oppress the Black, and for the rulers to oppress the ruled. The history of policing goes back to the slave patrols and to the Klan, and the same oppressive tactics that were once used to terrorize enslaved and formerly enslaved Africans are still used today. The slave patrols used to racially profile Black people and ask them for their slave pass, and then confiscate their weapons and guns because they were scared of a slave rebellion. Today, NYPD and police departments all throughout the country stop and frisk mostly Black and brown people and terrorize them. The actual commissioner of NYPD admitted that he is trying to instill fear in young Black men when he justified this practice. The Klan used to conduct night raids to terrorize black people from exercising their right to vote and political power. Today, GBI, a so-called law enforcement agency founded by the Klan, the specific person's name is Samuel Roper, in 1946 to maintain white supremacy in the apartheid state of Georgia, it's still an apartheid state, now conducts raids to murder indigenous activists and arrest people who want to release people from jail rather than see them die by bed bugs like LaShawn Thompson. The GBI was not only involved in the recent raids of Tortuguita and the arrest of Atlanta Solidarity Fund, they were also involved in the Morris Ford lynching of 1946, where 8 black people right here in the state of Georgia were viciously murdered by the Klan under the orders of then a newly elected Governor Talmadge, who was looking to suppress the political power of black people in the state. Not only that, but the GBI was involved in the biggest domestic terrorist incident in U.S. history, the Atlanta child murders. The Atlanta child murders were carried out by the Klan to start a race war in protest of school busing, according to the GBI's own informant. The GBI did nothing for nearly 4 years and let the Klan terror reign in inner city black communities from 1979 up until 1983. This resulted in the deaths of at least 29 black people, including 16 children. Their deaths are still unsolved to this day. The GBI and the FBI later pinned all these deaths on Wayne Williams, a black man, with virtually no evidence in order to prevent a so-called race riot, i.e. Black rebellion. This project is also based on the idea that America is a democracy. But I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that if America was a democracy, then none of us would be here on Muskogee Creek land. There will be no enslavement of Africans, Jim Crow, lynching of black people, which still continues today by the men and women in blue. If we lived in a democracy, there would be no political prisoners who still languish in jail to this day. There would not be any political assassinations of Dr. Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton Jr., and recently, Tortuguita. The reality is that we don't live in a democracy. And this is why we have militarized police to maintain the rule of white supremacy and capital. If we lived in a true democracy, none of this process would ever be taking place right now, because the people of DeKalb County will be deciding what is best to do with the South River Forest. More training does not reduce police violence. The police are very well trained, and they're trained to repress and oppress poor black and brown communities. And they do this with impunity and without restraint. Recently, I visited the Georgia Sea Islands, and I learned about Roswell King. Who is Roswell King, you might ask? He was a brutal slave overseer and serial rapist of black women. European visitors, when they visited the plantations of South Georgia, were shocked by the amount of mixed-race people who existed on the plantation. He later went on to become a plantation owner in what is known as the city of Roswell. They named it after him. And he became a very prominent supporter of the Confederate war effort. Now, who was one of the descendants of Mr. King? Governor Brian Kemp. You don't have to believe me, just ask AJC. Governor Kemp, the person who has recently banned women's choice in the midst of rape, the top funder of the Atlanta Police Foundation, and dictator who prevented the defunding of police on a local level. So when you are siding with Cop City, you are siding with Governor Kemp and his extreme right-wing agenda. Governor Kemp is more right-wing than Donald Trump. I don't think there's any Trump supporters in here, hopefully not. But just be clear that when you are siding with Cop City, you are siding with fascism. Finally, this project is based upon genocide and fraud. The genocide being the brutal murder of indigenous forest defender Tortuguita by the definitions of the United Nations, whose killing is reminiscent of the wholesale genocide of native peoples to so-called build this country, just like Atlanta City Council wants to build this cop playground. And the fraud being the fact that Atlanta officials have lied for nearly 2 years about the cost. City Council, if I offer you a Coke and a smile for 99 cents for 2 years straight, and then come around and say, oh, it's actually $20.99, you all will probably send a GBI to my house to conduct a raid. Because you'll realize that I've committed fraud. And when anything contractually is based upon fraud, it must be canceled. Thus, I urge you all to cancel the lease. Free all political prisoners. Viva, viva Tortuguita, and power to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is DeMonta Barrino. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
All right, good afternoon, City Council. Good afternoon to the people. I don't really want to retread too much on what people have said so far. I did write something down, but I'm gonna go off the cuff for this one. So first of all, I do want to talk about something that a few of the speakers earlier had alluded to, the speakers who may or may not have been paid to speak in favor of the project. So the number one thing I want to point out is I want you guys to look at this room, and I want you guys to see all of the melanin in this room. And I want you guys to go outside and see all of the melanin that's outside. And I'm tired of the rhetoric around this project and the rhetoric around the protesters being outside agitators, being white people. This protest is multiracial. This protest is everyone. Everyone's in this protest, and we're tired of people coming in and trying to divide us, because you cannot divide us, and we will not be divided. We will keep standing. We will keep fighting, because we run this city, not UPS, not Inspire Brands, not Chick-fil-A, not Delta. You need our votes to keep your seats. So I just want to point out that the people are here, the people have spoken, and the people will not stand down. And to corporations and the APF, we will not stand down, we will not stand by, and we are tired of the cap. We're tired of the lies, and we're going to keep standing up. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Let me read, we're on numbers 85 through 96. I'll read the next group: Eric Dickey, Clifton Kelly, Tiffany Joyner, Jermaine Stubbs, Yasmin Forbes, Bezel Jupiter, Jacob Dallas, Rebel Awake, Tony Michelle Williams, and Nina Martinez. You can feel free to sit in the front if you like. Eric Dickey, you will have up to 2 minutes. Just before you start, one moment. I'm actually going to ask Pro Tem Westmoreland to step in the chair so I can step out for just a few moments. You have up to 2 minutes.
All right, bro. Do they want me to speak now? Or it's forward. I'm ready to go. All right. This project we all call Cop City is very dangerous to the working class blacks who live on border crests. This project will further militarize the police and throw blacks in jail for petty crimes in Democracy City is ecologically unsustainable. In other words, in Atlanta lingo, ain't nobody supporting this Cop City BS. What the hell y'all talking about? Thank you. Screw the bipartisan system. Free all my political prisoners. Free Thugger.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Clifton Kelly. I work as an advanced EMT for the DeKalb County Fire Rescue Department, although I'm here just as an individual, not representing my employer. I live in Decatur, just a few minutes down the road from the proposed Cop City site, and I was born here in Atlanta. I'm here today in protest against a gross misuse of public funds. I want to make it very clear to every single one of you on City Council that those of us, first responders who are not police, stand to gain absolutely nothing from the proposed Cop City site. A giant simulated city in the woods where police will train in riot techniques because they're scared of what will happen the next time they kill someone like George Floyd or Rayshard Brooks does nothing for us. And they should be scared because there should be consequences for immoral, inhumane behavior. This should be a time to rein in rogue law enforcement, not reward them with millions of dollars. We've all read the autopsy results from the DeKalb County Medical Examiner. We know that the activist who died in the forest toward Taguito was murdered by Georgia State Patrol, and we know that the police here will kill again if they're given the opportunity. If I killed one of my patients, I would rightfully be put in prison. But if a police officer kills one of my patients, there would be calls from a lot of you for more training and $1 million budget increase. That's an ass-backwards approach to public safety. As for fire and EMS, my coworkers and I do not need a giant fake city in the woods to train in. Our job is to rescue and render aid, not to suppress free speech. We already practice. We practice an impressive training regimen, and we do our jobs very well. We're also, however, severely short-staffed due to inadequate compensation. Our patients regularly wait up to an hour for ambulance response times for their medical emergencies, and our crews are working nonstop with no breaks. Firefighters and EMS personnel are being burnt out at an unprecedented rate. Turnover has a significant impact on morale. Suicide and PTSD rates in our profession are higher than active duty military personnel at this point. We need downtime to recuperate from the calls that we run and the things that we see. That requires staffing, which requires that you pay us what we've already earned with our literal blood, sweat, and tears. If you took the additional $67 million being proposed for this Cop City site and put it towards our compensation, you would see a massive increase in patient outcomes and patient care. I know that you all gave yourself a $12,000 raise a couple of years ago, so we would love some of that money. Thank you.
Next up is Tiffany Joyner. Next up is Tiffany Joyner. You have 2 minutes, followed by Jermaine Stubbs for 4 minutes.
Got it. Thanks.
Ms. Joyner.
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I'm a new mom to a daughter who I owe a better world to. I'd like to start by saying that as someone born and raised in DeKalb County, and as a current resident of unincorporated DeKalb, just 6 miles away from the training facility, I do not support the funding or building of this facility here or anywhere. I just want to remind the city council members of something. You all are represented elected officials, meaning you represent your constituents, meaning that you have to listen to what they're saying, that you can't go off of your own opinions or values, that you need to listen to your constituents and vote along with them. Now, I'd like to speak to the folks here with me today and the folks watching this via live stream. To you all, I say the time is now. There will not be one event to alert us to climate catastrophe. There will be not one single event to alert us that we've fallen into a full-blown fascist state. These issues are here now. They're rumbling beneath our feet. They're whispers, but they're here. It is time to get organized and cohesive. It is time to get to know our neighbors and form unbreakable bonds. Our future is worth fighting for, but the only way we will win, and I do believe we will win, is by standing together. Council, the world is watching. I've lived in Bangkok, I've lived in Barcelona, and I've lived in Stuttgart, and all of the people I met there are watching today. The world is watching you. Also, I want to mention that the cops are outside setting up barricades, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were backstage because this feels very politically theater-ish, getting dressed in riot gear. So just letting you guys know, be safe when you're headed out. Do not leave alone, leave in teams or pairs. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jermaine Stubbs for 4 minutes, followed by Yasmin Forbes.
My name is Jermaine, and I'm an organizer with the PSL, born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia, on the west side, Cascade Road, Booker T. Washington High School, graduate class 2011. I'm also an educator and organizer, and we, on behalf of myself and the PSL, we say no to Cop City. We say no to police terror. We say no to militarization of the police, and we also say no to capitalism. We are socialists, and we are not afraid to explicitly say it, because we know that capitalism is anti-blackness, capitalism is anti-women, capitalism is anti-working class, and we will dismantle this system once and for all. The Atlanta government has divested so much money. Which banner says fund people's needs, not the police and not Cop City. Why? Atlanta only has one level 1 trauma hospital in the metro Atlanta area. But you want $60 million to Cop City. Atlanta schools are very segregated. You have all this money going towards a militarized police training facility. The funds should be going towards education. That's where it should be going to. The funds should be going to where women can have safe reproductive rights, where they can go and receive the proper care they need, free child care, free college. Children should not have to worry about when not being able to eat. The working class people should not be worried about when their next meal is. You got the corporate developers coming in, buying up all the property, hoarding up all the land, but yet you don't want to incriminate them. They are the real criminals, not the working class. Not fighting injustice is not terrorism. Right. And we must make it clear today. Fighting injustice is not terrorism. We demand that you defund the police and fund people's needs, because that right there is for the working people. We should not have to worry about when they eat. It should be going towards public transportation, because these loans, these predatory loans and all these ridiculous interest rates are harming the working class people. Not $71 million or $30 million towards a militarized police training facility that will further embolden other cities that are majority black cities to build these kind of facilities and inflict terror that are mainly majority black people. And you know what? We have to build solidarity, and solidarity is how we will win. Because if you haven't seen what 2020 did, you just know what's coming is even more than what that was if you don't say no. And we are not joking by that. We are carrying the legacy of our civil rights leaders, our revolutionaries, to the Black Panther Party, to the SCLC, the Kwame Ture, Thomas Sankara, Angela Davis, all the women's rights movement, Claudia Jones, and we will not stop till Cop City is not being built. Fund people's needs, not Cop City. Fund people's needs, not Cop City. Fund people's needs, not Cop City.
Next up is Yasmin Forbes. Next up is Yasmin Forbes. 2 minutes.
All right, so first I would like to say that these funds and tax dollars that would be going towards this project should be redirected to address the numerous systemic crises affecting the working class people and the poor instead of devastating the community and environment further. The Atlanta Police Foundation alleges this public safety training center, more rightfully known as Cop City, will focus on community-oriented policing, but we know that's a lie. The police will never be oriented with the community because they only serve the interests of corporations and to protect their property. Apparently, Cop City will also set a national standard for neighborhood sensitivity and devotion to the civil rights of all citizens by law enforcement, which we also know is a lie. Because this project is a clear response to the masses that organized in the streets during the summer of 2020. In response to the continued police killings of black people at disproportionate rates. We also know this is a clear tactic to oppress the people through heightened police militarization and surveillance, a revised COINTELPRO, if you will. But we will not be intimidated. You can sit up there and deny it, but we all know that y'all know that Cop City will only serve as a playground for the police to strengthen methods that they will use to terrorize the people. In addition, they will be equipped with tactics to create a war zone against the masses when we mobilize in the streets to fight up against oppression and injustice. And so to wrap up, if you vote for Cop City, the only national standard that Atlanta will be setting is the blueprint for how to wage war against its people.
Next up, Mr. Jupiter.
Yes, Basil Jupiter. I'm a resident of 30316 Southeast Atlanta. I'm here to talk about, first I want to acknowledge just the unity here today of the crowd here against Cop City being built. The unity here today is beautiful because we must unite because every step of the way, me and y'all on the city council have tried to divide us between outside agitators, between black and white. But we are united as a people, as a working class against Cop City. We are united against the injustice that y'all perpetuate time and time again in this city. We are united to make sure that there are no more George Floyds. We're united to make sure that there are no more LaShawn Thompsons, no more Rayshard Brooks, no more political assassinations like that happened to Tortuguita. We are here. We are here on behalf of the 2 million people in this country incarcerated in what are really concentration camps. We are here. We're here because we know that this money can be used for affordable housing. We know that this money, that we know that y'all have the power and that the state has the power to actually institute rent control. We know that the money can be used for jobs, actually pay well, union jobs. We know that this money can be used for free education. So who is at fault? The real criminals are the corporations that deny us living wages, that profited $50 billion in 1 year over stealing, over wage theft. That's more than all the robberies, burglaries, and vehicle accidents combined. So who is the real enemy? Who is the real criminal? They are the criminals, the capitalist class are criminals, and you are complicit. You are complicit. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jacob Dallas. All right, followed by Robel Awake.
Yes, my name is Jacob. I just came to say there's been a lot of talk, a lot of haranguing about courtesy today, about, oh, the protesters aren't showing courtesy. People need to be quiet. People need to show courtesy. I just want to say the kind of courtesy the city of Atlanta has shown to us each and every day, the people who live here. You know the kind of courtesy we are shown by police in night raids, the kind of courtesy we are shown on the roads when we can be pulled over for any reason, fined for any reason, the kind of courtesy we're shown by those people out there, you know, hands on their hips, staring us down, thinking they're, you know, the cop in a Western, they're gonna have to draw on us, you know, the way they act. That's the kind of courtesy we are treated with. The broken glass raids, the violence, the killing, what we have talked about endlessly, that is the courtesy that we have been shown. We have shown you courtesy by coming here and even speaking to you, by even being here and following this charade, by standing in line, by not storming this room. People are showing you courtesy. If we showed you the courtesy that you show us, there would not be a pane of glass in this building. We are showing you courtesy like you've never seen, like you've never imagined. And 2020 was us showing you just a little bit of how us being uncourteous can look. So I want you to keep that in mind. When you call for courtesy, when you beg us to be kind to you, that is what we are doing. When we are here and we are participating in this process, we are legitimizing you because we are giving you a chance here. But you have a decision to make. You have a real decision to make that will impact generations potentially, ecologically, environmentally, socially, criminal justice-wise. You have to think, you have to make this call. Listen, stop calling for courtesy, stop patting yourself on the back because you're such a good person, and think for a second. What kind of courtesy have we shown you? And what will it look like the day we become uncourteous?
Next up. Robel, followed by Tony Michelle Williams and Nina Martinez.
Okay. My name's Robel Owuka, and I just want to say before I begin, thank you to those young people and all the young people that have showed up. You guys are really giving me hope in a very hopeless time. I live in Southwest Atlanta in District 10 with my wife and daughter. Both my wife and I grew up here. Our families call Atlanta home, and we are deeply rooted and invested in this city and its future. I've never spoken at council before, but I've been so disturbed by how the city has ignored the voices of its constituents, lied about how much money is going to this facility, violently suppressed its own residents for protesting and organizing to stop the destruction of Woolani Forest, just so that the police can build a new training center that we don't need, that we don't want. I knew I had to be here today. I have a little girl. She's about to turn 2. She's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I never knew I could love someone so much. On our way to daycare in the morning, we sing songs as I try to avoid the potholes that have been there for years. I drive by neighbors waiting at bus stops with no benches, no shelters from the rain. We see unhoused neighbors and community members sleeping under makeshift shelters. And we see cop cars cruising our neighborhood all day, every day. I've been harassed on more than one occasion by the cops in my neighborhood. They make me feel the opposite of safe. Spending $60 million taxpayer dollars on a new police training facility is the most heartbreaking, reckless, and quite frankly, anti-black thing this city has ever proposed in my lifetime. I cannot believe I'm standing here pleading for you to not spend the tax dollars of a black city to tear down a forest in a black neighborhood, to increase the policing and caging of more and more black people, all this in a city with black leadership. I'm tired of it. Just think of what $60 million can do to care, educate, house, and nurture the people of the city, the children of the city. Say no to Cop City.
Thank you. Next up, Tony Michelle Williams. You have something on your back. Tony Michelle Williams, followed by Nina Martinez.
They said I was reserved, baby. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Michelle Williams. I'm the executive director of the Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative, aka SNAP. Call everybody SNAP for freedom. I am also a Grady baby, born and raised in the city. I'm an East Side girl by the way of Decatur and Lithonia, and I'm now a West Side girl, and I live in Mosley Park. I want to share with you all a few things. As it is true that many large institutions and individual employees are absorbed. And I'm sorry, y'all, I actually came here just to do this. Y'all, we don't want this shit. We've been saying it to y'all for a long time. There have been many people waiting and pleading and screaming and yelling and crying and telling you that we don't want this shit. To y'all, the police may be safety, but to everyone in this room, we've been telling you that the police are the most dangerous thing out there for our people. We don't want this shit. There are many things that we do want, and so many folks have been naming it. We want black trans women to stay alive and to live long lives. We want our youth to be centered and to have the resources that they need. But we don't want what, y'all? This shit. Not this shit. We don't want it. My last 20 seconds, I'm going to embody Tina Turner and Angela Bassett. We don't want this. We don't want this shit. Marcy, we don't want this. Keisha, we don't want this. Dustin, I'm over here, baby. We don't want it. Matt, we don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want this. We don't want this shit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up. Final speaker in this segment is Nina Martinez. Is Nina Martinez here? All right, we will hold on that. The next, so we're now moving to speakers 97 through 108. Akusa, 97 to 108. So Akusa Aduini Poku for 4 minutes. Thank you. Jennifer Bennett, Desh King, Gabriel Sanchez, Brandon Michon, Eloisa Gambino, Matt Bass for 4 minutes, Sean Mosley, Akil Gregory for 8 minutes, Jack Joyner for 4 minutes, Mark Spencer for 10 minutes.
Mr. Pro Tem, will you also read off those numbers?
I will. 97.
Just one more time, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. 97 through 108. 4 minutes. Teamwork.
Okay, please bear with me. My dress is louder than my voice. I might say some things that you've heard before, but I'm a musician and repetition is how you learn. So, my name is Akosua Adwini Poku. I'm a musician and a senior analyst at Clark Atlanta University. Throughout my adult life, I have found myself in the company of college-age students, not just as an authority figure, but as a fellow student and an ensemble member. I've gotten to know these young people in my 30s and late 20s, and across the board, younger millennials, Gen Z, as well as the upcoming alpha generation of my child, they are terrified of the police. They do not trust the police. They are aware of the true oppressive function of the police, and they do not support its growth. A healthy society's duty is ultimately to its children. As adults, we must make moves that support their growth, that nurture them, that help them to evolve into people better than ourselves. Society is not about you or me. It is not about obtaining and hoarding obscene amounts of wealth or oppressing vulnerable populations. Policing and its institution are relics of the United States' shameful past that the ruling class has dragged into the present day, despite, or let's be frank, because of its larger purpose of primarily protecting them, their property, and ill-begotten wealth, while keeping its foot firmly planted on the necks of those of us unlucky enough to be plebeian. There is no amount of training that can erase policing's true purpose. A healthy society does not include policing. A healthy society does not include policing. A healthy society working in the best interests of all its people, but especially its children, should include programs that help support its most vulnerable populations, programs that reduce the occurrence of crimes that have been exacerbated by over-policing, late-stage capitalism, and white supremacy. I do not support this facility. I do not support the expansion of policing. I do not support the fascist tactics so-called public servants have enacted in order to suppress opponents of this facility. I do not support Mayor Dickens's tap dancing, Uncle Tom backdoor dealing, nor his affinity for being condescending and dismissive to the students who challenged him and his motives during the inexplicably closed to the public forum held in the AUC this past February. I do not support the extrajudicial killing of peaceful, seated protesters. I do not support using millions of dollars in taxpayer funds to build another slap in the face to the Muskogee Nation on the site of their Weelaunee Forest. And anyone in this room who does support what I've just laid out should be ashamed to call themselves a public servant. If your goal is not evolution, move aside. I challenge each member of the City Council to devote their terms to our children instead of your wallets. I challenge you to act in the best interest of your constituents and the land of the Muskogee Nation, that Muskogee Nation, I'm so sorry, y'all. The Muskogee Nation that we so shamefully still have control over. Land back, by the way. I challenge you, ma'am, I look up at my face in the words of Tim Robinson. I challenge you to be a human being. Do it.
Next up is Dash King, followed by Gabriel Sanchez and Brandon Michon.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Jennifer. I live in the Westview neighborhood in Southwest Atlanta. My council person is Andrea Boone, daughter of civil rights icon, and she voted in favor of Cop City. During her re-election campaign, she made sure to tell my white neighbors that she voted against defunding the police. It's an interesting choice of words in 2021. She knows that this multi-million-dollar massive facility would be popular with people who she assumed would want to be upholding white supremacist ideals. She decided to campaign on it, but only to the white neighbors. When peaceful protesters are facing 20 years in prison on domestic terrorism charges for distributing flyers, it is upholding white supremacy ideals. When a mutual aid center is being raided by a SWAT team like a terrorist cell, it is upholding white supremacist ideals. When our city government is pushing through a deeply unpopular police militarization facility, which will result in disproportionately more black and brown people behind bars, or God forbid dead, it is upholding white supremacy ideals. We could be using this ever-ballooning budget to actually do some things to reduce crime, such as ensuring housing stability, expanding access to mental health care, but instead, you're upholding white supremacy ideals. Thank you.
Next up is Dash King. Dash King, followed by Gabriel Sanchez.
My name is Dash King, Dashneer King, but Dash for short. When you arrest 3 of us, you activate 300 more of us. Sadly, for all of you sitting up there, every time we come back, there's more of us. Our message is stronger, our message is louder, and our conviction is stronger. Because we are stronger and we are louder. The interesting thing about this movement is how widespread it is. Folks from different races, ages, body types, and socioeconomic backgrounds have all come together to fight against this evil thing that we call Cop City. And what's most interesting is that in a lot of ways that's because of all of you. Well, you're not all up there, but you know. I've heard people come up here with their voices cracking, anxious, confused, and hurt, asking why you are not listening to us. But the truth is, y'all have heard us every single time. But I promise you, we can be louder. And the irony about outside agitators is that they do exist. Because on one hand, you have folks that have been driven out of Atlanta because it is so unaffordable. And on the other hand, you have folks that have never been here but can recognize that a militarized cop training facility will only fuel arrests and policing and will continue to disproportionately impact Black and brown and queer and trans folks, and thousands of unhoused folks that Atlanta has repeatedly tried to disappear. I've seen people all over the world against this project because Atlanta is bigger than the people you see here today. This movement is bigger than the people that you see here today, and I hope that terrifies you. Every time you make us come back and give countless reasons why we don't want this, you will activate more of us. The people will not be silenced. We are ready to fight. Are you?
Next up is Gabriel Sanchez, followed by Brandon Michon and Elisa Gambino.
Point of information. So Brandon Michon had to leave early. He said that he had a statement prepared. Could I read his statement as well for 2 minutes? Or?
So my understanding is that you've got the 2 minutes that were assigned to your name because it wasn't transferred before. So
okay.
I'm sorry about that.
That's fine. Just a second. Okay. Hi, hello there. I'm Gabriel Sanchez. I'm a proud Colombian American born and raised here in Georgia and a member of Atlanta DSA. And I just want y'all to know that I've lived in Atlanta for 7 years, but I had to move out at the end of last year because I couldn't afford to live here anymore. When I did live here, I was in District 2, then District 4, and then District 1. And I've actually come back to District 1 a lot to talk to the community there. And as a comrade earlier told, 2/3 of the community that we talk to are against the facility. I want to highlight one woman, a Black woman named Chanel, who was a single mother working 2 jobs and was telling me how it's even with that, she can barely get by. And when I told her how much this facility was going to cost, she was distraught because she couldn't imagine that they're spending this much money on something that isn't going to help her family. Because what you all continue to ignore is that the best way to stop crime is to eliminate poverty and to put resources in the community. That's how you stop crime. Not wasting money on the biggest cop facility in the country. That is not how we are going to solve the problems that we have in Atlanta. And for those that are saying that this movement is somehow a white movement, which I completely disagree with, but if you still have that perception, maybe think about the fact that Black and brown people are disproportionately poor and working class and do not have the time and can't afford to come out here on a Monday. They have to work 2 to 3 jobs just to survive. So maybe you should be handling that problem instead of this pretend problem that you made up that isn't a real issue. Because this $67 million could go to affordable housing, healthcare, education, public transit, public green spaces, things that people actually need, infrastructure. The community does not want this. I thought we were in a democracy, but it seems some of the council members here who are supporting this didn't get the memo. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're representing the wealthy elite and the corporations instead of the people.
Thank you.
So,
thank you. Next up, Eloisa Gambino, followed by Matt Bass, who will have 4 minutes, and Sean Mosley.
Hi, my name is Elisa Gambino, and I'm a Buckhead resident. Mary Norwood is my council member, and I'd just like to say that I think we can all agree that we all want safe neighborhoods. I'm here in support of the people of this city who have worked tirelessly to shine a light on the morally corrupt, anti-democratic process that has brought us to today's tipping point. Crime, crime, crime. Councilmember Norwood, you love to talk about crime. It seems to be your superpower topic. When an elderly Buckhead resident was murdered in December, Councilmember Norwood sent out an email to her constituents offering, end quote, an opportunity to participate by sharing the video link for the arraignment of the person arrested. It felt like more fear-mongering. Last week, I went canvassing to stop Cop City. I asked people if Atlanta had an extra $30 million, I didn't realize it was actually 67 at the time, how would you like the city to spend that money? The answers were better roads, better transportation, more programs for our kids, more staff at Bitsy Grant tennis courts. Nobody, not one, said they wanted more police training. None said they wanted cameras on every corner. None said they wanted police officers on every corner, which is the vision that APF CEO Dave Wilkinson promotes time and time again, a police state in Atlanta. I have since come to learn that the entire premise of my question was wrong and is $67 million. I hope my council member does not hold this position of continuing to want to support APF. I hope she decides to be a hero today. And I'd also like to close by saying that Council Member Shipman came to my house many years ago to look at the civil rights photographs that my father-in-law took, and that civil rights exist not only in a museum, they should exist for every single one of us. And this. And they are so lacking in a country that's awash in the systemic racism that we've heard about today.
Thank you very much. Next
Stop
up
Cop
is
City.
Matt Bass. Next up is Matt Bass, who will have 4 minutes, followed by Sean Mosley, Akil Gregory, who will have 8 minutes.
All right, thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name's Matt Bass. I'm a lawyer here in town. I own and operate my firm over in Eastlake. I'm also a yoga instructor. I teach in Candler Park. And I'm also a Baptist minister, and I've been one for more than 20 years. I'm also a proud member of the queer community. And I know several of you personally, based on that relationship, being part of that same community. And I've just got to tell you that police militarization is very much a queer issue. There are two examples. 1969, the thing that we commonly call the First Pride, indeed involved throwing rocks at police officers and burning shit. I think it's really important. While I cannot condone destruction of property or any sort of violent act towards any other human, I think it's vitally important that you look past any hang-ups that any of you have about what some people did wrong and make sure you don't miss the message. And that is that we're deeply concerned about the abuse of people like Tortuguita, right? We've got a dead queer person on our hands now. And y'all should really feel that in your soul, and I know some of you do, I think all of you probably do. But I need you to think twice about what that means for you as a queer person. And please stand up for our queer community. A second thing I want to point out today is this morning I was listening to National Public Radio, WABE, and I heard comments from Mr. Shipman and Councilperson Bakhtiari. And I really appreciated, I don't actually appreciate this, but I really appreciated them speaking the truth. I appreciate that part. And that was that they said there's a lack of transparency on the part of the APF. You guys, we really need to get a hold of this APF. You guys work for us, not for a police foundation, not for the corporate interests that fund the APF. And we need you to get a hold of it. If you guys are telling us that you don't have transparency, that's a problem. Please do something about it. Specifically, send this back to the committee until you get that transparency. Send this back to the committee until you get power and control over what I'm only going to call outside agitators, and that's the APF. This is my third point, and this is about outside agitation. So one of the things I do as a lawyer is volunteer my time as a legal observer. I've done that when we did the election recounts. I've done that at polls, doing my part to make sure people can vote. And I also do it at protests. And on March 5th, I went down to the Walani Forest to watch a protest. I stood there, and many of y'all know these woods well now. I stood there in the radio flyer control park, I was there for about 15 minutes before what I can only call the Keystone Cops showed up with their guns drawn, running around the field, creating a more dangerous situation. Instead of public safety, they were public endangerment. Among other things I watched them do was pull their guns out and poke them into a moon bouncy house. I watched them slash tents. Please let me, I appreciate it, please let me finish. I watched them slash tents. I watched them destroy protest signs. These were not acts of enforcement of laws. These were just destruction of property and violation of people's First Amendment rights. I've got to point out that I got so scared that night that I will not be going back to these protests, even to watch them. That's a chilling effect that has been imposed on people's First Amendment rights. So I ask you, please send this back to committee, gain control of the APF, and stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sean Mosley. Is Sean Mosley here? Okay. Sean Mosley, I don't think so. All right. Akil Gregory for 8 minutes.
How long do I have?
8 minutes.
8 minutes? All right, perfect. I'm not going to use all of it, but first of all, I'd like to thank everybody who ceded their time to me, and I'll try to make good of it. I actually did know that Sean wasn't going to be here because we had stayed in line for several hours. I think I met him around 12 noon. I got here like 9:30, and he stayed until he had to leave because he had to pick up his kids. And that's a lot of people's stories. Even those who were able to make it could only stay for a certain amount of time because we have other things going on. So for those who are willing to stay all day, I haven't eaten since I left my house. To be here for this issue, that's how much it means to each and every one of us. And so to just get into it, I am Akil Gregory. I have been a resident of DeKalb County for the last 5 years. When I was staying in Atlanta, I was staying in East Atlanta. I was staying in Eastlake. So after leaving, I still was in the close proximity to the facility. So when I found out about Cop City coming about, it was more than alarming. So what I can do is offer context to where this facility fits in the grander scheme of our nation's history, not going so far back, but I'm just going to start 3 years back. So 2020, we had the largest protests in human history, and this was centered around stopping police brutality. So what links people from New York to Atlanta to LA to people in Kenya, in Nigeria, in London, and in the UK? Policing. This is not a particularly unique issue in Atlanta, but this next step in building Cop City is a real escalation in the matter and in the wrong direction, because what the mayor and the city council offered in the wake of these protests were platitudes and promises. So what that led to was the Rayshard Brooks bill, which conveniently enough, the national situation became local for us when we saw another black man be killed unnecessarily. So this was supposed to be a reimagining policing in the city of Atlanta. The only thing we're imagining right now is where that policy went. We're left here with a facility that is already behind schedule, over budget, and against the wishes of most of us. And it's also convenient to me how I've been here since I've been listening to hearings since it started at 1. And so where did all the people for the facility go? They disappeared after 15 minutes. Haven't heard one person since the first 15 minutes. But that's beside the point. So platitudes and promises, and then we get this. And so what do we have for it? We got a $30 million price tag. That's what the city council is voting on today. We have heard the figure $67 million thrown around. From my understanding, that's due to a leaseback policy where $1.2 million would be allocated for the next 30 years. So that's more alarming than if y'all were doing $67 million up front, because not only can that increase, but also y'all are charging the next generation for this project. When it comes to the land that this is built on, I've heard a lot about the environmental racism, and it's very true. But the element that alarms me the most is the previous use of the property. It was a prison farm. And so if you have this prison farm property and you have most of the land likely not remediated, then the clear cutting of the forest is already putting DeKalb residents in danger in the present. And so I know people are throwing out a whole bunch of solutions to the matter. I don't have a whole lot of answers, but the first thing that needs to be done is restoring that forest. When it comes to the methods that people use to protest, the fact of the matter is that a lot of people are going unheard. And we can check respectability politics all day and all that other mess, but the fact of the matter is Tortuguita should be here today. The same policing policies that we are trying to change are what led to his death. That is a direct tie. And so when we're talking today, now contextualizing everything, I think I heard some mess about crime wave. What happened in the last 3 years? Between 2020, March of 2020 and March of 2022, America lost 1 million people to COVID. 1 million. This area, we lost thousands of residents to COVID. I'm not even getting into the rhetoric behind the crime wave, but I'm also understanding that none of us are all right now. None of us. And so when we have already made our case known for changing the way policing is done in this city, why are we back here? And the manner in which this whole public comment was conducted was, if not intentionally disruptive, callous of the council. Y'all knew we were coming. So what's the issue with the locked doors, the elevators not working, no water present? There are so many issues, even going into how people found out if they were speaking. There are some folks who signed up to speak who were in the building who didn't get the opportunity to speak because the doors were closed. And then y'all took like an hour or so to be able to get the list out so people knew that they were coming up next. None of that is okay. And so moving forward, what does this mean? What happens next depends on y'all. I am, as I said, a DeKalb County resident, have been for 5 years, but I was born and raised in Akron, Ohio, where in June of last year, we had lost Jalen Walker, 25 years old, to dozens of police bullets in his back. Totally unnecessary, but police departments tend to think of each other like McDonald's and Wendy's rather than part of the same franchise. So what I'm recognizing is that Cop City ties everything together, because now we don't get to just point out the local instances of police brutality. In the future, after voting for this, if y'all were to do so, we're going to look at whether or not the officers were trained here. We will continue to hold y'all accountable, whether or not y'all listen to us today. And just know that all the tactics that have been used to dissuade us will not work. Know that y'all picked the wrong opportunity to pick this facility, because people have been inside for the last 3 years. We outside now. So please, please, please do something else. There are 16 members of y'all council. We only need 8 or 9 to vote against it. Some of y'all already had y'all vote written on y'all face since the beginning of this session. That's fine. 9 people vote no for funding Cop City. 8 or 9. Vote no, please. That's all I have. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. Next up is Jack Joyner. Next speaker is Jack Joyner, who has 4 minutes. Jack? Okay. And then after Jack Joyner is Mark Spencer, who will have 10 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jack Joyner, and I'm here to represent the Atlanta Justice Alliance. It is our great privilege to present a statement from our fellow activists Marlon Kautz, Savannah Peterson, and Adele McLean, the organizers of the ATL Solidarity Fund, who were cruelly and unlawfully arrested last Wednesday, May 31st, 2023. Marlon would have presented these remarks themselves, but they contracted an illness while in jail. These are their words. Last Wednesday, we woke up to the sound of our front door being broken down. Dozens of police with assault weapons and SWAT equipment surrounded our home in DeKalb County and threatened to throw a flashbang grenade into our living room. We, of course, surrendered peacefully and were taken to jail in our pajamas. It was a terrifying experience, which became even more surreal when we later learned the blatantly false charges offered by the police. We spent days in jail before a judge finally reviewed the allegations against us and acknowledged that the charges were questionable at best. Our charitable organization is far from fraudulent. We fastidiously respect the boundaries of the law. But in Atlanta in 2023, it seems that following the law is not enough to avoid being attacked by police. As we saw with the killing of Manuel Tortuguita Terán, there seems to be no limit to the violence police are willing to direct against those they see as political opposition. While sitting in jail, we learned that the timing of the attack on our home was carefully calculated for political effect. Statements by police confirmed that we were raided shortly before this very hearing, presumably to prevent us from participating or assisting activists whose rights were violated. If the Atlanta police and DeKalb DA Sherry Boston are strategically deploying violence against nonprofit organizations in order to interfere with public participation at city council hearings, what does that say about the state of democracy in Atlanta? We should note that this attack has harmed many more people than just us. Our nonprofit organization, Network for Strong Communities, does more than just provide legal aid for protesters. It also facilitates the distribution of thousands of pounds of fresh produce every week to communities in need in Atlanta. Because of these trumped-up charges, our partners are now understandably scared to provide us food to distribute for fear of becoming Sherry Boston's next target. This campaign of intimidation is jeopardizing access to critical resources for some of the most vulnerable people in our city. Even though we are out of jail, we are still living in fear. This episode has shown us firsthand that no matter how civil our organizing, no matter how law-abiding our activities, we are not safe in this city. This issue has become bigger than us and bigger even than Cop City. It is about whether anyone is safe in Atlanta when they dare to oppose the agenda of the Atlanta Police Department. If you want to uphold this city's reputation as the birthplace of the civil rights movement, abuses of power to suppress protests cannot be tolerated. If City Council does not take a stand, the attacks and abuse by police and prosecutors will continue and escalate. How many more innocent people will be brutalized, jailed, even killed, all in the name of suppressing opposition to Cobb City?
Mr.
There
Joyner.
is still time to fix this, to show that Atlanta really is a city which embraces protest, which values grassroots organizing.
Thank you, Mr.
Do
Joyner.
not let
Mr. Joyner.
Atlanta become a police state.
Thank you, Mr. Joyner. Next up is Mark Spencer. Next up is Mark Spencer, who has 10 minutes.
Hello. I won't be taking 10 minutes, so thank you for all that extra time. I've seen many of you before on the Close the Jail campaign. I hope that your ears will be more open than they were at that time. Mr. Bond, thank you for coming back. My name is Mark Spencer. I'm not here representing any institution, but I'm simply a physician who lives and works in Atlanta. I do represent a coalition of healthcare workers and students who study the impact of policing on health. We're deeply concerned about the city's possible investment in Cop City. Before we dive in, first, I'd like to address the firefighters. We recognize the benefits you bring to communities, and we support your work. We know that police are not necessary for it. We urge you to unlink yourself from the Atlanta Police Foundation and the Atlanta Police Department. Stop supporting a wildly unpopular and harmful project, and we will support you in obtaining a fire-specific training center not in the middle of a forest. When we talk about what enables healthy individuals and communities, the most important component are politically determined. It's not medicines, it's not surgeries or lab tests, but the investments made in rooms like this that make up over 80% of health outcomes. We strongly oppose Cop City in the South River Forest, or anywhere for that matter, simply because the costs are too high. The environmental, the health, the financial, the safety, and the opportunity costs. In a city defined by profound racialized inequality, investments are needed urgently elsewhere. Here is what we know based on decades of public health evidence. Policing is rarely preventative. It is largely unrelated to crime rates. Any marginal safety benefit is far outweighed by the opportunity costs and direct consequences. This includes over 1,000 people murdered annually and over 75,000 visits to the emergency room from police violence every year. This also includes the damaging effects on health from the jails that the police fill. Just like a new jail or more jail space will not undo the harms of incarceration, a new Cop City will not change the harms of policing. It does not matter if the morale is high, if pay is high, how training is done or where training is done, if you give them a car or not, because policing is still policing. What we know is policing is the discretionary enforcement of some laws in some places against mostly poor people through state-sanctioned violence. Policing relies on criminalization, which we know negatively impacts the physical and mental health of individuals, their families, their children, and their communities. Criminalization is not about care, but a way of sorting who matters and who doesn't. Additionally, experiencing arrest lowers democratic participation. At a time Atlanta faces a democratic crisis with less than 20% of eligible voters filling the city council in front of us, it is clear that too many people do not see electoral politics as a way to materially improve their lives. In part, this is because they do not feel that you are listening. We cannot have healthy communities without healthy democracy. The only proven way to decrease police violence is to decrease interactions with the public. As healthcare workers, we want to be clear. We want alternatives to police, not rebranded police. We want alternative, specialized responses, not co-responses. We want non-police traffic enforcement. We want harm reduction, not the criminalization of our patients for substance use. The resources committed to caring for the most neglected, exploited, and vulnerable people in Atlanta are well below the scale needed. For example, it is great that the city is committing $55,000 to the transgender community. However, Atlanta is committing $18 million to its correctional budget that should not exist. This is over 300 times the investment. These $18 million belong to the John Lewis Center for Freedom and Equity, a promise broken by this council. Cop City is only the latest example of this council dragging us in the wrong direction on public safety. I would like to remind you that working in public office is not the same as being a public servant. It's well documented that policing contributes to intergenerational cycles of poverty, trauma, and violence. As you have already heard today at least once, the American Public Health Association has identified policing as a public health crisis, specifically because it exacerbates instead of addresses the root causes of violence, preventable disease, and death. Cop City is an investment. It leaves communities under-resourced. It leaves life expectancy for many of our patients in poor and working class neighborhoods far too short, neighborhoods like those near the South River Forest. Cop City is an investment in a police state, which some of you may prefer. creating a false sense of security for some instead of health and safety for all, where police operate outside of any accountability and others have their civil rights trampled on. It is clear that in supporting Cop City, some of you would rather be managers of inequality instead of doing what's necessary to eliminate it. You seem content to manufacture scarcity, then criminalize those who act out of desperation. In Atlanta today, while the developers get tax breaks, our patients get sent to Rice Street. Health justice is about providing each individual and community with the resources to live healthy and thrive. Cop City is incompatible with this version of Atlanta. At a minimum, send this bill back to committee. Even better, invest in people, not police. Vote no, stop Cop City.
Thank you. Thank you. We're now at number 109. I want to thank Councilmember Westmoreland for filling in for the chair. Let me read through the next 109 through 120. Catherine Maddox, Joe Purley, Sarah McClintock, Josh Cass, Jay Crawford, Susan Benjamin, Gloria Tatuk, I believe, Julietta Barrett, and Alex Joseph. Catherine Maddox, you'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello, comrades and potential future comrades. Anybody? I want to firstly honor this profound moment of togetherness that we are enjoying, the silver lining of this dark time which united us, and these multitude synchronistic moments which I heard earlier cynically misunderstood as fake alliances. Thank you to the new friends who so generously donated me their time, as well as to Miss McLeod, who you all know as the champion for rent control, and who is also mother to my friend Ebony, with whom I have such amazing memories from back in my fun days. I had briefly posted on Instagram last night that I would like extra time, and Miss McLeod surprised me when I saw her this morning when she let me know that her friend had already given me her time. I endeavored to make it worthwhile. After the isolation from COVID especially, this is so warm and so meaningful. This is what community looks like. I never usually get the time for salutations, which is a shame, because aside from our NPUs, whose wishes you ignored regarding Cop City in particular, this is the governing body with whom those of us who lived here are supposed to have a close relationship. Aside from Lily, my council person, I can't say I have any kind of relationship with any of you. Aside from Winston, who I met at my job, who I want to commend for abstaining from voting during the Finance Committee last week, as well as for responding to my post about the homeless man being harassed by the police in our neighborhood. I hope the grocery store had information about him, and I hope he is okay and no longer in jail for stealing that box of Captain Crunch treats. It's a shame he had to go there at all, simply for being hungry. I hope you keep that same energy today and vote alongside the people instead of the administration, which is actively perpetuating a fraud against us. And who will suffer the most from this? Who in my district will be made to endure the mock attacks in the fake city in every scenario imaginable? Whose water will continue to be polluted to Flint-level proportions? A neighborhood which is 85% black. When the mayor attended that MPU meeting and residents told him not to put Cop City in a black neighborhood, he accidentally answered the question when he said, "What do you want me to do? Atlanta is 50% black." In solidarity with my district neighbors, I would urge Andre not to exacerbate a looming environmental disaster in the South River Forest, which Dr. Jackie Eccles calls environmental racism at its finest. The whole process stinks to high heaven. You paraded in front of us fake town halls with the comments turned off, solely comprised of APF, Schneerbaum, and Yes Men. And when an environmentalist managed to make her way on that panel, voiced her criticism stemming from her expertise, she was booted right off. Others quit working to advocate for the project after Tortuguita was murdered, but still the mayor was not through quelling dissent. Which brings us into this week when the Solidarity Fund was dragged in on bogus charges. the people who have been protecting our due process, ensuring that those of us who feel strong enough to call out your foul after flagrant foul don't have to end up languishing in Fulton County Jail as long as many other people do? Is it feeling fascist-y to you yet? Because the indictment of this body is when you thought it was just a bunch of tree huggers in the forest, these very real issues of human rights, democracy, public safety seem to most of you of very little importance. But as a result of the integrity and bravery of those few, the organizations are finally stepping up, and the media is coming around, galvanizing around an effort that should have been their rallying cry in the first place, which is this: all life is irreplaceable, and I find you cowardly for wasting so much of it so easily. You left Lily out on a limb because we, her constituents, weren't going to give her the option of silence, instead of collectivizing around the values the majority of you were voted for in the first place. I've spent a lot of time at the Capitol, and I've seen people whose values are diametrically opposed to my own engage in act of political courage, which I have seen little to no evidence of in City Hall. Republicans taking a walk on the trans bill rather than vote in favor of something medical professionals and parents pleaded with them not to. Voting no on one of the governor's pet voucher bills that would only serve to further defund our public school system, despite Kemp showing up in person in a failed attempt to make them fall in line. The moral of this story is that you do not have to fail alongside this mayor. And thus far, you have been failing profoundly. You can continue to harangue the firefighters who just want a place to train and equipment by shoving them into this ridiculous propaganda idea that their job is so enmeshed with that of the police. And you can continue to further harm police officers by drenching them in a violence from which none of us will escape. Or you can be like a Georgia Republican on a good day, when they aren't too busy delegitimizing bodily autonomy and criminalizing homelessness, to play the tape out far enough to see just how bad it would be for everybody if they voted yes, themselves included. I would hope that by now it's resonating with you that this thing isn't getting built. What I want to know is, how long will it take for you to admit it to yourself? And how much is that going to cost us? And don't even get me started on the money.
Thank you. Joe Pearley or Piercy? I'm sorry, I can't read your. Peary, thank you. Joe Peary, you have 4 minutes due to yielded time. Staff will grab it right there for you.
My name is Joe Peary. I live on Flat Shoals Road in the East Atlanta Village, so I'm very close to the old Atlanta prison farm. I've been touring the prison farm, taking hikes and giving other people tours there and hiking myself over a decade. Back in 2015, Mary Norwood, I hope you remember, we went on a walk out there. And at the time, you said you thought a park would be a great idea. In fact, the only thing that you didn't like was the name of it, the prison farm. You didn't want it to be called the prison farm. You wanted it to be called Eastside Park, so it could rival the Westside Park, which was all the glory at the time at the Bellwood Quarry. So I think maybe you can understand why I feel so deeply about this park. I want to thank Jason Dozier for helping protect our Entrenchment Creek, which runs on the east side of the park. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Liliana Bakhtiari for helping so much. She's my representative that's here. So I want to make sure, do you all have those maps in front of you? Because, you know, there's been a lot of talk about just things being made up, people not understanding what's going on. I understand what's going on. I know exactly what the prison farm is. Thank you. This is the prison farm. It's 296 acres total. This is the entire prison farm. What APF has done, what they were granted by this council in 2021 was 85 acres. That's over twice as much as they need. But they were granted it nonetheless. What have they taken? 171 acres. That's this total land. You can look on the tax records. It's 171 acres. So I don't want to hear any more about they're taking 85 acres and we're getting the rest of it for a park. It's a lie, okay? What they've taken is every tree. This is a drone shot that was taken this last month. It is showing the 85 acres that has been clear cut. That's 85 acres scraped to the ground. That's what they've done. So what is left is 125 acres of the prison farm. It's on this map. If anybody can show me something different, I want to hear it, because what Mayor Dickens has promised us was a 300-acre park. I don't know how you get a 300-acre park out of 296 acres. Now, I know there's a little 15-acre chunk over here, a little 33-acre chunk over here that's where the landfill was. That's not part of this prison farm. And that's not part of what we agreed on in 2017, what the city council agreed on for the beloved community, is a forest that we can heal in. When I've been giving these tours in the forest, I've had a lot of time to talk to people, including Mary, including a lot of other people that you've talked to today that have been changed by what happens when you go to the forest. I go for my mental health, and I go for my physical health. It's a place I can go ride my bike. It's a place I can go be in peace. It's a place that's just 30 minutes from my house. And it's a place that can change your mind if you go there and you accept it and you listen to what happens when you calm down and you have a positive mindset and you don't listen to all the buzzing and all the craziness that's going on around us. That's what we need.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah McClintock. Sarah McClintock. Sarah McClintock, due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
It should be 6 minutes. I was yielded time by person at 113 and 312. Number 312, Joy Wasson, yielded me.
Yes, thank you. 6 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, and I'm happy to be here. My name is Sarah McClintock, as was just stated. I want to speak to all of you as directly and from the heart as I possibly can. That's what's recommended when we come up to speak here, to speak from the heart. And you've heard people speaking from their heart a lot, and you've heard so many important, moving, convincing messages. I want to especially address my own council member, Amir Farouki. Thank you for being here. I wish that some of the others who are not in the room right now could be here as well. There is room. Maybe you can tell the fire marshal. I want to address Alex Wan, who has stepped out apparently, but he is the council member representing the district in which I work. I'm a professor at Emory University, where I teach in the Department of Religion. My area of specialization is in ancient Buddhist texts. It's pretty arcane in a lot of respects, but I find things there that can apply to our present moment. Some of what I heard earlier tonight was, and this afternoon, moved me greatly, and that included the speech by the Reverend Meko Shiban Kernel of the Muskogee Nation, who has come back to his homeland to speak to us about the value of this land, the sacredness of this land. and also the young man who spoke right before him, whose name I didn't catch, but who said he was an artist, who moved me greatly in his depiction of life, something so profound, something we shall not squander. He spoke about wanting to live. I feel there are a host of reasons for all of us to oppose this police training facility. We don't want it. We don't want it because it doesn't contribute to life. It's not an institution of peace. It's not a way forward for our city that we love. I know that you love Atlanta. You say you love Atlanta. I think the people here love Atlanta, and not just Atlanta, but as the other young person who's a member of the Muskogee Nation spoke about this land, which is much older even than Atlanta, and all of the ancestors and people who've lived and worked here. I know that you love them as well. We know that increasing militarized policing doesn't make people safer. We share a common goal: safety, peace in our city. And people have spoken about the environmental racism that is inherent in the very act of placing this particular facility in this particular place that has already seen so much violence, so much oppression, so much suffering, so much toil, so much enslavement. We know that this particular land has a long and tragic history. And public memory matters. What we put on this land matters. How we think about this land matters. I believe that the people who oppose this training facility do so out of love. They may seem angry to you. They may seem upset. They may seem different. They may seem unruly. But they are coming to you out of love. And I think we need to join. All people have basic human needs. We all have needs for safety. And it's not that that's in dispute, but how? How do we achieve safety? How do we achieve this common good that you have pledged yourself to? I have empathy for you. You are sitting here for a long time listening to us, but you need to open your heart and really listen if we're going to come to any kind of mutual understanding. The Atlanta Police Foundation wants you to believe that a new training facility will make Atlanta safer, but many people have spoken here about lived experience that belies that. We need to remember that fighting at the level of strategy doesn't make sense if we are not able to see each other as human beings. And I've written to you, Councilmember Bond, and some of your others, please, I implore you, you have a choice. Say no to the facility, or at the very least, back to committee so that you can listen better and come to a solution that suits all of Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Josh Cass. Josh Cass, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
This is yet again directed to Posts 1 through 3, District 9, Council President and the Mayor. I hope you, Councilman Hillis, can make it a point to endure a constituent today since you failed to do so on May 15th. It's insulting that you, Councilman Hillis, can barely manage to properly and routinely attend MPUG meetings prepared and ready to answer questions about your duties as an elected official, but can haphazardly send your staffer, Alan Holmes, to tell us what you claim are priorities for District 9, if only you had more public support, as Alan relayed to us. It's equally egregious that you, Councilman Hillis, sent this poor staffer to us on May 18th to state that you would love to support increased funding for maintaining our parks and keeping our roads in proper condition after you just introduced ELMS 32702 to increase pay for police and ELMS 32703 to allocate a further $33.5 million for Cop City the preceding Monday. It's as if you, Councilman Hillis, weren't in the chamber when I specifically called out maintaining our roadways being a top priority as opposed to further funding the police during the public comment section on May 15th. Allow me to remind you that you were not present. On your birthday, no less. Not sure where you're from, but most of us don't celebrate the blessing of another year of life by financially supporting those who take it. You insult our intelligence in public, then try to reconcile in private, and I won't tolerate any further disrespect. The police are the only first responders that have an image problem. Firefighters, EMTs, nor hero units have an image problem. Firefighters don't respond to fire alarms with flamethrowers and get upset when they're told to use water. There is no war on police. There is no such thing as a blue life. The thin blue line is a tantrum of immature and petulant adult children. If your egos are too fragile to accept the rightful criticism of your tactics, then quit. If you can't do your job without somebody constantly hovering over your shoulder, then say it. We'll hold your timid hands at every step. You've already forfeited any career aspirations you may have had. We live here. Y'all have made it abundantly clear that y'all just work here. If accountability makes you uncomfortable, go somewhere else. Atlanta has no place for you. The police have shown time and time again that the training they've been given isn't interested in de-escalation, conflict resolution, or preservation of life. If I had 57 bullets, I could assassinate every member in this chamber with 3 shots each and still have 9 bullets left over. I dare any single one of you to tell me that you believe that is justified, reasonable, or acceptable as standard operating procedure. Wars have been fought over much less. What's the difference between a bullet and a cop? If a bullet kills someone, you'll know it's been fired. If you have a problem, call the police, then you'll have 2 problems: money or violence. You seem to only respond to these 2 categories, using one to beget the other. Can't even get the correct dates on your signed off warrants, but expect us to believe that you have the competency and due diligence for a $100 million project that we have told you repeatedly that we do not need and we do not want. The May 31st deployment of militarized police unit on a residential street to raid a bail fund on suspicion of white-collar financial crimes is tyrannical. Tyrannical entities must be demolished by any means necessary. You have the option to resign willingly, be cast out politically, or be removed violently. The choice you make today on this bill will be inextricably linked to the method that will be chosen. You will vote no. You will vote no. You will vote no. All of you will vote no today, and you will replant every tree you uprooted 100 times over. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. If you build it, we will burn it. I yield my time.
Thank you. Let's keep it moving. Next up is Jay Crawford. Next up is Jay Crawford. Jay Crawford. Let's keep it moving. Jay Crawford. Jay Crawford. Sorry? 2 minutes. We're number 116.
Beloved community, I just want to say first and foremost, we are all traumatized by our friends, the raid of the teardown, and I just want to say I hope that everyone is healing as we hope our comrades are healing. I've done food justice work in this city, and I know them personally for 11 years, and I can tell you they are some of the most kindest, kind-hearted people I've ever met in my life. The gentleman who spoke and had his back turned to you picks up the compost compost of the food that is left over at the 4 distros we have each week, and every little morsel of parsley is composted. Every old cucumber is composted. What you did to them is so wrong that I hope you can figure that out, that was so wrong. That's how I wanted to start. But what I'm really here to say is, good evening. No one wants their home to burn down. We need trained firefighters, but would a burn tower be built in the backyard of Christ the King Catholic Church on Peachtree Street in Buckhead? That's why. Why is it being built in the backyard of Sanctuary Village of Power on Constitution Road in the southeast side? Because it is literally being built in their backyard, and that is wrong. I'm from Kirkwood, Hosea Williams, unbought and unbossed. We speak the truth here. We speak the truth here. We do not need a burn tower at a church, and guess what? They had no idea that burn tower was going in the back of their church. They had no idea that firing range was on their property until 3 weeks ago. You didn't even tell them. You know who told them? I told them.
Time's expired. Next is Susan Benjamin. Susan Benjamin. Bill 117, Susan Benjamin. Susan Benjamin. Gloria Tatum or Tater? Tatum. Joyetta Burnett. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
We need to ask Mayor Dickens now to cancel the lease on Cop City because it needs to end. Because the earth needs health, the climate needs health, and we need clean air, clean water, clean soil, and we need a healthy earth to survive. And most of all, to me, the violence that police are doing to the citizens of the state is injustice. Mr. Jamari Robertson shot 76 times. I'm weeping and crying. We have to go back to court June 21st and 22nd for this young man that was an innocent person that was violated by many different police in one day. A grenade was thrown at him. Look at that. Look, just the grenade destroying a human life. It's injustice, and it's wrong. And he should not have had to been violated by 76 bullets in his body. This is tragic. I'm sad, and I'll cry because of this young man and all the others that have been slaughtered by the police. When we're saying that we need a police, why do we need them? To slaughter, to throw grenades at people that's innocent, that's not doing anything to them? And how can you all justify building a cop city when this is what they're going to continue to do? This is wrong on this planet Earth, and we need Earth justice. Thank you.
You don't call by name. You don't call by name. Did she call you? She didn't call you by name. So I wonder if you call by name. Next will be Alex Joseph. Let's keep moving. Guys. Alex Joseph. Alex Joseph. Alex Joseph's up next. You'll have 4 minutes due to yielded time. Let's keep moving, guys. We're at 120. We got to get to 360 and beyond. So let's keep moving. Guys, the longer we take, the more people have to leave. We've already skipped over some people. So let's be respectful and keep moving. Ms. Joseph, you have up to 4 minutes.
Just give the council people.
My name is Alex Joseph. I live in District 5. I was born and raised in Atlanta. And pertinent to this conversation, I am a former state and federal prosecutor. That means that unlike any members of the council, I have been directly involved with sending people to prison. And I am here to tell you that prosecutors and police are not essential to our safety. Let me tell you one reason that has not been discussed why Cop City is a bad idea. When I am talking to regular folks, trying to explain why I am passionate about this issue and this issue in particular, there is one fact that always convinces them. It is that Atlanta PD has access to a state-of-the-art training facility in Forsyth, Georgia. It already exists. It doesn't need to be built. Frankly, it doesn't need to be expanded. But here is the reason why we should all fight for one statewide training facility. If every police force is allowed to have their own facility, it becomes an arms race. Who can do it bigger and badder? Also, when it comes to reforms, when the day comes that I hope, for example, we outlaw pit maneuvers, it is much easier to make the call to one facility, that facility in Forsyth, Georgia, and say, hey, pit maneuvers, they're now illegal, than it is to go to the over 200 plus policing agencies in the state of Georgia. We need one agency, one training facility. I was asked to speak about accreditation. Atlanta Police Department will not lose its accreditation if it does not have its own specific training facilities. After leaving the prosecutor's office, after leaving the U.S. Attorney's office, I went into private practice. I'm now a partner at a law firm, and we represent cities and counties when they get sued. Most cities in the state of Georgia do not have their own police force. All police officers, in order to be accredited in the state of Georgia, have to be post-certified. Guess who runs the facility in Forsyth, Georgia? Post. Unlike the Atlanta Police Foundation, and unlike the city of Atlanta, Post has experience training officers. Why would Atlanta continue to operate facilities when the facilities that the city has run for years are in horrible disrepair? Why would we trust the Atlanta Police Foundation to run facilities when they have no experience doing so? Finally, I will say that the city of Atlanta is one of 144 policing agencies in the state that is accredited through the state. When that process happens, that means that every 3 years, the city of Atlanta throws open its doors to the Atlanta Police Department to be visited and to be reaccredited by the state. They do not look at the training centers. They look at how it stores evidence, how they store records. Those things Atlanta police can do well, and those things require a classroom. They do not require acres of an outdoor police training facility, and they certainly do not require this. I now yield my time to my husband. This is his first time speaking at City Hall, because that's how persuasive I am.
Thank you. Next up. So we're at 122. I'll call the next round of names, though I can't read some of the handwriting. So David Main, maybe, Lee Day, Ernest Law, Vic Kennedy, Caitlin Brewster, Abundia Tristram, John Meyer, and Carl Charles. This would be David.
Yes.
What's the last name?
Martin.
Martin.
Terrible handwriting.
Sorry. David Martin. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you for having me. My name is David Martin. I live in District 5. My hope is that the council votes no for the funding and ultimately for the project as a whole. Numerous reasons to oppose this project were discussed ad nauseum during public comment on May 15th. However, I'm here to talk about why that public comment was inadequate. I'm here to talk about fiscal accountability. For almost 2 years, the deal sold to city taxpayers, and the deal I read about almost daily in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, is that Cop City will cost city taxpayers $30 million. And the Atlanta Police Foundation, a private organization separate from the police department and city coffers, would pay the remaining $60 million of the $90 million project. On September 8th, 2021, Mayor Lance Bottoms stated, quote, "The city's contribution will be through a 30-year, $1 million per year lease starting in fiscal year 2024, or a single contribution through a general obligation bond," end quote. That $30 million number was repeated like gospel for 2 years. Following the public outcry on May 15th, Mayor Dickens ran an opinion piece on May 17th, again spotlighting the city's $31 million contribution. On May 24th, the Atlanta Community Press Collective realized and published what select few have known for years, that the city taxpayers would actually be paying at least $67 million of the $90 million. Add the 10% elasticity clause plus a $1 million gymnasium line, and this balloons to $34 million. This chasm in truth was finally acknowledged by the mayor's office on May 26. All of these hours of public comment, and nobody stood up and told us the truth. As of Sunday morning, the Atlanta Police Foundation is still publishing on their website the city will only contribute $30 million. How far over budget? How much will the real cost be? Vote no, and at minimum send to committee to examine the real cost. Thank you.
Next is Lee, I believe it's Lee Day or Lee Dari. Yes, thank you. What's your last name, Lee?
Dang, like the
Dang,
expletive.
thank you.
Yeah, I got
2
rat
minutes.
handwriting.
2 minutes.
I'm coming here recently. I only moved out here very recently. I came here from Florida. A big reason why I moved here from Florida is because of the policies of Ron DeSantis and the way he's treating people down there. Moving here, I have a lot of community down there, and I travel as much as I can. I go to Ohio a lot, especially, and a lot of people are talking about outside agitators and stuff like that. I don't consider them outside. As someone who's technically outside, from the beginning of this, I still had my eyes on it because I understood chances are it's not just Georgia that's going to be training there. Chances are the stuff I was seeing in the streets for 2020 for the BLM protests, I'm going to see even more difficult, even more bloody than before, after this happens, because they're going to get better at it. I am under the impression that this community really doesn't fucking want it. And please, I only got 2 minutes. Please, I'm begging you. And I really, really, really hope that as someone who just moved here, that I can agree with these people and live here. Because they're so warm, they're so kind. And I don't think I'll be able to if I've got a feeling in my gut, this is gonna be like Florida. Because Florida is terrifying. A lot of people are leaving as fast as they can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ernest Law. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I'm a local artist, and I was here last month speaking. I'm going to do it poorly again today. I'm not good at this. After the people spoke our minds last month, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond said in an interview, this is not a choice, that you know what, we just won't do it. This isn't a want, this is a need, and we have to meet that need. Whose needs are you meeting, council member? It's pretty obvious from the gathered crowd, it's not ours. Speaking out against Cop City, that is not what the people want or need, unless you all are saying that you know what the people need better than we do. You say it's not a choice, but that's a lie. It is a choice that you're making. In opposition to the will of the people, if it were not a choice, you wouldn't need to vote on it. You personally and together are making a choice, have been making a choice, to ignore the will of the people of this city, and why? I could speculate on the answer of that question. Maybe it's fear. You want militarized police force to better deal with us. We have taken to the streets because you are not listening to us. The city is obviously willing to use military force to brutalize, intimidate, and abuse us. Sit down, do as you are told, or we will put you in prison. We will kill you. The message you are sending is we are afraid, so we will make you afraid of us. Murdering protesters, arresting us, charging us with terrorism, arresting our support structure, that is intimidation. It's fascist, and Cop Silly will only make things worse. It could be money, it could be greed. It's usually about money. Putting, time's expired.
Councilmember Bond, I don't believe you were called out by name. Councilmember Bond, were you called out by name?
Yes, I was.
Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead.
And I'll be brief because there'll be time for me to speak when the item comes up. But to clarify my statements, when I say it's not a choice, city council members are not just elected representatives of the individual voters or persons who are in the city. We're also the fiduciaries of the city. And as fiduciaries of the city, whether it's the Public Works Department, the Police Department, Law Department, we are responsible for the facilities that those employees use. We are responsible for providing them with equipment, salary, and benefits. So whether it's the deal that's before us today or some other iteration, eventually the city of Atlanta will have to build equipment or acquire equipment, build facilities for our departments. And that is a fact.
Please do not shout down the council members. We are all letting everybody from the public speak. Let Councilmember Bond speak. Let Councilmember Bond speak. Go ahead, Councilmember Bond.
I just want to respond and then I will close.
Please, let him speak so that you can also speak later.
I just wanted to respond to the gentleman and then I will close. But many of the things that you all mentioned, public transportation, the city is not responsible for. The health care. Mr. President.
Would you please let the council members speak? He was called out by name. He was called out. He was called out by. He was called by name. He gets a chance to respond, and I would expect more from this crowd. So please allow Councilmember Bond to speak. He was called by name. It is per council rules that he gets to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the audience. Many of the things that you all have mentioned, the city of Atlanta cannot do legally. We cannot provide health care. We cannot provide social services. We cannot provide...
Please allow the council member to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all had your chance to speak. Would you please, and you will, if you would allow the process to continue. Councilmember Bond is responding to being called by name. Councilmember Bond.
Those items are responsibilities of different governments, mostly Fulton County or the school system or MARTA, that is an independent authority. They're not within the City of Atlanta's charter. Yes, that's true. We do work closely with the county. But if you examine the charter of the county, if you examine the charter of the school system, those are things that legally the City of Atlanta cannot provide, with the exception of
Would you please allow Councilmember Bond to finish so that we can go back to public comment? Please allow Councilmember Bond to finish.
I'm
This is
trying
the
to
way the
respond
process
to the
works.
gentleman who spoke and questioned what I said in the media, and I think it would be fair to allow him to have his answer. I'm just waiting for it to be quiet so I can respond so that everyone can hear. I mean, I can't use my 2 minutes if people are talking when I'm talking. We can all sing at the same time, but we can't all talk at the same time.
We are simply making it harder for other people to speak later on. Would you please allow the council member to finish so we can move on with public comment? That's enough. It's enough. Let him speak.
That's an inaccurate statement. But to close, so I can address the gentleman who was kind enough to point out something that I said to try to give him an adequate response, is that many of the things that were said at the podium, many of the things that people believe that the city can do, legally we cannot do it because of our charter. And secondly,
Just let him finish his statement, please. Councilor Bond.
And just finally to close, it is our responsibility that all of our departments, that at some point, that we have to build facilities, that we have to supply. Well, I can sit here all night too. I'm very comfortable sitting here all night. As a matter of fact, for those of you all who may not have been here, it was the parliamentary action that we took so that everyone can have their voice to speak. I'm simply trying to respond to the gentleman who called my name, which under our rules I'm allowed to respond, to give him an adequate response. And so we're fiduciaries of the city, and at some point, every department, every employee deserves that we have to take care of those facilities, we have to take care of the equipment, their salaries and benefit. So even if you take the police foundation wasn't involved in this at all, at some point, the city of Atlanta would have to build facilities. They would have, yes, you do. Because if you don't provide employees, and there are lawyers in this audience, if you don't provide employees with the equipment, if you don't provide,
Would the chamber please allow the council member to finish, please? Council member has been given the floor. Allow him to finish, and we will move on to public comment. Councilor Bond.
If you don't provide, if we, council members, who are fiduciaries of the city, don't provide the employees with the equipment, the facilities, salaries and benefits that they deserve, we run afoul of federal labor law. And so, yes, you are the city, but we're the fiduciaries that at this time are in place to make those decisions and to make sure that those facilities and benefits and et cetera are in place for the people that we employ that work for all of us. And that's, they work for the taxpayers and voters in the city of Atlanta, and they deserve consideration. And I will withdraw, Mr. President.
Mr. Bond. Next up is Vic Kennedy. Vic Kennedy is number 126. Caitlin Brewster. Abundia Tristram, or Tristern. Abundia Tristram?
Yes.
You'll have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Abundia Tristan, and I'm an immigrant. I'm Nahuatl and Apache. I've been in Atlanta for 17 years, been part of the community. And when I was coming to this place, I was so excited and happy to be in the homelands of the Muskogee that are my relatives too. And I've been part of the Muskogee ceremonies and traditional festivities there for 17 years. So I was really, really excited to be here and to be in the Black Mecca and learn from civil rights leaders. And so when I came here, I was so happy. And I learned so much. This is a great community for me. And I was not prepared to see this beauty and abundance of this city, you know, represented in this forest where I used to live close to Wilani Forest. And I was not also prepared to see this amazing community that is here now, that has been fighting for 2 years to defend Wilani Forest and has been caring for each other, loving and helping each other 2 years here. And this is the community that made me proud, you know. And I learned that this land has been steward for a millennia. And I'm saying with blood and with tears and with sweat from Muskogee and Black people. I mean, this is not just figurative. Imagine people working here with their bare hands for millennia in this land. This is the land you are all in. This is what has authority, the land and the people of the land that have built a relationship that is sacred with this land. You are sitting there. This is the third time we come here to tell you we don't want Cup City. And people have come from everywhere. We have disabled people. We have young, old people. We have all kinds of people coming here and showing this amazing show of civility. And you don't listen. This is the third time. You are sitting here pretending to be all important when you are just hired. You are in these little chairs with these suits like you are CEOs and pretending to hear us. But we are not going to back down. And the world is listening now. I'm calling on everybody that has conscience in Atlanta and beyond. I'm calling on the queer community to be in the lookout and to be in red alert. Because if this facility is built, queer, trans people, Black people, indigenous people are going to be killed. And this blood, just like Tortuguita's blood, is going to be in each of your hands. And it's a shame on you. You have kids. You have family. And you are just doing business as usual. You are just performing. This is just ridiculous. I come from Mexico, and I thought this country is going to respect free speech. This is a fascist country, what I'm seeing. This is worse than third country. You are worse than third country. You have not done your job. So I don't know what you think about yourself, but we know that you are just servants of the people. The real power is outside here. It's in these people. No. And I urge you to go note and to look in your conscience and to respect Black and indigenous people and their blood and their tears and their sweat in this land. Land is have authority, not any of you. So do a fucking job and say no to Cop City. No!
Next up is John Meyer. Next up is John Meyer. John Meyer is next. I believe it's Meyer. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I come here today as a citizen of this great city, having been born here to both my father, a civil rights lawyer, and my mother, who was a member of this very council many years ago. I have come here, Deborah McCarty. I grew up here, I was raised here, I have come back to live here, working here as an environmentalist, and above all, to your sakes, I have paid taxes to the city. I stipulate all this because I wish to show that the narrative to the opposition for this facility comes from outside of this community. The conduct of the last few years, but in particular the last few months by the police, I believe cannot be solved by shiny new buildings and dangerous new toys. From the tragic death of Tortuguita, who was shot 57 times, found with his hands up according to the autopsy report, to the individuals of the Solidarity Fund who were only arrested a few days ago, mere days before this meeting. Charges on which the presiding judge has also agreed would not stand, and at which many civil rights activists find chilling and concerning. I may be a single person among many here, but I believe it'd be better served towards methods that actually reduce crime, from the community development to the crisis intervention, social services, and affordable housing. I ask that the council members please listen to the constituents that have elected you all to represent and vote towards services that offer a helping hand rather than to be stamped down by a baton. I yield the rest of my time.
Next up is Carl Charles. Carl Charles. And let me call the next round of folks. Jessica Tin, Olive O'Reilly, Joel Crum, Lila Flores, Andres Yara, Garrett Brand, and Z Fitzgerald. I can't quite read the first name. Jessica Tin. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
The visual will always lack.
So let's examine our police training by listening to them. This is selected radio traffic from the police last week while they were working a part-time handling a balloon release for the murder of a 16-year-old girl.
As long as the shooter wanted to. Yep. That goes for vigils, barbecues, parties, all that.
Barbecues will last as long as the shooter wants it to, is what he said.
That'd be a good stop. Easy killer. Hey, this guy right here in the traffic vest, if he jaywalked, we'll have to put gang charges on him. Because he's throwing up gang signs, just a heads up. So it's going to be jaywalking with that gang charge out on him. I'd be impressed if he
paperwork.
Yeah. Well. So where y'all setting up shop? We're babysitting this balloon release. So if you want to 5'9", just do 3208 MLK. I'm gonna just run over to 3050 real quick and commandeer their restaurant. I don't think they got the address at 37 Lyndhurst. Nope. I guess no more copies. There have been so many 40.9s. I've almost seen like 10 wrecks out here.
That's an actual police joke. Just to prove that there is actual humor in policing, they came up with one. See, a signal 41 is a vehicle accident, so a signal 40.9 is a near miss. It's almost like they were trying to prove that there is actual humor in policing, but instead they're just being mean. I'm going to skip up a little bit because there's someone's actual address in this, and they talk about stalking someone on Instagram and trying to read their information to get, it doesn't matter.
Don't lie.
And a gentleman walks up to me, and he speaks no English. He is probably unhoused, and he's holding a knife in his hand. Now, if a police officer were standing in my position, what would the police officer do? I'm a 41-year-old geriatric millennial with a self-defense class under my belt, so here's what I did. The guy walked up to me holding this knife, and the only thing he could say was, "No clothes, no clothes." And what I figured out was he had just gotten a new pocket knife, and it had a channel lock, and he didn't know how to put the blade back in. So I had him put it down, and I picked it up and showed him how to use the channel lock and closed it for him, and he went on his way. And if you think that there is a police officer in the city of Atlanta that would do that for that man, vote for the money. You're delusional, but vote for the money. You know that at best the answer would have been maybe he'd still be alive. And that means your training isn't good enough.
Thank you. Next is Olive O'Reilly. Next is Olive O'Reilly. Olive O'Reilly. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Guys, hey, real quick, we will talk to Dean and it'll be fine.
Councilmember Bakhtiari, do you need the floor? There are multiple streams. I think one of them went down, but several were still up.
I was just making the point that I know that we've worked very hard, and I know that it's not intentional. We will check on it as I've been doing all day, so I will go look at that again.
Thank you, Councilmember
Bakhtiari. And I want to strictly say that was Breaja's balloon release, the young lady I've been talking about all day. And so that's my niece. And so when we talk about, we don't want folks like that guarding. We don't want them in our area. We don't want those police officers in that area. And so when we talk, we need to find out which police officers that was on that phone, on that call. Myself.
maybe you can connect
And
with the
I
speaker.
know y'all.
Councilmember Lewis, maybe you connect with the speaker. Let the council member speak, please. Councilmember Lewis.
And I would say that if we can find out who those officers were and let my officers know who these officers were, so we can at least try to start moving forward. But we don't want them in that community at all.
I believe the speaker's still in the chamber. If you want to connect.
Thank you.
Olive O'Reilly, you have 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Abolition now.
My name is Olive O'Reilly. I was born in Atlanta, Georgia. I've lived here my entire life. I'm a community organizer, a proud trans woman. I'm a member of District 5, but I was born in District 8. I care deeply about my community safely, so I work to create safer social spaces for the queer and trans community here in Atlanta. That's why I'm here to call on City Hall to end the use of solitary confinement in Atlanta's jails. Many years ago, long before the talks of Cop City, I was still a teenager, and I was pulled over for the first time in my entire life. I had a broken headlight, an easy fix. I was on my parents' insurance like many teenagers are when they first start driving. I found out through this traffic stop that my insurance had lapsed without my knowledge and my car was quickly towed. As a result of losing my car, I became dependent on my parents. They told me they had paid off the ticket through the website. I didn't think about it for the longest time. 3 years later, I get pulled over for the second time in my life. I had only been driving for a few years when I get pulled over for making a right on red at 3 a.m. I guess I missed the sign. A simple mistake. Anticipating a simple ticket, I held my girlfriend's hand and waited as the DeKalb County police officer informed me I was under arrest for a bench warrant related to my insurance ticket from years prior. I was confused. I remember my parents pairing it off. I went with the officer. I had no idea what to expect. I had only ever had 2 interactions with police officers, and the second time I was already in handcuffs. This was my first year into HRT, hormone replacement therapy. I was working at a gay bar, discovering who I was here in Atlanta, and still had my work uniform on when I was getting pulled over. Booty shorts and a gay bar t-shirt for Joe's on Juniper Street. When I arrived in DeKalb County Jail, I was immediately placed in isolation. I was told that this was for my protection, and over the next 8 hours, I waited while I was handed forms to sign to receive special protections for being a visible member of the LGBTQ community. What I would soon find out is by signing these papers, I would spend the next week of my life in a nightmarish hell I could not imagine. Solitary confinement, deprived of the proper facilities to sleep and use the restroom, dehumanized and degraded. I was left completely alone for days on end, using my socks as a pillow as I shivered on the cold metal bench in a cell no larger than a storage closet. I was given no prison jumpsuit, no blanket. I was told that I had to be transferred to Cherokee County Jail because that is where my original insurance ticket was years ago. Because of this, I was afforded no opportunity to post bond during my transfer. I was left to freeze in 30-degree indoor temperatures. I will never forget the depravity of such extreme isolation and the horrors of DeKalb County Jail. I remember the names of other people who came before me carved into the concrete with bloody fingernails, with nothing else to do but scream, "I was here too," to anyone who could hear it. You sent the Solidarity Fund organizers to the same jail, likely the same cells. I rationed out a carton of milk over 9 hours just because the act of tasting it provided my brain the necessary stimulus to stay sane. I was deprived of sleep for 3 days before eventually realizing a Cherokee County officer was moving my body, connecting chains to my ankles and again to my handcuffs. If I reached forward, I would trip myself. If I ran, my hands would be restrained. I begged the officer for mercy. I couldn't hold back my tears, searching for any sign of humanity in his eyes. He told me he sees this all the time, sometimes over much less, and loads me into his patrol vehicle, and he begins to prepare me, telling me verbatim, "They're going to humiliate me. It's all just part of the process." I get brought inside Cherokee County Jail, sleepless, wired awake on adrenaline and fear. I'm told I was randomly selected for a drug search, and I think, how? I've been in isolation under surveillance for over 3 days already when a cop escorts me into a dark room with no cameras. Alone with the officer, he tells me to bend over and proceeds to sexually assault me, still in my booty shorts and work t-shirt. My world shattered in this moment. I've been picking up the pieces ever since. This entire system is sick and cannot be reformed. When dehumanizing people is just part of the process, you have fundamentally created an environment where this evil thrives. Minutes into actually being processed, I had been bailed out, but it was too late. It was my 4th day surviving the trauma of a hostage from a Law and Order episode. But there was no one to save me from the police. I was told this is just the process. To this day, blue lights still trigger my chronic PTSD. The United Nations has ruled that the use of solitary confinement is considered torture. I am always greeted by new news stories of jail guards, police, and even the Bureau of Prisons facing rampant sexual assault allegations. I want to believe you all are just merely sheltered from the reality of what you put people through. I have survived these experiences to dedicate my life towards fighting fascism, as my grandfather did when he fought in the U.S. Navy and was deployed at D-Day. Back when we put bullets in Nazis' heads, not reward them with pay raises and personal playgrounds.
Joel Crum. Next up is Joel Crum. Joel Crum. Joel Crum. Lila Flores. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
I wasn't expecting such a powerful speaker to be before me, so all right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Layla Flores, and I'm a forest defender. I have been organizing for the past 2 years to stop Cop City, as many of us here have been as well. I'm a resident of Fulton County and have lived in Atlanta for almost 20 years. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak here today and for the 3 people that ceded their time to me. It has been exhilarating to share this space and this struggle with so many people. And our movement grows with every passing day. I also want to acknowledge the many, many people that couldn't be here today. Work or life obligations may have kept you out of this chamber, but that doesn't mean you're not with us. Maybe you're catching this live stream on your smoke break. Maybe you'll catch snippets of the speeches later on Instagram. Maybe you'll chat about this with your neighbors at the next town hall. We hear you. We see you. The movement to stop Cop City has been a 2-year exercise in that mutual recognition. We have found each other at stomp dances, rallies, art shows, music festivals, parking lots, bike rides, marches, swap meets, food distros. The list goes on, really. That is a small fraction. A big reason the list of ways we have met each other is so long is that as it is operating right now, this society does not serve its people. This society does not even see its people. Despite the wealth that exists in this country, the systems and the structures that we need to thrive have been in decline for decades. Through the cracks of our broken institutions, this movement has created spaces for connection, solidarity, and support. It's not that the resources to make our lives materially better don't exist. We see on the news how this or that company is worth $1 trillion, or this or that company has made $1 billion of profit, that this or that person is flying this many hours in a private jet. You hear that, and it feels like you're talking about an alien planet. That's not the planet that working people live on. Here on planet Earth, we have to struggle. We have to work. And with every passing year, it feels harder. If you're listening to this and you feel a sense of panic in the pit of your stomach when you think about the future, you're not alone. We feel it too. We feel that panic because we know we can't count on the promises of politicians or the good graces of CEOs. Instead of housing, healthcare, education, food assistance, infrastructure, or ensuring that people can live with dignity, we have seen more and more money flow into the budgets of police departments, both public and private money. Instead of investing in the fulfillment of our best selves, governments and corporations have invested in our repression. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. It is a historical fact that when common people have demanded justice from our governments, the police have consistently been deployed against us. Over the last 100 years, police have been the ruling class's first line of defense against women's suffrage, against unions, against civil rights, against war protests, against queer people, against water defenders, and against forest defenders. When the plans for Cop City were leaked to the public, something snapped in us. How could we possibly be investing more in the police when there are so many other needs that are waiting to be met? The panic in the pit of our stomach about our collective future turned into clarity and resolve. The absurdity and brazen evil of the Cop City project has fueled our struggle, but so has our sense of obligation to each other. When people were hungry, we fed each other. When people were facing repression, we bailed each other out. When the newspapers spread lies about our movement, we made our own newspaper. This struggle has allowed us to see each other in our weaknesses and our strengths. And we have used that new vision to collectively imagine a future where we can thrive together and keep each other safe. I'm inspired every day by the radical imagination that I see in this movement. Despite the clear cutting that has happened in the Weelaunee Forest, today we made City Hall the new living room. We'll continue to make living rooms wherever they're needed. We'll keep trying to confront power and take power for ourselves. We will not stop, and Cop City will never be built. Viva, viva, viva Tortuguita! 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 Stop Cop City! 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 I love y'all. I see the rest of our time.
Thank you. Next is Andres Yara. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
3205. Those are the two numbers that ceded time for me. 6 minutes. Please and thank you.
I have 205. What's the other one?
323.
323.
Should be my homie Sean.
Oh, gotcha. They misspelled it at 323, but gotcha.
All
6
good.
minutes.
All good. Hello. Tortuguita was an immigrant. The victims of the Gainesville chicken plant disaster of 2019 were immigrants. Susana Morales was an immigrant. Most of the victims of the Atlanta spa shooting were immigrants. The people in the ICE Folkston facility are immigrants. The poor laborers in South Georgia farms are mostly immigrants. I am an immigrant. And the terrorist governments of Atlanta, Georgia, and the United States don't give a damn about us. We have a human trafficking crisis, and an immigrant labor rights crisis, a xenophobia crisis, a misogyny crisis, a transphobia and queerphobia crisis, a police crisis. But y'all want to build Cop City. Y'all want more money for the pigs. Dickens wants more money for the pigs. APF wants more money for the pigs. Brian Kemp wants more money for the pigs. Tortuguita was murdered by the police. The police have done nothing to the owner of that chicken plant factory in Gainesville. Susanna's kidnapper and murderer was a cop. Police gave an excuse to the white man that murdered 5 Asian women. Police keep immigrant people in cages and separated from their families. Police do nothing while migrant laborers' passports are stolen by their bosses and live in a form of slavery in South Georgia. The police at every level enforce and reinforce this unequal, unfair, inhumane capitalist society. I don't see the police raiding the corporate offices of Norfolk Southern. A pathetic excuse of a railroad company that nuked an entire town with toxic and ecologically disastrous forever chemicals. But I do see the police raiding the Teardown, home of the Atlanta Solidarity Fund. They made sure to use a whole SWAT team against Marlon, Savannah, and Adele, but I guess APD is afraid to fight the Norfolk Southern Police Department. Google it, by the way, that actually exists. Like, the Norfolk Southern has their own police department. Isn't that kind of fucked? I didn't see a mansion or a glitzy corporate building in the mock city y'all want to build. But I do see a school, a club, apartments. Those mansions and corporate high-rises are threatening us. You are threatening us. You don't want to protect us. My experiences growing up in this country tell me that. A childhood friend had his home raided by SWAT on a mistaken drug search. He was a child when that happened. I was shattered when I saw the bodies of Oscar Alberto Martinez Ramirez and his 23-month-old daughter, Angie Valeria, who was still clutching her father's shirt when they were face down by the riverbed. They died, tried crossing the border while police blockaded the safest routes. I broke down crying the night that I found out the person the police assassinated was an immigrant named Manuel Tortuguita Paez Terran. I'm forever haunted when I witnessed an indigenous immigrant get tased, tackled, and put on a chokehold on March 5th. The police have been nothing but a plague on immigrant lives, on black lives, of all the lives of marginalized people. The exploited, the meek. And y'all still want to build Cop City. Dustin Hillis, Overstreet, Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland, and some other folks that are undecided. I'm not sure who y'all are. But y'all want to contribute over $60 million worth of misery on top of an already over $240 million worth of misery? When we have so many issues in this city? You, in your high and comfy chairs, your unlimited texts, calls, and snacks, your nice outfits are killing us. I am tired of your institutions. I am tired of your money. I am tired of your police. And I'm certainly exhausted of your authority. But I am here for the people in this room and for the people watching. I am here because I care about the city that I live in. I am here because I care about the land that I grew up in, despite my immigration status. Immigrants from all corners of the world, black people, white people, indigenous people, queers, straights, trade unionists, teachers, retail workers, film workers, students, farmers, punks, ravers, forest hobos, Gen Z, all the way to the silent generation, liberals, communists, anarchists, conservatives, libertarians, pastors, rabbis, agnostics, atheists, parents, children, artists, activists, Atlanta, Savannah, Columbus, Augusta, Georgia, the South, the East Coast, the country, the world is against Cop City, against you, against the police, against corporations. You will fail. I promise you that. You will fail. We will win. And the police, the corporations, and politicians like yourselves will lose. Stop Cop City. Anywhere and everywhere. Defend Will County. Fuck around and find out.
Thank you. Garrett Brand. Garrett Brand, you have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
We got the whole gang here. That's exciting. Before I start, I just want to address something that I've heard over and over again from Councilman Bond, which is that the city council simply cannot do anything to help this city, whether it be in education or transport or housing or whatever. I am so sick of this narrative. The city council is the only lawmaking body in this city, yet at the same time, you just keep insisting to us that you are useless. Okay? If you truly cared about helping the people, you would find a way. That's what good lawmakers do. I'm confused about what you want us to do. Who can actually help us? Where do we go? What are we supposed to do if you're useless? With that said, hello again. My name is Garrett Brand. I'm a 19-year-old resident of District 5, just a 10-minute drive from the South River Forest. I attend college at Brown University, where I study sociology and urban studies on a pre-law track. I am here today to urge you all to vote no on the $60+ million in funding for Cop City, or at the very least to send the legislation back to committee for further deliberation. I believe this is in all of our collective, including each of your best interests. Since the last time we did this on May 15th, my fellow student organizers and I have met with several of you individually to discuss this issue, those of you that would meet with us at least. I've had two major takeaways from these meetings. Firstly, you are not abolitionists. You will never be abolitionists. We cannot convince you to be abolitionists, and we will never agree about this until the day you all die. This makes sense. After all, your jobs do directly depend on the existence of police in the prison industrial complex in order to legitimize and protect your power. But that's okay. I've come to terms with that. I know I cannot convince you that we do not need a new training facility, no matter how much scholarly research I cite about policing's ineffectiveness, no matter how much personal testimony I give, no matter how many necks are snapped, how many skulls are cracked, how much blood is spilled. What I want to focus on is my second takeaway. My second takeaway is that, at least according to what many of you have told us directly, is that we actually agree on a number of things. In general, it would seem that we agree about the horrific environmental consequences the construction of Cop City would entail. As you have heard over and over again, this is a textbook case of environmental racism in action. A critical green space in an under-resourced, unrepresented, predominantly black community being destroyed for a facility which would train those who throughout the history of this country have only existed to harass, intimidate, and murder black people. Let us not forget that the origins of our modern police lie in the slave patrols of places like the city and state we all call home today. Let us not forget that the Atlanta Police Department is the very same department which brutally beat and unjustly arrested civil rights demonstrators decades ago. Boy, does that sound familiar. Let us not forget that for this nation and city's entire history, black people have been purposefully and systematically denied access to property and public green space. Look no further than the construction of Atlanta's highways. Make no mistake, Atlanta's legacy is one of stark racial environmental apartheid. That's a legacy each and every one of you joins if you decide it is okay to destroy the only public park serving a community full of black children in favor of shooting ranges and bomb test sites designed to spill those same children's blood. For those of you with black constituencies, I'm sure that's not a legacy you're interested in. Nobody will remember the shooting ranges, but they sure as hell will remember the forest that got razed. Even if environmental racism is of no concern to you, if you represent somewhere full of happy white people like, I don't know, Buckhead, I'm sure we can agree that in this time of climate crisis, because we all believe in climate change, right guys? Cutting down one of our city's 4 lungs is a terrible idea. I know some of you are old, but I want a planet to live on in 30 years. I'm sure we can agree that your children and grandchildren deserve a planet. After all, it is not our generation's fault that we're in this mess. It's yours and your parents and their parents before them. So please help us fix it. If you so desperately must have your cop city, if you so desperately must facilitate the deaths of black people in this city, too busy to hate, at least do not massacre the planet alongside us. The next point of general agreement I found from meeting with some of you is our mutual disdain for the Atlanta Police Foundation. I have heard it directly from multiple of your mouths that there is no love from any of you for the APF. Good, me neither. Let's make something clear. The use of the word Atlanta in APF's name is a severe misnomer. 40% of their members do not even live within the city. 45% of the ones who do live in Buckhead. That speaks for itself. Only 4 of them live in majority black census tracts. Dave Wilkinson himself lives an hour outside of the city. These people do not represent Atlanta. They aren't even from here. They're about as Atlanta as the Braves nowadays. Like, come on. Why should these people have any say on what goes on in a city they won't even live in? Why should they hold the lives and livelihood of black communities in their hands when they can't even be bothered to live around us? These people are not your constituents. They clearly cannot be trusted to represent Atlanta, and y'all don't even like them. So I'm confused why you bark and roll over at their command. The answer some of you have given me to this question is that it is simply easier to let the APF oversee the construction of the facility, especially given its location outside of your jurisdiction. President Shipman, you explicitly described this as a, quote, deal of convenience. Why do you settle for convenience? We did not elect any of you out of convenience. Voting in the state sure as hell is not convenient. We elected you expecting excellence. You can do better than this. We've shown you it is important to us that you do so. If you absolutely must build a facility, do it without the APF's involvement. The final point of agreement I think we have is in terms of the suppression of activists by the police and state, although I'm not sure why I bothered to differentiate between the two. From what I have heard from those of you I've spoken with, it seems we can agree that the use of domestic terrorism charges on peaceful protesters is horrifically excessive. It seems we can agree that the murder of Tortuguita should not have happened, that the 57 bullets that ripped their body apart should never have been fired. I'm sure we can agree that the SWAT raid of the teardown house and arrest of the 3 Solidarity Fund organizers is questionable at the very best, although I would without a doubt label it as an attempt at fascism. If these things trouble you as deeply as you claim, why do you wish to build a massive playground for the people doing them? What do you think they will be training for? They've shown you quite clearly again and again. You cannot train the police not to repress activists. That's what they exist to do. It's time to stand on your words and help ensure Tortuguita never happens again. I guess I did end up trying to convince you of something abolitionist in the end. I guess you just can't avoid talking about something when you're right. What I want to leave you with is a choice. I want to quote Matt Westmoreland, who told me he always strives to, quote, vote his conscience. This is a choice of conscience. You can choose to do the easy thing. Take the APF's deal of convenience and vote yes. If that's what you decide, you will continue to hear from us on Election Day and otherwise. I promise you that. Or you can choose to do the right thing. Vote no, or at the very least, send this tragedy of a legislation back to committee so we can have some modicum of trust that you care about us and will listen to our concerns. We've done what you want. We followed the proper civil process, no matter how difficult it has been made for us, and Lord knows it has been. Now it's up to you to vote your conscience. Do the right thing. It'll be a whole lot worse for all of us if you don't.
Thank you. Next up is Z. Fitzgerald, but before that, Councilmember Bond.
Just want to respond to Mr. Brand. when I attempted to delineate what the city is responsible for and what it's not, it's
Please allow the council member to speak so we can continue with public comment. Please allow the council member to speak. Please allow the council member to speak. Councilmember Bond.
Mr. Brand.
Procedures of council allow a council member to speak when they've been called by name. Just allow him to speak and then we'll move along. Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Bond has the floor.
Mr. Brand, traditionally what happens year after year is that advocates on various subject matters come to the city to demand that the city perform things that it legally cannot do, but they never go to the governments that are responsible for that. So what happens is that the situations are never effectively addressed. So that's why I delineated what the city can do and what the city can't do. In the example of human services, for Fulton County, for example,
allow Councilmember Bond to speak, and then we'll move along.
in the example of Fulton County, it is fully municipalized, but it still collects the same amount of money as when it was performing services. So if you'd like to see an increase in mental health services, human services for individuals, the same type of energy and zeal that is being expressed here today and in this movement would be wise to apply to the county so that they can allocate more money to spend on those services. Absolutely. I'm absolutely.
Councilmember Bond has the floor.
Why? Don't waste our time. We won't waste yours. His 2 minutes are up.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, we have been trying to move this along efficiently. I have the floor. We have 200 speakers.
Why is Michael speaking?
Because I have allowed him to speak, to respond, because he was called out by name. He will speak, and then we will move along. If we cannot hold the room, we will leave the room. So please allow Councilmember Bond to finish. Councilmember Bond, please wrap up.
So, Mr. Brand, I am committed to do the things that I committed to do in our meeting on Friday. We can meet on a weekly basis to develop policies that will address the issues that we talked about. And if we need help addressing the county, MARTA, the school system on these various issues, I'm more than happy to do so. But that's why I made that delineation. Because in my experience over years, activists come down here to demand things from the city that the city doesn't address, but they never go.
You're the city! You're unaccountable! Stop repeating. Take ownership! We are the city! Hold you accountable!
Please allow the council member to speak.
So, Mr. Brand, in short, I'm more than willing to assist in any way that you deem feasible for me to assist you. Thank you.
Next is Z. Fitzgerald. I can't quite make out your first name.
Fitzgerald left. Is it okay to cede their time to someone else?
No, unfortunately not at this point. Okay, thank you. Let me call the next group. We're at 147. Eliza Fawcett, Ariana Brazier, T. Trotma, Eva Dickerson, Demetrius Vaughn, Lee Clements, Billy Ross, and Nia Clark. Start with Eliza Fawcett. You have 2 minutes. Please show Eliza Fawcett the respect she deserves as a speaker. Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Eliza Fawcett, and I am an Atlantan who has lived in Grant Park in District 1, Jason Winston's district, for most of my life. I'm currently at the University of Georgia, and I'm a proud alum of an Atlanta public school, Maynard Holbrook Jackson High School. Councilman Winston, I am here as your constituent and as your neighbor to urge you to vote no on Cop City. Council members, there is nothing I am more proud of than being able to call Atlanta my home. I have homegrown Grant Park values, and my life was shaped by my access to a swath of beautiful, protected, accessible nature. They call us the city in the forest and Wilani one of the 4 lungs. And if you don't vote no on Cop City, you are tearing out the lungs of our home, a sacred piece of our history, and some of the life force of this great phoenix of a city. Atlanta is the phoenix because it rises from the ashes. But to continue to do so, we need to be able to breathe clean air. Atlanta forests remove 19 million pounds of air pollutants per year. Connect with nature, live freely in our skin without fear of tyrannical, violent, white supremacy, policing, and begin to address the real roots of this problem of violence in our city, which cannot be fixed by more shooting ranges, more training, and more bullets. I was lucky enough to grow up a block and a half from a park full of trees that Councilman Jason Winston swore to protect when he served as co-chair of the Grant Park Conservancy Board of Directors. Mr. Winston, I am not here to accuse you of anything. Rather, I am here to remind you of what you claim to fight for. The Grant Park Conservancy has condemned the building of Cop City, the destruction of the Wilani Forest, and the harm that this proposed construction would cause to the Black and brown communities around it. If you care about the environment, your constituents, and about protecting green spaces so that children like your daughter, like my little brother, like the children in your district who get the privilege of having Grant Park and all of its trees protected, then you will vote against this monstrosity of a proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ariana Brazier. Ariana Brazier. You have up to 2 minutes.
I am Dr. Ariana Brazier, a resident of the city of Atlanta, District 11. How convenient. My doctoral dissertation was about the ways Atlanta's Black families play under housing insecure conditions. My research took place in the Thomasville Heights area, the now closed Thomasville Heights Elementary School, and was originally inspired by my experiences at the also now shuttered Peachtree Pine Shelter. I am here again to reiterate my comments from May 15th. On that day, I reminded each of you how the closure of Peachtree Pine has been succeeded by minimal growth in shelter capacity. This has left unhoused and housing insecure Atlanta residents with no recourse. In 2022, the Atlanta Police Department was allotted a third of the city's $700 million budget. In the same year, Mayor Andre Dickens announced a proposal to invest an additional $6.2 million, which then totaled a mere $25 million toward alleviating homelessness. Comparatively, Cop City is seeking $33.5 million of city funding. Or wait, is it $67 million? That same budget cycle, the city only had 29 affordable rental units for every 100 extremely low-income families. That is 29 affordable rental units for every 100 extremely low-income families. In the same year, there were more than 24,000 applicants on the Atlanta Housing Authority waitlist. If we are truly committed to ending the cycles that propagate homelessness, Cop City can never be built. We must defund the police and invest in quality housing. And each of you, as city officials, must be accountable to the evidence in our lived experiences and the expressed needs of your people.
Thank you. Tia Troutman. T. Troutman. T. Troutman, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
I'm a former community organizer. My family is a legacy family in one of the city's oldest churches, and I'm an Atlanta native. I stand here today proud to rep this city as the current Georgia Author of the Year. And I'm also, thank you, I'm also an Atlanta homeowner. My wife and I live walking distance from the Waylani Forest. I mentioned that last one because your mayor continually asserts that homeowners around the forest are overwhelmingly supportive of the training facility, excited even. That is a lie. That assertion is more fake than the testimony from people he and APF paid to show up today. As a storyteller, I resent this council for calling Cop City critic talking points misinformation when it is you that are misinformed. I resent what is misinformation is that Pine Street's closures was to make way for a training facility a couple years ago. That was misinformation. What was misinformation was that ACDC was going to be closed and made way for a community resource. That was misinformation. It was a lie. It's not the facility that fiduciaries take care of. It's still not been closed. It's still being misused to brutalize Black and brown people in this city. What's misinformation is that outside agitators are backing this movement. Outside dollars are backing this movement against Cop City. Atlanta residents, Atlanta legacy children, Atlanta organizers, Atlanta community members are against Cop City. Misinformation is a tactic used by fascist governments, not community organizers backing the people and protecting them. Misinformation is what has plagued the entire effort for Cop City to grow and take over the Waylani Forest. It's misinformation that has got us here today. And we fight misinformation using, where was my 30-minute check?
Time has expired.
Where was my 30-second check?
I thought
misinformation is that this has been a democratic process. You want us to be peaceful. You want us to protest quietly and efficiently for the fiduciaries. And yet when we do so, you overrun us by corporate interests.
Thank you.
Misinformation is what will make this council burn.
Thank you. Next is Eva Dickerson. Next is Eva Dickerson. Eva Dickerson. Yep. Oh, 152. You have 2 minutes.
I'd like to start by once again acknowledging that we are on unceded Muskogee land, land that my ancestors bled on, and that land that my people continue to bleed on. I want to bring ancestor Marshall Rancifer into this space and ancestor brother Haroon into this space because they would be here had the city of Atlanta not killed them. I want to thank everyone who came here today who wore a mask because, as we know, cops spread COVID and community spreads care, and we will not believe the state's lies about this pandemic. The last time I addressed this body, Keisha Bottoms was a council member. I remember as Britta Darden, Sharice Brown, Columbus Ward, and Allison Johnson came to this pulpit to plead for their homes. I remember as then Councilwoman Keisha Lance Bottoms sat on her phone and texted and hee-hee and kikied on her phone as people cried on this pulpit. Not a single member of this body is worthy of being addressed today. But you, the people of Atlanta, are worthy of being addressed today. My name is Eva Dickerson. I am a teacher, a farmer, and a neighbor in Atlanta. I love you. I believe in you so deeply. Do you remember 2020 when we took this city, when we took these streets? Do you remember that they were so terrified of our power that they called out by the hundreds over some damn blue flu? Do you remember Keisha Bottoms getting in the pulpit crying and begging us to behave? This is our city. We do not answer to any of these cowards. They answer to us. Andre Dickens answers to us, and he must get to step in. I will close with reminding you of the stakes. Tortuguita was a warning shot. Rayshard Brooks was a warning shot. Jimmy Atchison was a warning shot. Katherine Johnson was a warning shot. Anthony Hill was a warning shot. Scout was a warning shot. Alexia Christian was a warning shot. Jan Robinson was a warning shot. Oscar Kane was a warning shot.
Time has expired.
The state has shown us their hand, Atlanta.
Time has expired.
They've shown us what they would pay for war.
Thank you.
What would you
Time has
pay for
expired.
freedom?
Thank you. Demetrius Vaughn. Demetrius Vaughn. Demetrius Vaughn. Demetrius Vaughn. Leah Clements. Up to 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Leah Clements, and I have a song. Please join. And y'all can join in too. It's call and response. We've got to stop poisoning all our water. So stop chopping down all our trees. So stop trying to build a cop city that'll terrorize our people who should be free. So not one more tree, not one more tree, not one more beloved, not one more beloved. We're gonna stop Cop City and build the world that we want to live in. But the forest has always been growing back the lungs of this revolving city. The trees heard Muskogee voices again in the first of many migrations. But our friends are living with the forest. We are taking care of each other. We are fighting for clean water and land and housing and food and education and jobs and healthcare and joy and love and community and joy. And we're dreaming of a world where we all live free. So not one more tree, not one more tree, not one more beloved, not one more beloved. We're gonna stop Cop City and build the world that we want to live in. 'Cause we love our trees, we love our trees, we love our people, we love our people. We're gonna stop Cop City and build the world that we want to live in. One more time, join us. We're gonna stop Cop City.
Time has expired.
And build the world that we want to live in.
Thank you. Time has expired. Next up is Billy Ross. Billy Ross, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
I should have yielded time. I should have at least 4 minutes.
Let me check real quick. Four minutes. Thank you.
I would call you all out by individual names, but I would not like you to waste our time here. So, to the members of the council, I ask you, what are you doing this for? Who are you here for? The organizations that funded your campaign? The police state that upholds your economic, ideological, and/or political position? Or the people of the city? It is clear that you are not here to represent the people because you think that we are the enemy. When we ask for the police to not terrorize us, you call us terrorists, and in turn, terrorize us. It is obvious that you are scared of us. It is obvious that you want bigger, stronger police to silence us. You believe that through militarizing the police, we will disappear. Using your group power to emphasize nationalism, to enforce militarization over the citizens of this city is the full definition of fascism. If you vote for this facility, that makes you a fascist. The only people that truly want this facility are the people in positions of power. Be honest with yourselves. Your only interest is increasing the power of the state over the people. As you sit on your high chairs, literally and figuratively over us, ask yourselves, what are you here for? To increase your power and dominance, or to listen and support the people of this land? You see what is happening before us and wonder why the faith in this system is diminishing. The faith in our democracy is diminishing. The sad part is I know you don't care, that you laugh at us, that you will only use your vote in your own interest and in the interest of this narcissistic, militant empire. But I would love for you to prove me wrong, prove us all wrong. I would like to use the remainder of my time for you all here to reflect on and honor all of the people that were murdered by the police department of the city and of the state that you love so much. Those lives can't be here to speak for themselves because they were murdered by the police that you are defending and that you are giving our money to. Viva Tortuguita. Viva to all the people that are here today, that are in the hall, that cannot be in this room right now. And again, I say, please prove us all wrong by voting no to Cop City.
All right. Thank you. Next is Nia Clark. You'll have up to 4 minutes.
I would go over the benefits of the nature that is threatened to be torn down by the destruction of the Weelaunee Forest. But it is disappointingly clear that you all do not care. So I'll jump into how many of us are hurt and disappointed. How many of us have just lost trust in our democracy? We elected you all to represent us, and it hurts that we are becoming aware of the truth and the corruption of our elected officials. You all's jobs are to represent us. Instead, you are playing in our faces with your arrogance and fragile senses of power, and we simply can't trust you all to do your jobs. So we've showed up in numbers to do it ourselves and represent ourselves. So now the question isn't just what will the money be for Cop City, whether it's 30,000, 60,000, 90,000, we don't know. It's clear y'all don't know either. So now the question isn't just what's happening with that money and what's happening to the money going into that, but what's going into the money that we're paying y'all for. What do y'all have the power to do? Typically, when employees don't do their jobs, they get fired. And our city council is not doing their jobs by not listening to us. So it's clear that there must be a conflict of interest, and it might just be because you guys are getting paid more by companies and shareholders. Listen to us. We do not want Cop City. We do not want Cop City. We do not want Cop City. If police were actually trained by living and engaging in their communities, they wouldn't need a simulation to practice. A fake city isn't going to have real people with real lives and real situations that they have to engage and encounter. The police have made it clear that they are not the people. by their community aggression, their violence, and intimidation tactics that they engage in to get their way. Also, I'm ashamed by the coonery and the buffoonery of some of our Black and POC elected officials and the police. They are working to uphold white supremacy and a career built from the occupation of slave catchers. You all have disappointed our enslaved ancestors and the legacies of activists that have forged a path for us to be here and build this country today. A few of which are printed in large scale on the posters outside. You can go and look at their faces. These cops are engaging in bully-like intimidation tactics. And this facility will help them learn more bully-like tactics. I've also learned, unfortunately, from this council and Black and brown cops that I see out and about, that all because people share the same features or come from maybe the same backgrounds, that it doesn't mean anything. Physical features don't mean anything. It doesn't mean that we share the same morals, and it is simply the ability for them to participate in the same violence that has hurt them. So really, a lot of us pity them. The police have made it clear that they are not the people. I'll say that again. And so, by voting for Cop City, you are not voting for the people. We do not want Cop City to be built. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. We're now at number 157 through 168. Jennifer Steen, Sam Alaluf, Scarlett Mayor Algo, Amy Castanel, 162 Lulez, I can't read the last name, Victoria F., Alex Rampart, Maria Bailey, Lisa Baker, Hannah Kay, and Jordan Strife. Start with Jennifer Steen. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I live in Atlanta, in specifically District 7. I also work in District 7, and I'm a mother to a son in Atlanta Public Schools. You were all elected to represent the people of your district. But if you choose to vote against your constituents and the people who your actions impact most, I ask you to be honest about why. Because it's not to create safer communities, to prevent crime, or to better serve the people who live here. We know that crime increases where there's poverty, lack of housing, and lack of health care. Police don't solve those problems. Training police will not solve those problems. If creating safer communities was something you cared about, you would put over $6 million towards mental health services, education, and housing, as has been mentioned before. Militarizing the police is not about safety, but at this point, you must know that by now. As politicians and representatives drift further away from actually representing the people, it is clear the goal now is to create a police force that can stop protesters, that can disproportionately harass and silence certain communities, and protect businesses and their wealthy owners and CEOs. My grandmother recently passed away, so I will share something that she taught me. Like many others, she fled a country where the government militarized the police and slowly stripped away the rights of its people to the benefit of only the government and its oligarchs. This is something we can see happen in other countries throughout history. It isn't new. Few people would vote for totalitarianism. No one would willingly throw away their own right to protest or strike. But it doesn't start that way. It starts like this, in one city hall somewhere with one vote, and then another, until what you all thought you were doing is completely gone. This is bigger than just one training facility, but again, I think you all know that. You have an opportunity every day to speak up and to vote to allocate money towards resources and services for the people, but you don't. A cop training facility will do none of these things, so be honest with yourselves. Building a cop city is an act of violence.
Thank you. Sam. Next is Sam Ilaluf, Sorry if I'm not getting the last name right.
That's all right.
Sure, I've got it wrong. 2 minutes.
That's all right. It's a doozy. Yeah, so my name's Sam. I've lived in Atlanta for over 10 years. I used to work as a teacher, but there's not as much enthusiastic funding for education, so I ended up leaving that line of work. And, you know, on the note of education, a lot of people have talked about misinformation, disinformation today. You know, a great way to fight that is transparency. And I think that's something we've really not seen a lot of in this whole process. It's often very labyrinthian to try and even understand whether we can get back in the building once we've signed up. Just basic processes are very opaque. I also just wanted to say, you know, based on the comments so far, I'm starting to get a sense that Atlanta might not be into Cop City too much. It's like, I don't know, I didn't tally it, but I think it's, y'all, yeah, you know, like 60-40, no, it's just crazy. We've seen just such an amazing, amazing show out, and I'm so proud of everyone. It's so great to see all of you and make all these connections. We'll cause way more trouble now that we've all met each other. And I just wanted to double back on something I said in my previous comment, which is that the response to the Cop City Defend the Forest movement is alone in itself enough to convert you to the movement. The kinds of behavior we've seen is atrocious. I was in Little Five Points near Freedom Park, and there was a protest, a march that was there. It was very peaceful. I guess technically they jaywalked at some point. I found this out because I got to watch a bunch of kids getting tased in Freedom Park. Real testament to the name of that place. And so, yeah, we've seen that, these domestic terrorism charges. And like, I think we need to think in a state like Georgia, what will these tactics be used for? When abortion's illegal, what will these tactics be used for, right? What else are we gonna see this used for? I just want to close by saying I'm Jewish, and in Judaism there's a phrase, tikkun olam, which is the repairing of the world. And I want to say that you all don't just have an obligation, but like a lovely opportunity to do the right thing and help repair the world. Thank you so much. Defend the forest, stop Cop City.
Next is Scarlett. Next is Scarlett Mayorga. Scarlett Mayorga. Sorry.
Try harder.
I'm trying my best. 2 minutes.
Thank you. For the record, it's Mayoralgo.
Thank you,
First part
Mayoralgo.
is mayor, actually.
Yeah, thank you.
Very relevant to our discussion, I think. Good evening, everybody. So I'm an alumni of Georgia State University, and I'm also an organizer with the Georgia Working Families. I want to note, although he's not here anymore, that we've been canvassing in Antonio Lewis's district, District 12, and of the nearly 100 conversations that I've had, not a single person has supported Cop City. Many people don't know about it, is another fun and deeply concerning fact. Most importantly, even more than canvassing and talking to my neighbors, I live merely 4 miles from the location of your proposed police fortress. And I'm here, and all of the people are here to tell you that no matter what the corporate banker sells you, the people know that the budget is like a pie. And if the Atlanta Police Foundation is eating 1/3 of our pie, 1/3 of our budget, people are going hungry. And that's a metaphor, but it's also true. Because frankly, council members, teachers are going hungry. Those airport workers that you're widening the concourse for, they're going hungry. And also solidarity to the Delta strikers who are fighting for what they deserve, which is a livable wage. I want to move on to say that when you propose spending $90 million, let's just be generous, to the private police foundation that's already eating 1/3 of our pie, we have a problem. So there are people in this room who, with the little slice that they have, are doing more for Atlanta than a policeman with a brand new take-home car will ever do. And they're doing things the Atlanta way, that I think is the real Atlanta way, which is traditionally breaking bread with your neighbors, educating them, taking care of their children, and realizing that we're all in this together. So council people, with my last 5 seconds, I want to impress upon you, you can still be together with us in this. Vote
Time's
no.
expired. Thank you. Next is Amy Castanel. Next is Amy Castanel. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for saying my name correctly. Hi, my name is Amy Castanel, a longtime Atlanta resident. I live in the West End, District 4. I'm also here with the Georgia Working Families. And as an organization, we believe our government should work for the many, not corporations and the elite few. Many of my fellow Atlantans have come here today with jaw-dropping facts that more than prove that you should send this back to committee and or straight up vote no to funding Cop City. That being said, I'd like to appeal to your humanity today. Police have already killed a protester in the push to build Cop City and charged 42 people with domestic terrorism for resisting Cop City. Giving more money to this project means you approve of the violence and intimidation against protesters that has already happened. The old Atlanta prison farm, in fact, has a brutal history of violence and neglect against Black and brown people, including jailing prominent civil rights activists like Stokely Carmichael. Building Cop City on its remains would only serve as a monument to that oppression. There has been very little oversight or transparency from the Atlanta Police Foundation. Giving them $67 million or more is irresponsible and unacceptable. Instead, you should be investing these resources in community services like the ones that we have illuminated today a million times. Many people don't trust y'all to act in their interests. The previous council ignored 12 hours of public comment expressing opposition to the project in 2021, and this is your opportunity to redeem yourselves with the people of Atlanta. Y'all have the opportunity to stand up on the right side of history by listening to the people of Atlanta rather than powerful corporations. This project doesn't need to go any further. Please stand with us and vote against funding Cop City.
Thank you. Next up, I believe, is Lulez, but I can't see the last name. Number 162.
I had to write the name very quickly because there was only one clipboard.
2 minutes.
My name is Lavender. I'm an addict, and I've been recovering from addiction for over 9 months now. Thank you. In that time, I have seen how much hope there is for people like me. Addicts have done so much for me. Addicts have saved my life. It's my turn to give back, so I'm here to help stop Cop City. I'm here because I can't help but think how many of my fellow addicts I don't get to meet, because instead of helping us, our government has stigmatized, criminalized, and murdered us. I'm here because no addict is different from me, yet far too often skin color is the determiner of whether an addict gets to recover or be killed. Killed city council members by those who claim to protect and serve, then deface indigenous land and brutalize dissidents in the name of Cop City. I'm here because I refuse to look my fellow addict in the face and tell them I didn't do everything in my power to protect them when the Atlanta Police Foundation came in and said their power is more important than Black and brown addicts who are still suffering. We need home city council members, not jail cells. At the very least, a forest to walk through and trees to commune with, so we can feel what nature can do for us that drugs never could.
Next up is Victoria F. Victoria, I can't read the last name, F-R-A-N. Alex Rampart, you have up to 4 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alex. I was born here and I live here now. But I didn't come in today to justify myself to such a willfully deaf audience. I didn't come here to appeal to a sense of morality that this legislative body doesn't have. We've said all that can be said, and instead of listening, you've gaslit and punished us for years now. You, a group of highly literate people, you know that our city is ranked worst for income inequality and next to worst for economic mobility. And you willfully choose to invest in white supremacist carceral strategies rather than supporting our resource-starved communities. You've intentionally chosen deforestation in the age of climate catastrophe, and you sentence future generations, including the kids you get to hold dear, to chronic illnesses that come with worsening air quality, flooding, and heat. Your kids, your call. You've had the power to prevent this, and yet, here we are. You intentionally forced this plan on the public against our will, our health, our safety, our future, all through violent measures. There's a word for that, and it's fascism. You don't deserve the power you have or all of this time from brilliant people who actually work in service to the public and the planet. But for everyone else here in this room, out in the atrium, for anyone anywhere who's ever been a part of this fight, all tactics, you have my gratitude, my respect, my admiration. I am so impressed with this movement. Against a relentless onslaught of aggression meant to strip us of any agency and intimidate us out of showing up, we have the courage to imagine a world where we have the resources we need, where our autonomy is respected, where we exist in partnership with each other and this beautiful place that we get to inhabit, and where justice holds meaning, where we can be restored. Thank you so much to everyone who's done anything for this. In such a dark world that council only wants to make worse, you and your faith in us make the future look bright. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Maria Bailey. You'll have up to 4 minutes.
Initially, I thought I would talk about how I met with Councilperson Matt Westmoreland 2 years ago to express my concerns with how disjointed City Council was from popular opinion about Cop City. I told him I was concerned that the police would escalate the violence to the point of murder. It was 2 years ago. This would be a years-long battle of popular sentiment being ignored or repressed by those in the seats of power. I told him we'd see the state's monopoly on violence in action, that the escalation of violence is done by those with the most weapons and the most power. I thought I would talk about this conversation, but it's honestly not that important. Because here we are. A beloved community member is dead. Domestic terrorism charges randomly slapped onto people, changing their lives forever, young people. And SWAT teams showing up for perfectly transparent funds being allocated in perfectly transparent ways. But that's just a start to the state actions that are expressly in order to scare people who have very meager and ordinary asks. I'm not here to ask you for anything. I'm here to present you with facts grounded in everyday reality. We need to be very clear about who has blood on their hands and who does not. We need to be very precise about who is escalating the violence and it's not us. Unfortunately, this sentiment has been expressed over and over and over and over again. We are regular people asking to retain a forest and to stop the militarization of the police. A simple and meager ask. Yet you find none of that compelling. None of all the facts that people have presented, not compelling. And just like how science isn't compelling enough to act on climate crisis, the very facts are not compelling enough to persuade you. So what is compelling then? What keeps me going? What is compelling? I'm tired of asking you to care about the environment. I'm tired of asking you to care about police violence. I'm tired of pleading for you to care about human life. I'm tired of asking for you to care about what it means in action to have a vibrant city, healing, justice, standards of living. I'm tired, and I know now that you will continue to deny those things until you absolutely cannot anymore. Until you understand that change does not come from you, it comes from us. Nothing we say compels you to act until you have to. What is compelling to me is the magnitude of the movement. It has reached the entire globe. This is a movement composed of everyday people, working people, kids, elders, educators, care providers, broke people, passionate people that are from Atlanta, and everyday people who see the repercussions of this coming home to them. We are everyday people that frankly have very little time between jobs, commitments, obligations to participate in movements, but have nevertheless made the sacrifice to do so. That's the courage and wisdom of everyday people, of us, the masses. What is compelling is that history has always been made by the masses. It will always be made by the masses. This movement is making history because there are so many of us. We are people making history because we are the masses of people saying no to Cop City. People in positions of power often get credit for change, especially when there's a shift in the status quo. But let us look at history. The people in power change their minds only when the people are loud enough, strong enough, mobilized enough, passionate enough, courageous enough. We have that. We have that, not you.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired.
A blip
Your time has
if
expired.
everything had gone according to plan
It's time
without
for
us
the next
knowing.
speaker. Your time
This
has
facility
expired.
guarantees.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Lisa Baker is next. Time has expired. Please allow the next speaker to speak. Lisa Baker is the next speaker. The next speaker needs to speak. Your time has expired. Lisa Baker. Lisa Baker is next. Lisa Baker, you have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Lisa Baker. I live in DeKalb and I work as a nurse in the Grady ER. And I'm here today to tell you about my friend, Manuel Paez-Terán, who many of us knew as Tortuguita. I first met Tort when they came to attend a community first aid training that some friends and I taught in the park. And after Tort had attended several trainings with us, they started helping teach first aid with us. And then in December of last year, Tort suggested that we should organize a training for the forest defenders, specifically on the topic of first aid for gunshot wounds. I want to be clear. Tort did not want to teach other forest defenders how to survive gunshot wounds because they were out playing with guns. They are not the ones who had the firing range in the forest. No. Tort wanted to teach these skills because the police had repeatedly been coming into the forest with their guns already drawn, pointing them at unarmed protesters, laughing about how they could not wait to murder them. And these kids who were camping in the forest because they wanted to protect trees, they were terrified. And Tort's response to that fear was to teach a first aid class. They scheduled that class in the forest for January 22nd. As you can guess, it never happened. Because the tragedy that we were all trying to prevent happened instead. And on January 18th, Tortuguita was murdered in cold blood with their hands raised up in the air. And ever since that morning, I have woken up every morning feeling sick with my heart broken because I know that Tort knew how to stop the massive bleeding from a life-threatening gunshot wound. But I also know there was no first aid that anyone could have rendered that would have reversed the damage from the 57 gunshot wounds that ravaged Tort's body. And that blood, city council members, is on your hands. That guilt is on your heads. That shame lies on your legacy. It will never be erased. It will never be forgotten. You can never take it away, but you can take one tiny step toward reparation right now when you vote to stop Cop City.
Thank you. We're at 167. Hannah, next up is Hannah K. You have 2 minutes.
Council President, my last name is Krar, Hannah Krar.
Thank you.
When my dad died, he was the third generation of my family to be buried in DeKalb County. I hope that makes me from Atlanta. I am a grief educator, and I lead grief support groups in Atlanta Public Schools for students who have lost loved ones. And what you're seeing here today, what you've heard today, is an outpouring of grief and an act of love. As you've heard, many of us have had loved ones murdered or incarcerated by police. Many of us have had our own humanity threatened by police. We are grieving. We do not want Cop City. We know training doesn't work, especially in a training center designed to teach the use of violence against us. We are not your enemy. We are hurting. We are hurting. Despite our pain and grief, we have showed up time and time again to speak out against Cop City. That takes strength and that takes courage, especially when we are grieving so deeply. And I invite you to practice bravery with us today and show that you have heard our concerns, heard our cries, and felt our hurt. Please either send this back to committee or stop this right now and vote no and stop Cop City. We should not have to keep showing up here while we are grieving. This land that we are on has seen violence that has spanned generations. Our city has a very painful history. We are not too busy to hate, but too scared to look at the hateful legacy of our past. I ask you not to perpetuate that pain and violence today. If you truly understand our grief, if you truly hear us crying, you will vote no today and stop Cop City. To the people of Atlanta, I love you. Cop City will never be built.
Thank you. Next is Jordan Strive. Next is Jordan Strive. Jordan Strive. Next is Jordan Strive. Jordan Strive is next. If we continue to have disruptions between speakers, we'll move the council meeting to another room without the audience, and we'll call speakers in one at a time. So let's not do that, because nobody wants to do that, so let's keep moving. Jordan Strife, or Streif. Strife, you have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jordan Strife. I'm a resident of District 5. You know, I had something kinder and gentler prepared. I was going to plead. I was going to try to persuade. I was actually going to read a couple quotes from Amir Faroqi about participatory budgeting and suggest we actually give it a real go. But I was just so astounded by Councilmember Bond's arrogance earlier in attempting to defend himself. Did y'all hear the disdain in his voice when he said activists and advocacy organizations? As if this were some sort of misunderstanding on our part and we were misinformed, as if our community, friends, loved ones haven't been brutalized by this system. Sometimes arbitrarily, sometimes on purpose, sometimes for the crime of just opposing it. And you talk about fiduciary duty. What a disingenuous way to pass the buck. Was it fiduciary duty to let the old facility deteriorate? Is it your fiduciary duty to build the largest police training facility in the nation to cut down this city's lungs? Your fiduciary duty to give $60 million to the most powerful police foundation in this country to build this particular facility in this particular place? Can you not increase funding for police alternatives and diversion? Do you not have that ability? What about, you talked about transportation. Do we not have a Department of Transportation? Didn't we vote for a bond? So we're just asking that you actually do your fiduciary duty. If you must send it back, if you dare vote it down. And since I'd just like to call somebody out by name, since you can respond. Jason Winston, you recently met personally with the mayor. I'd like to know what you talked about.
Time has expired. Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
It's our time, not yours. Y'all gotta start calling him Voldemort.
Councilmember Bond. Please allow Councilmember Bond to speak. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, and I'd like to respond to the gentleman. I do not now or ever have in my life have disdain for activists, for protesters, for organizers, because that is the tradition that I come out of. That is the tradition that I come out of. That is my personal history. I have been arrested for my beliefs in a city that was not my own. I was called an outside agitator. I have been all over the country as a youth activist and as an employee of the NAACP. I have been involved in civic disobedience in the entirety of my adult life. I've had friends killed by the police. I've had family members.
Councilmember Bond has the floor.
I've had relatives that have been victims of police violence. I have spoken out against police brutality. I spoke out against the death of your friend on NPR. Tara Gita. I spoke out against that. I believe the raid last week was terrible and spoke to a reporter last week about that. It may not have made the print. But I have great respect for what you do because I come out of that same tradition. I'm sorry if you feel that I have disrespected you, but if that is the case, I will publicly apologize to you now.
Do it.
I publicly apologize to you now.
Councilmember Bond.
I will publicly apologize to you now if you felt disrespected. That was not my intent.
We don't want your empty words.
And that was not, well, my position has been clear from the beginning. It has been clear for 2 years. So I have not misrepresented myself. I have not lied to the public. I've spoken to every reporter or media outlet that has contacted my office, and I do my best to respond to emails and phone calls. So I have been completely transparent. I have been completely transparent throughout this process. I will answer you. I plan to support the training center.
Councilmember Bond.
But I have been completely transparent and honest throughout the process for more than 2 years. So if you feel that I have disrespected you, I apologize. But I have represented my constituents to the best of my ability. I've analyzed this situation. And for those who have commented that what would my father do, I'm doing as my father trained me to do. To think critically and to analyze the facts of the situation without emotion. And so that's the position that I have. That's the position that I have. I've been completely transparent and honest with every single person that has crossed my path about it. And so with that, I offer my apology if you feel like if I have disrespected you. That is I publicly apologize to you. Mr. Chair, I release the floor.
Thank you. All right, next group of speakers. Next group of speakers. We have groups of speakers. Let me call the next group of speakers so we can keep moving. Macy Thompson, Sienna Eager, Priscilla Smith, Temperance starts with a B as a last name, Rachel Smith, and Kaylin Pitt. Macy Thompson. Okay. Oh, sorry, 169 through 180. 169 through 180. Macy Thompson, you have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. Shout out to the night shift, everybody. Yeah. Some of the speakers today have been disorientingly inspiring, so thank you all for that. And I do want to acknowledge that it's Pride Month, so to my LGBTQ family, we love you, I love us, and I also want to acknowledge that the gay rights movement was modeled after the civil rights movement, and the gay rights movement was largely led by Black trans women. So racial justice and gay rights are inextricably linked. Also, maybe you could allocate some of the budget to fix the elevators. I wanted to speak on Cop City in the context of police brutality, which I experientially know nothing about. I don't have as much time as I thought, so I'll just cut to the chase and say it's because I'm white. I'm here not only as a resident of this city, but as the project lead to a multidisciplinary arts movement called the Astor Project, where musicians, filmmakers, writers, muralists have come together to collaborate with 20 families who've lost a loved one to police violence in the state of Georgia. And we're going to rehumanize their stories through the power of art. And so when I was planning on what I was going to say, I went to the Atlanta Police Foundation website, and I want to read a portion of their mission statement. It says, the Public Safety Training Center will set a national standard, this is so good, a national standard for community engagement and neighborhood sensitivity and devotion to the civil rights of all citizens by law enforcement. You haven't laid a single brick, and the mission statement has already been broken. This room is proof that trust in police is broken, and I want to list a few more examples of why that is. Police said that Jabril Robinson fired a gun at them, so they shot him in the back of the head while he was running away. That was a lie. Police said Javis Benjamin, whose mother spoke to you earlier today, physically attacked Officer Lynn Thomas before he shot him in the chest. That was a lie. Police said that they didn't know children were in the car when they performed an illegal pit maneuver, killing 12-year-old Leadon Boykins. That was a lie. They did know. Police claimed DeAndre Phillips drug an officer hanging halfway out of his car before he shot him. That was a lie. Police can't claim Jimmy Atchison committed armed robbery and that he had a violent and aggressive history with law enforcement. That was a lie. Police said they were ambushed by gunfire in the Weelaunee Forest before they riddled his body with how many? 57. I think we all know that was a lie. Liars. You can't expect trust from the exact community you are continuing to brutalize. People much more informed than I am, much more experienced than I am, have told you all the facts. No one on this council can claim ignorance. We know this, you know this, and honestly, that would have been your most face-saving reason to vote yes, but you can't claim that anymore. So I'm going to end with this. We all have someone, and if we're lucky enough, we have some people whom we love so much they feel like an actual extension of our hearts. Think of who that person is to you, and while you do, I want to remind you that Javis Benjamin was that person. His mother was here today, like I said. Did you know that he was an artist? He painted murals. He ran the sound system for his church. Did you know that Kevin Davis worked at a bike shop and took discarded bikes and put them back together and gave them to children in the neighborhood? Did you know that Andrew Smyrna was an entrepreneur and he was on his way to get the keys to his first Airbnb property when he was shot and killed by police? Did you know that he loved music like his dad, who passed away last September? Devin Franklin, if I may quote him, he's not here, he said, "A budget is a moral document. It reflects where your priorities lie." So I want to make sure that when you make this decision, you don't get the luxury of these names being in your distant memory. They're not statistics. They're not hashtag justice for fill in the blank. They're somebody's person. And so are the eventual lives that will be lost if Cop City is built. I also want to thank Councilmember Bakhtiari for what you've done for the LGBTQ plus community. Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge you, and I hope you may have a few words to say after this. Stop Cop City, send it back to the committee, whatever you got to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari?
Yes, I want to ask if we could do a quick 15-minute recess while we reassess and talk to everyone here, and come back up 15-minute break, and come back in and resume this.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari for a 15-minute recess, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to recess?
Just can y'all just trust me on this one?
Give her the floor.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Trust me.
There's a second. Councilmember Juan, seconded. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to recess for 15 minutes.
One moment, please. The vote is open.
Baroki's aye.
Councilmember Boone and Boone and Faroki are both ayes.
Winston is an aye.
Please reflect Mr. Winston as an aye. Councilmember Winston's an aye. Councilmember Boone's an aye. Councilmember Faroki's an aye. Madam Clerk.
The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The vote carries. We will recess until 10:03 p.m.
Obviously, I have no trouble speaking loudly. All right, okay, there we go. So, council members were asking our council president to move this to committee room 1. Understandably, you should know that some of the council members here have received death threats, so I understand that they are uncomfortable. To be very clear with you all, I understand why you're upset. I had to step out of this committee room multiple times to cry. I am a no vote on this. I talked to some of the leaders and asked for a recess when I found out that this was going to happen so that we could talk to y'all to come up with a game plan of how to move forward to keep that from happening. That is why I asked for recess, to have a conversation and to allow some of the movement leaders in this room to talk with you all. To make it very clear, I'm not asking you to behave. That is not my place. You have a right to your own emotions. I get that. But all I know to do is to name what is going on, to be honest with you, to figure out how we move forward. And no, they're not trying. No, the idea would be that they would move to committee room 1 and they would call everybody one at a time and you wouldn't be allowed to sit in the gallery. Well, hear all that. This is me stating the facts of what is happening so that we can figure out how to move forward together. Because I think that the communication is the best way to do that. So, you would hear the TVs and you'd be called in individually. And so, Kat, I know completely how you feel. You've been with us since day 1, so I get it. It's because of this. And also, please, y'all do me a favor, please stop calling council members by name. Stop calling council members by name. Stop calling council members by name. Because they have a right to respond to you for as long as they want. So please stop doing that. Tim, I'm going to allow you to take this now.
I mean, I'm not definitely going to police anybody's anger, man, because I'm angry too. I was angry when I got here and the door was locked, you know. But, and I was angry at some of the people on council for letting that happen. But I don't know about you, but my number one goal is what? And I have to sometimes, like, I got to conflate that with my own, I need to lean in on somebody I'm angry with. And today, these are the ones I'm angry with. These are the ones that can give us what we want, right? And I'm not saying we attract more with honey, vinegar type thing. But if we are yelling and heckling, then eventually, and I'm not going to make a judgment call on that, but eventually they are going to remove us. And we'll still be able to do public comment. And I just wonder if it's possible, and maybe it's not. I'll move too. I just wonder if it's possible for us to sit here and listen to each person speak and maybe just tone down, but maybe that's not possible, and I'll go next door too.
Yes, well, so the way this is also going to play out for those who are waiting to speak is that after we get through this list, the idea is that we go into committee of a whole and reopen everything for, I think, an hour for people who have not spoken to be able to sign up. And it will happen then. Again, I get that I'm part of a system that you guys despise, and that is very valid. Even though I'm sitting here talking to you all, I get that I'm a part of that. Yeah, and so, fair enough, Kat. So I think that one of the main things here is for you to stop calling a council member by name so that we don't have the standoff that is occurring. Okay, so please stop doing that. Just like I'm begging you to stop. And so we can move forward, because I think the last thing anyone in this room wants is for everyone to have to be cleared, for anyone to be put in the position of clearing folks, and for us to have to move into a different room. All right, so like, I get that you're mad with us. That's totally valid. I just want us to find a way to move forward that doesn't force anyone out of the room. Sure. To be very clear, people on this council absolutely have been threatened. And right now it is occurring because of the fact that there is like screaming breaking out. We can't keep moving forward, and people are getting frustrated that we are not making progress in the agenda and people aren't being allowed to speak. I actually face the public every day, but I do appreciate that sentiment. Go ahead. No, because you should just do not name that council member. That is my ask of you. Still name your feelings. Heard? Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Right. That's very valid. So let me, like, first, I'm not showing you anyone's death threats. I don't have them. Secondly, yes, and I hear, and like, that is super valid. I am telling you that this is what is about to happen. So rather than hide or anything like that, I decided this is very scary for me to come up here and be like, hey, I am now within throwing aim. Let me come over here and say these things. I have, Sarah, you know I have talked to them. Do you want me? Okay, fine. Then I'll go back. Right. So let me add. Valid. You know what? Fair enough. You know what? You're right. It was a lot for me to come down here and ask this of you. That is very valid. Also valid. Well, actually, like, no, that's fine. I do not know how to move forward. I just know this is about to happen. I wanted to come down here and be honest with you. And I am, so to be very clear, I am. All of them. Yeah.
We know that we're in the right here. We all know that. And realistically, they know that too. But we also know that right now we literally, as fucked up as it is, do not have it. We have a choice, literally a binary choice of be as we currently are or as we just were, or not allow the board or the commission to hear us, period. And we want the commission to hear us. And that doesn't mean that from now on, we go and we're just like silent the whole time and just like don't make a single noise or whatever. But it also means don't make death threats. Don't, just, people have. And that's, we have a lot of validity right here, but we have a binary choice and we want to be heard. And it sucks that we can't be fully, like we can't be heard to the fullest extent, but can we try to be heard for the fullest extent that we can?
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
Council members, we've got 1 minute on the recess.
What?
We've got 1 minute on the recess. Okay. It's 10:03. It's time to call the session back to order. Yes. Recess is over. Next up is Sienna Eager. Recess is over. I would ask everybody to take their seats and we'll resume public comment.
My last ask is that for my colleagues, if someone calls you by name, please stop responding so we can all move forward.
All right, Sienna Eager.
My name is Sienna Eager.
Eager, thank you. Sienna, let me just call the next few so we can get back into public comment. Sienna Egger, Priscilla Smith, Temperance B, Rachel Smith, and Kaylin Pitt. Sienna, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Sienna Eager. I'm a Georgia native, a Georgia State University student, and a District 5 resident. I am no outside agitator, and I am here today to urge City Council to vote no on funding for the supposed police training facility known as Cop City, or at the very least send it back to committee for reconsideration. When it comes to people living in the United States opposing police forces in the United States, there is no such thing as an outside agitator. We all live in the same country. We all live in the same state and in the same city. So we have all seen the violence inflicted upon our black, brown, queer, and trans siblings and upon our planet. If what the city of Atlanta really wants is to keep us safe, you should know that spending $67 million of our tax dollars on the destruction of Weelaunee Forest and the construction of Cop City will never be what keeps us safe. The destruction of one of the 4 lungs of Atlanta would be detrimental to the city, causing further pollution of the South River, flooding the already underprivileged surrounding communities, and further dirtying the air we breathe. We are not separate from this planet. We are the animals who inhabit it. We are the natural world, and the natural world is here in City Hall begging you to do what you can to save it.
$67 million should instead be invested in resources that take care of people and truly keep us safe. Healthcare, affordable housing, mental health care, community resources, rehabilitation and reintegration programs instead of prisons are all necessary alternatives to Cop City and to policing as it stands and to prevent crime in the first place. In the event that intervention is required in the midst of an ongoing violent crime, a service providing effective, specialized rapid response does not need to be connected to a policing system that has been failing our communities since its conception. Peaceful protesters have been wrongfully charged and arrested for domestic terrorism. Peaceful activists has been wrongfully charged for charity fraud. Peaceful protester Tortuguita was wrongfully murdered with no one held accountable nearly 6 months later, all for nothing. Democracy is meant to serve the will of the majority, not just the will of those with capital and power. We who are nature defending itself, we are the majority. Please show us that you are listening.
Thank you. Priscilla Smith. You'll have up to 2 minutes. I'm also going to ask Councilmember Westmoreland to step back into the chair just for a few moments. Thank you. To 2 minutes.
I don't have any substantive thing to add. Everybody's already said everything. But I'm sure shooting going to give you 2 minutes of my heart. I know many of you personally. I have spoken to you at great length, some of you. I find it difficult to believe that you are doing what you think is right when you vote yes on this. I ran for State House of Representatives, and I got up to speak before the Kennesaw Business Association, and the words that came out of my mouth surprised me. They were that I knew, and everybody in the room knew, that there was nothing wrong with the 2020 election, and I feel similarly right now. I don't quite know what happened to the things that I was going to say. But here we are. On March 7th of this year, I went over to Weelaunee, and there I was, a couple of decades older than everybody else, but there was a dance party, there was a music festival. Came back the next day, threw away what I was going to do to be in support of the effort, and time to go to rehearsal at 6:45, and there are suddenly police coming in, wrapping people's wrists with zip ties and whatnot. The 2 young women that I was responsible for freaked out, ran back up the hill, were trying to get down the hill. There are a few policemen looking at us. We don't know what's going on. I have the nerve to ask the police what to do. They say, if you leave, nothing bad will happen. They said to me, yeah, we're scared. There are 600 of you and 44 of us. We can't be protected by people who are afraid of us. And building the Cop City will do nothing but inculcate that deeper into our culture.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Temperance B.L. Blake. Is Temperance here? Okay. And then followed by Rachel Smith and Kaylin Pitt. What's the number? Yeah, 178, 179, and 180. You're welcome.
Okay. 2 minutes, right?
Yes.
Word. Okay, so I was gonna talk about the trees. I found out y'all already tore down a shit ton of trees, or a lot of trees. Hold on. That's y'all know that's a problem, right? There's the carbon crisis or whatever. They say the sky is turning red, metaphorically. That's it's an emergency is what I'm saying. So that's a problem. Y'all shouldn't have done that. Don't tear down anymore, please. Whatever. But anyway, okay, so on the cop thing, I had a quote, I don't know exactly, but I had a quote from it was from the Offender Solutions, which is what they give you if you have to do community service and then you have to take a class on a thing. It's called Offender Solutions, and there was a quote that says it's been proven, or research has shown that punishment is not a deterrent for a crime. And I think that's true. Cause I'm thinking about listen, I'm thinking about my life, and dig, I was not punished as a child, at all. No, I'm for real. And I also no, I got like stern talking to, whatever. There would be like, you know, I don't know, go read a Bible quote or something, or go sit in a tree for a minute, you know, go hide in the treehouse and like be mad. But I wasn't like punish, you know what I mean? And like, listen, I like don't do crimes, like for real. Like, no, I'm so serious. And like, nothing wrong with like, I'm not saying I'm better than anybody. Like, obviously that's not true. And like, I know I look like I do crimes, like I have tattoos and all that, but like, literally don't even listen to that. And like, I like legit, like I don't do crimes. I don't even like put my gum on tables because I just think it's like wrong, you know? So it's like, okay, if the people who are getting like policed and punished all the time do the crimes, and like me, somebody who like doesn't get policed and punished all the time, doesn't do crimes, then like to me, and all the research from the thing, like then to me, then like what I did have, like what I'm thinking is I had people who cared about me, and I had a safe and happy home. Like I had people who wanted what's best for me, and I had like, I never had to worry about anything. So like the people who do crimes, they're worried and they don't have people to care for them. So like,
thank you.
You want the crime rate to go down? I'm just saying.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rachel Smith. Rachel Smith, followed by Kaylin Pitt. Rachel Smith. Kaylin Pitt. Kaylin Pitt. Okay, 2 minutes.
Hi. My name is Kalen. I'm a District 2 resident. I'm asking those of you who represent me on council to not vote for this and to vote no. Thank you to Councilmember Waits, who's already said that she would. Regardless of how you feel about this training facility, I think we can all agree this has just gone like off the rails at this point. Public engagement has been non-existent. The mayor's administration has lied for years about the actual amount of money that is going to this project. The state is arresting bail fund organizers. Protesters are being labeled as domestic terrorists. I feel insane watching the same people who constantly laud Atlanta for being the birthplace of MLK Jr. using the same tactics deployed to fight the civil rights movement decades ago. I feel disgusted. This is the first city council meeting I've been to. I wish I could curse right now. I'm so angry I had to be here. I had to take off work to be here. I don't want to be here. I have other things to do. And I'm here because it really seems like several of you are willing to even ignore your residents and vote for this thing when hundreds of people, thousands at this point, have said no, don't do this. You are not God. You are not God. Do not do this. Listen to your constituents, or you will be replaced with people who do. This money should be used to address the countless other issues Atlanta is facing. Vote no or send this back to committee. And also, once again, please stop addressing you-know-who. We don't need to listen to him talk anymore. All right.
Thank you. Next up, our speakers 181. All right, so now we're on 181 through 189. Emily Backus, Samantha Severin, Paige Odenzia, Akri McCam, Vassiter McCam, Kelsey Leahy, Avery Arden, and Kamau Franklin. So first up is Emily. 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Emily Backus. I'm an elementary school music teacher in the Atlanta Public Schools, and I'm proud to be one. As a music teacher, I wanted to do a little music history lesson with you tonight about a song written in 1931 by a woman named Florence Reese. Florence wrote this song on the back of her kitchen calendar after armed men acting in the interests of the coal company came to her home to intimidate her husband and her family away from organizing miners in Harlan County, Kentucky. I'm sure you can see why this scenario feels pretty familiar to us in Atlanta after the egregious use of a SWAT team to arrest peaceful activists on bogus charges last week. Reese's song explains that if you do not stand with the oppressed, you stand with the oppressor. She asks a simple question. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? The hundreds of people gathered here today who have been here for over 12 hours, who are hungry, who kind of have to pee, who are pretty tired, are asking you, are you on the side of a governor who wants to strip away abortion rights, queer and trans rights, and immigrant rights? Are you on the side of an attorney general who considers me, once again an elementary school music teacher, a domestic terrorist because I donated to a community bail fund? Are you on the side of an unchecked police force who murdered someone sitting cross-legged with their hands in the air? Or are you on the side of the constituents who elected you, who can think of a hell of a lot better ways to spend $60 million of our public money than destroying a forest in the middle of global climate change? Atlanta is watching you. The world is watching you. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Samantha Severin. Is 182, Samantha.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name's Samantha Severin. I've lived in Georgia since I was 6 years old. I love Atlanta. I think it's the best place in the world. I'm sure you all agree. We've heard, 9 hours of public comment today. We've heard 4 minutes in support of building Cop City. This Cop City, this proposal from the very beginning, it seems like since it started, we've been operating under a sunk cost fallacy. And on top of that, it feels like we're in a give a mouse a cookie situation. If you're not familiar, the mouse keeps asking for more things after the cookie. The mouse asks for more dollars and more acres, and it keeps going. I appreciate the optimism of this committee. Hearing about some of these awful, awful things we've heard about Solidarity Fund, people getting arrested on crazy charges, random domestic terrorism charges, the murder in the forest of Tortuguita. We heard a story about a sexual assault after someone was pulled over with an insurance ticket. And I saw surprise on some of your faces. And that is very sweet and very naive of you to have that much surprise. It's all par for the course. I mean, we keep hearing these stories and we keep going, we got to get that bad apple out of here. But why do we keep hearing the stories? If there's even one yes vote out of all of you, it'll prove that you don't work for us, because for 9 hours, no one has said yes to this. And it'll prove that you, I guess, work for the APF, which you've all claimed to not like. I know you feel like your hands are tied on several issues. They're not tied on this one. You can vote no. It's that simple. Thank you so much. Vote no, and you'll protect our city.
183, Paige Idenzia. Okay. 2 minutes.
How we doing?
Doing all right.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. What's going on?
Welcome.
My name is Paige Audenzia. I'm a resident of District 1. Anyone who spent the summer of 2021 canvassing in advance of the City Council vote on Cop City the first time could tell you that most of the city had never heard of it. And it seemed that that was by design. There has been a concerted effort on the part of the mayor's office to paint the entire opposition to the training center as a fringe concern, or in his words, an internet bandwagon. You could be forgiven for looking at the way that the APF has brazenly targeted activists for harassment and thinking that at this point, most of the momentum behind building the training facility seems to be animated by pure spite, by a barely concealed resentment of a certain culture of activism and accountability. 2 years into this conflict, it doesn't seem like it's an accident that building the facility is anti-democratic, or that the APF, also known as functionally our new government, is inflicting fear on our city. It seems to be the point. The APF has a vested interest in demonstrating that anti-democratic projects like this can work, that activist movements can be taught to submit, or that protesting can be made too expensive, too physically violent, too intimidating to do. It is a demonstration that we are ready for the state's most violent arm to do whatever it wants to us, but let me be clear, we are not. I beg of you, with every ounce of my heart, with every ounce of this thing, I'm begging you, please do not commit tens of millions of dollars to this militarized cop playground. Stop inflicting fear on my friends, my neighbors, my home. Vote no, serve the people. Good day. I love you all.
Next up is Speaker 184, it's McCree, apologies, McCree McCam. And then 185 is Sitter McCam. All right, 187, Kelsey Leahy, followed by 188, Avery Arden.
My name is Kelsey Leahy. I am houseless yet not homeless. I am from the universe herself. I live in the here and now. You can find out more context about me at oborockstar.com. More importantly, I wrote this song for Tortuguita, who gave their life to stop Cop City. Please listen to us. I've been living in the woods. I've been living in the woods all these days and all these weeks. So many months throughout the year. I've been living, I've been loving, I've been living in the woods with myself, for myself. I'll keep living in the woods all these days and all these nights. So many moons throughout the year. I've been sleeping, I've been dreaming, I've been flying through the trees. I've been resting in the woods. I've been healing in the woods with my friends, with my family, with the birds and bumblebees. I've been crying, I've been howling, I've been praying on my knees. 'Cause we've been living in the woods for all the creatures great and small, for the ones that came before us and the others forevermore. For our mothers, sisters and daughters, for our fathers, sons and brothers, we'll keep living in the woods. We'll keep loving in the woods. We've been fighting, we've been dying for the waters and the trees. We'll keep sitting, we'll keep singing, we'll keep protecting these trees for you and me, for all of us who'll ever be. We'll keep sitting, we'll keep singing, we'll keep protecting these trees. Just vote no.
Thank you.
It's that easy.
Avery Arden, and then Kamal Franklin, 189. Okay. Next sheet, starting with 193, is Gerard Green, followed by Sarah Giordano, Sasha Friedman, Nadia Behizadeh, I apologize. Thank you. Barbara Boyce, Elizabeth Saunders, Kim Scott, and Alexis Greenbolt, or Greenblatt. Is 193, I believe it's Jared Green. Sarah Giordano. Thank you, 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Giordano. I'm an Atlanta resident. I've shared with some of you already that I was the victim of a violent crime several years ago, from which I continue to suffer PTSD. The incident, a home invasion, left me and my partner traumatized, but not only by the incident itself, but by the police reaction. As my partner lay with what I found out later was luckily only a concussion, I called 911 to seek help. I was in shock and trying to find safety. Eventually, police and GBI showed up, taking over our house and what felt like being held hostage for a second time that night, but this time for much longer, and many more men with many more guns. In the weeks following, police continued to show up at our house uninvited to try and convince us to go to a lineup. We knew that eyewitness accounts, especially cross-racially, are notoriously wrong, sending innocent people into a system that we also knew held no hope for justice for us nor the perpetrators. The police told us about the increased racial profiling tactics they were using, thinking we would be happy to hear that they were now pulling over cars of people, young black-looking people, if they were driving through our neighborhood. These police did not and do not need more training. This is a systemic problem. Do any of you wonder why police exist? If you haven't studied the history of policing, do so. Policing is only necessary for maintaining social control in a deeply unequal world. Our modern day system stems directly from slave patrols and union busting. Slavery, colonization, and the science of eugenics were all integral to policing going public. Business people who were tired of paying for their own security forces to control workers also controlled government bodies and figured out they could make the public foot the bill if they scared certain segments enough. Sounds familiar, huh? Today, the reason we are here is because we, the people, are being asked to fund corporate interests. Vote no for Cop City.
Thank you. 196 is Sasha Friedman. Sasha Friedman.
Hello, my name is Sasha Friedman. I'm a member of District 1, so I'll give all of you a little bit of a break and just talk directly to District 1. I went back and looked at your website, and the very first line that you have under public safety is saying that we must solve our public safety crisis and expand the policing alternatives and diversion initiative to reduce the incarceration of people who need supportive services like professional and mental health support. The very first line is saying you recognize and advocate for harm reduction. I've seen you at PAD events. I would imagine it's because you know that when we invest in our people, in their needs, that is what creates true public safety. So I don't really understand why you're turning your back on your own promise and supporting Cop City, which is a project that not only increases policing, encourages incarceration over care, but also literally takes money from those initiatives. The police budget is $293 million this year. PAD gets $1.5 million. That is 0.5% of what is going to the police. I went back and looked at the election results from our most recent election, and you have your seat by 284 votes. There are 355 people who signed up to come speak today. 284 votes, and I have to remind you that the mayor was not one of those votes. I am asking you to entrust my vote in this choice in the same way that you asked for me to trust my vote. I am a white person with wealth, with property, and I know that public safety and policing was intended to protect me, to protect my property, and to protect my money, and I do not want it. We do not want it. So I'm asking you, as your constituent, as your neighbor, please invest in the power of alternatives to policing. Please reconsider and vote no.
Thank you. Nadia Behizadeh, 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Nadia Behizadeh. I'm a resident of Atlanta and an associate professor of education. I fully am against funding Cop City. I've been engaged in research and teaching for almost 2 decades, and not once has my research or my colleagues' research indicated that we need more police to ensure equity and justice. In fact, research has consistently shown the opposite to be true. In schools, when there's greater surveillance, when there are zero-tolerance discipline policies, and when there is increased police presence, we see increased suspensions, more students being sent to juvenile detention centers, particularly students of color. These research-driven findings in education are also true for the wider community, for our city as a whole. To be clear, I am not talking about individual police officers being bad. I am saying systems of surveillance do not serve communities, and the false equating of increased police with increased safety is wrong and dangerous. Instead of investing in policing, the city needs more investment in social services and public education, as many have said today. I would wholeheartedly support initiatives to pay our teachers more, create policies that give them the autonomy to do their jobs well. Pivoting to the students, what do recent events related to Cop City teach our children about democracy? When they see members of a mutual aid group charged with money laundering and charity fraud for buying food, paying for people's bonds, and other legitimate activities aligned with the mission of their organization, we are moving into totalitarianism, where subservience to the state is required or you will be targeted. Georgia Deputy Attorney John Fowler said these organizers were radicalizing other people through the use of anti-government materials. But a cornerstone of democracy, what we teach our kids in social studies classes, is that when a government is corrupt and unethical, the people must organize and push for justice. And that is exactly what is happening today. City Council members, I thank you for your time spent listening today, and I sincerely hope that you have heard the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Boyce. Barbara Boyce. Barbara Boyce. Elizabeth Saunders. Kim Scott. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
My name is Liz Saunders. I've been a resident of Atlanta for 22 years. I'm a small business owner for 11 years. Recently in the city of Atlanta, but currently now in DeKalb County. My personal training studio is on Boulder Crest Road, on the edge of Weilani Forest, immediately adjacent to the site of the proposed police training center. We offer trauma-informed strength training. Many clients are LGBTQ+, people of color, or bigger-bodied individuals who join us to learn and practice powerlifting as a means to get stronger, take back their bodies, and process trauma, all with the sound of police helicopters circling overhead. Cop City doesn't need more money. You're squandering the funds and the resources you already have. On my daily drive to work, I pass between 6 and 30 police vehicles on Constitution, Key, and Boulder Crest roads every day since December, and sporadically for a few months before that. Officers have loitered in my parking lot, blocked my driveway, and questioned clients and a trainer who works there, including a black woman and a transgender man. Coincidence? On January 18th, the day of Tortuguita's murder, for which no one has yet taken accountability, officers loitered on my doorstep for over an hour, presumably some kind of downtime between operations, lounging with heads on backpacks, eating snacks, and cracking jokes. One officer even hung his rifle from my security gate. How do I ask them to sit elsewhere? Your presence in front of my sign, my sweet unicorn mural, is unwelcome and frankly bad for business. You're negatively affecting your neighbors already, and it's not even been built. Please send this back to committee. Fund the people's needs, not the police. I want to thank everyone who's taken your whole day to be here. This is a beautiful movement. I have been reluctant to speak up for fear of retribution by police because I am located right next to the forest. And I just want to say thank you. I'm happy to have been here today, and I appreciate all of you who've been a big part of this movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Kim Scott. Kim Scott. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. Good evening to Atlanta City Council. My name is Kim Scott, City of Atlanta native resident, the Executive Director of Georgia One in Atlanta's Summer Hill neighborhood, and the new chair of the Entrenchment Creek Community Stewardship Council. I have two asks. We understand that the City Council will need to put a vote on the floor giving yourselves the authority to vote on renouncing the lease. We ask that you please vote to renounce the lease or vote no on funding Cop City and send it back to committee. Second ask, regarding the watershed budget, provide a prioritization of Entrenchment Creek and South River projects along with allocated budget and strategy with the completion of budget asks. Here are the reasons for the above ask. Atlanta has a long history of issues with water and sewer. This site is located in Entrenchment Creek and South River basins. These sites have work yet to be completed as part of the City of Atlanta and DeKalb County watershed federal consent decrees. With less than 10 years left on Atlanta's federal consent decree, has Mayor Dickens' $780 million budget dedicated the funds needed to fix the water and sewer systems in our communities? The water and sewer question should be addressed before allocating funding for this project. It's also a matter of equity. For decades, this community has put up with landfills, truck yards, and other industrial hazards that degrade environmental quality. This area is described as one of the 4 lungs of Atlanta, over 300 acres of existing forest lands. The 85-acre training facility abuts Entrenchment Creek Park, which is a public park, and therefore will have negative impacts to the quality of that space. The construction and operation of the training center will continue the cycle of negative environmental consequences, such as increased pollution, health hazards for nearby communities, and lead to higher volumes of stormwater runoff, continuing the cycle of flooding in communities of color. Lastly, it's a matter of equality and quality. Does the proposed site meet the standards? There have been reports, that the Phase 2 environmental study assessment titled this site a limited site investigation and does not meet the American Society for Testing and Materials standards. The non-attainment consent decree based on EPA standards are not being addressed in the area. Promoters of the project are not fully sharing the historical and current environmental challenges of construction. Environmental justice is just a way of looking at environmental issues through the lens of social inequality, and it seeks to ensure that everyone has access to clean air, water, and land. In this country, in this city, we have an issue of locating industrial facilities and other sources of pollution near communities of color. If this facility is so great, ask another community to have it seated in their community. Typically, environmental injustices happens and hurts the Black and brown communities. We bear the brunt of this, and we wear it in our bodies and our health conditions. Consider our public health. Consider our economic in development that you have not done in this area. Consider, renounce this lease, send it back to committee, don't fund it, and look at the budget for Entrenchment Creek and South River. You still have work to do, and we need that work to be done now. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexis Greenblatt. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alexis Greenblatt. I'm a resident of District 5, but I'm here today to represent more than just myself. I'm an employee of an organization called Georgia Conservation Voters. We're an entirely women-led and majority Black-led organization based in Atlanta fighting for environmental justice across the entire state of Georgia. So first, we want to acknowledge the movement to defend the forest. Folks who have been doing this work over the last 2 years, organizing in their communities, knocking on doors, hosting teach-ins, sitting in the forest, sitting here in City Hall, contacting elected officials, and pushing back on false narratives by the media. All of this culminating to build a movement to protect the Weelaunee Forest and the communities surrounding it. Georgia Conservation Voters is honored to be here in solidarity with all of you. On behalf of GCV, I am pleading with the City Council to please send this back to committee. In 2017, the City of Atlanta promised public green space and dubbed the Weelaunee Forest one of the lungs of Atlanta, along with protected green spaces in Buckhead, Druid Hills, and Cascade. The development of Cop City is a deliberate act of environmental racism, targeting majority Black, low-income neighborhoods in unincorporated DeKalb, where residents have no political representation here at City Hall. The South River, which flows through the Weelaunee Forest and surrounding community, is one of the most endangered rivers in the country, due in large part to pollution from the City of Atlanta. Forests like the Weelaunee help mitigate flooding, captures carbon from the air, provides a natural filter for air pollution, helps keep our city cool, and will aid our efforts to fight the worst impacts of the climate crisis that we are experiencing right now. Cop City is not an investment in community or green space, as the folks here at City Hall want you to believe. It is an act of environmental degradation, destruction, and displacement. There are better uses for the $60 million that the Atlanta Police Foundation is demanding from the City of Atlanta taxpayers. With so much still unknown about this project, we will likely be seeing more money asked for in the future. We believe all people have the right to a safe and healthy environment and a deep connection to nature. We reject the militarization of our police. We call on the Atlanta City Council to reject this proposal, send it back to the Finance and Human Services Committees. Please do the right thing and listen to your constituents. Send it back. Viva Tortuguesa. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on number 206 through 216. Let me call out the next few. James Robertson, Joshua Herring, Ram Imler, Sam Wright, Ash Kazanjian, Mark Bowden, and Emma Schwartz. James Robertson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
James Robertson is not here. I'm Josh Herring.
Oh, Josh Herring, go ahead.
I would like to look at the simple logistics of this issue. Over the last 30 years, violent crime has steadily declined by 48%. Over the same period, police killings have risen by 38%. 1 in 20 murders today is committed by police. And this violence by police does nothing to reduce violent crime. Multiple studies in the past few years have demonstrated that police violence and militarization have no proven effect on violent crime rates. So we have a problem. We must find a way to reduce police violence while still continuing to reduce violent crime. I pray you share this goal, and indeed, I believe you do. Proponents of the proposed training facility claim that it will be a solution to this problem. The website for the facility states that the complex will, quote, provide more socially just models of policing and crisis intervention, end quote. However, this is a broad statement and no specific methods or plans to fulfill it have been presented. There are ways to train police officers that result in both lower violent crime and police violence. Multiple recent studies have cited the use of what is called procedural justice training to do so. This training consists of PowerPoint slides, informational videos, and intentional discussions about such content between the officers and the facilitators. This training has been shown by multiple recent studies to be effective at reducing police violence, improving public perception of police, and reducing violent crime. The conclusion is clear. The proposal in question is to spend $67 million on a facility with questionable motives and questionable effectiveness. There exist far cheaper and far more effective ways to train our police to protect citizens, not kill them. I implore you to explore these alternatives and to vote no to the proposed training facility, or at least send it back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ram Imler. Ram Imler. Sam Wright. Ash Kazanjian. Up to 2 minutes.
Hello, I've lived in the state of Georgia my entire life. I moved to Atlanta at the age of 18. I have yet to leave. And when it comes to building Cop City, it really says a lot about the direction that this city is going in. In October of 2022, the Atlanta Medical Center was closed. It was one of 2 level 1 trauma centers in the city of Atlanta, and now it is gone. Grady, which if you have ever had an experience with Grady, you know how overcrowded and underfunded that hospital is. And they're closing hospitals due to lack of profits while funding police training facilities, millions and millions of dollars for institutions that would rather shoot its constituents than give them access to medical care. The name Public Safety Center, Training Center is a joke. Citizens who have access to medical care are citizens that are safe. Citizens who are at the mercy of a militarized police force are not safe. We are clearly operating off different definitions of safety. And let's talk about what they mean by safety for a second. This illusion that the police are here to protect us. If the police are here to protect us, I would have, had multiple break-ins of my car being solved instead of, seeing a homeless person getting kicked off of a bench every day. The cops are not here to protect our citizens. They are here to protect Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, Georgia State University, and UPS, who are massive landholders in the city of Atlanta, as well as the backers of Cop City. And if you'll notice, they are not here because they are not members of our community. They are simply the moneyed interests who are pouring millions and millions of dollars into an institution that they know will increase violence in this city, that they know is not doing anything to protect its city. It's doing it to protect their profits and their land.
Thank you. Next is Mark Bowden. Mark Bowden or Mark Bowden. Emma Schwartz. We'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Emma, and I currently live in District 6. What I've prepared to say is not enough, but I'm here because I believe that Cop City is a monumental threat to the safety of the majority of people in the city. For those who are considering voting in favor of the funding, I urge you to really think about whose safety you have in mind when you think about this project. When looking at incidences that cause fear around public safety, such as robberies or shootings that may be used to justify the expansion of police funding, I urge you to look beyond the surface level and examine how lack of housing, soaring rent prices, inflation, lack of job opportunities, lack of access to health care, lack of access to nutritious food, lack of access to public spaces to hang out in, especially for young people, poor education, and other solvable problems create conditions for violence to occur and are forms of violence themselves. What kind of violence are you willing to allow and why? Police don't stop or effectively prevent violence. They respond to violence that has already occurred, and that's like, if you're being generous. And for Black people, as well as immigrants, and obviously these are all overlapping identities, like even separating it feels weird, but just for whatever the word is, somatic purposes, I guess. Immigrants, trans and queer people, houseless people, disabled people, and many others, any interaction with the police poses the threat of violence, including murder at the hands of the police. In order to address the root cause, okay, I had a lot more, but I'm just getting to a line that I think may resonate. Even if you have a different view on public safety than me, there's been a clear lack of transparency around the funding for this project. Do you really know everything you need to know about the finances, due diligence, community input, plans for parks and green space, and the leaseback that you need to know to comfortably vote yes on this project? At the very least, I urge you to send this back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at...
Hi, so my name's Natalie Villasana. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was taking my friend's place.
That you can't do that, I'm sorry. It's only folks that are signed up.
We're here to demand that the city council vote no on Cop City. The fact that you even have the choice to vote yes is a testament to the undemocratic nature of the city council. You are not accountable to the people. You are in service of billionaires who are trying to destroy our city. The police are allowed to get away with murder. The police are getting away with murder, and you're trying to bankroll them and create a playground for them to practice murdering Black and brown people. So we are not going to know peace as long as you keep pushing forward Cop City.
You cannot speak.
Vote
you
no.
cannot speak.
Stop
Thank
Cop
you.
City.
You're not on the list. We're at 217. We're at 217. Oh, thank you. Mark Bowden?
Ash Kazanjian.
Oh, Ash Kazanjian, yes,
213.
213, yes. Go ahead, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ash Kazanjian. I'm a resident of District 5. What a day, right? Look at all of this creativity. Look at all of this persistence. Look at all of this energy that has come to you today. This is our city. This is your city. And I won't call you by name because I won't pretend to know everything about you, but what I do know is that you got into this work because you believe that you can make a difference. You believed and you were told by your community that you were a leader, that you could make a difference in the way that we move forward as a city. And today, your city, our city came forward and they said, we have faith that you and we and all of us together, we can make a different way forward. We came here with our faith in the system. We came here with a faith in you. And you came here from way back in childhood thinking that someday you would be able to make a difference. And today is that day. Y'all, today is that day that you can make a difference, that you can stand up for your community, that you can listen to the people that have put their trust in you, and you get to say, you know what? This legislation that's before me, this is not where it's at. My people have stood and they have spoken for hours and hours, and they have let us know that this is not where it's at. And even if you really feel in your heart of hearts that this is what we need, it's not the way, right? Like, we have this situation over a barrel. APF isn't fully funding this situation. Even their supporters have not come through with the funds that they promised. So now you're coming to us and saying, well, but you guys can make it up. But no, we've come here today. We told you, we don't want Cop City. All right? Thank you very much. Please vote no.
We're at 217. We're 217 to 228. Thalia G., Sebastian Wilson, Waller or Walker Goebel, Zach Justice, Nathan Knopf, Jess Shue, Yamanta Wadley, Taylor Arnold, and Mabel Thomas. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Thalia, and I live in Atlanta in District 4, represented by Jason Dozier. I'm a first-generation immigrant and was born and raised in DeKalb County on occupied Muskogee land. I'm a farmer and studied ecological forestry. I grew up as a kid playing in the creek and spent my time collecting acorns, building fairy houses. Years later, I crossed the creek and saw a sign posted saying it wasn't safe to go in anymore. I spent years submerged in that water. It taught me what it meant to be human and alive. I ask you, where will the next 5 generations go when our water sources are depleted? Where will your descendants go to learn of their humanity? As climate disaster approaches, let me ask you one practical question. Do you know how to grow food or save seeds? In a nearby future, your money won't matter as much as your ability to provide for your community. In forestry, we recognize the relationship between disturbance and regeneration. The two are intrinsically linked. Regeneration doesn't happen without disturbance. I bring this up as it's highly relevant to the clear-cutting which has already occurred on the proposed site. APF is trying to convince us it's too late. Maybe they've been successful in convincing you of the same, that it's a done deal. But we are wise, and we know that's not true. Because we hold the wisdom of our ancestors that regeneration doesn't happen without disturbance. There is something awakening here in the heart of so-called Atlanta.
Time has expired.
And it is relentless in the face of destruction.
Time has expired.
It's motivated by an unconditional love.
Thank you. Time has expired.
I look forward to seeing you all at the Week of Action.
Thank
No
you.
matter what happens here today.
Thank you. Next is, thank you.
June 24th to
Thank
July
you.
1st.
Sebastian Wilson. 2 minutes.
Hello, my sweet lights, and that includes everyone in the room, and that includes everyone on City Council. My name is Sebastian Wilson. It is a shameful, repugnant fact that the state of our union was ever considered normal. Normal implies a state of accepted regularity. Accepted regularity, not regularity, accepted regularity. Just because something is perceived as normal does not change the truth of its disdainful validation. Hold on, it's coming. Quoting James Baldwin at UC Berkeley, May 1963, because you are the generation that may be able to achieve the American Revolution. Regrettably, this is still true today. When will we do what must be done? When will the revolution begin? The only answer in this reality is now. In this age of free-flowing information, we cannot claim ignorance as an excuse for not standing against our past and our current sociological, cultural, environmental, and economic atrocities. We cannot turn a blind eye. We can no longer cleanse history, and we can no longer ignore the present. This is the time to correct history, and this is the time to act in the present to create a luminous, thriving future for all. We the people have come to rally together and say that we the people know what we need, and we the people know what leadership we desire. We the people are not ignorant to the laws and systems that govern us. Therefore, we the people have come to put forth our voice as the charter of our governance, in which it is to be enacted justly. I know a lot of you are already going to vote no, so I don't know if this is theater or not. So please listen and actually apply emotion. Don't just be a robot and sit in your chair.
Time's expired.
It's okay to use emotion.
Thank you. I'm gonna just jump back to 214 for a moment. Scott Nesbitt. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, y'all. Thanks for being here. It's late. You know, one of the things that really troubles me about Cop City, and there's obviously a very, very long list as we've iterated tonight, is the participation of Israeli military in training at Cop City. As we know, Brian Kemp has just met privately with Israeli leaders who formed a far-right coalition to try to change the judiciary, to try to avoid being held liable for crimes against their state. These are the people that we're partnering with. People who bulldoze homes in the Gaza Strip just like we bulldoze trees in Weelaunee Forest. People who live in a state that was made because they suffered under the oppression of a state that banned books and people. How like our country these days. So I ask you, when you go home to your loved ones, just like all of us will, those of us lucky enough to be able to go home to loved ones, when you go home to your loved ones, do you tell them that you ushered in the new American fascism? Because the people are here, the people are speaking. There's a lot of cynicism here, right? People saying, well, y'all are already going to vote no. Is this just an act? As I sat and listened to some of our compatriots speak, I noticed some of you on your cell phones. I noticed some of you falling asleep. You tired? Because we're tired of injustice.
Thank you. Next is Waller. Next is Walker or Waller Goebel. Sorry, I just couldn't read the handwriting. 2 minutes.
Oh, good. I am Waller Goebel. I've lived in Georgia all my life. I currently live in Old Fourth Ward. I would like to ask each and one of you to stop Cop City and vote no. But we live in a representational democracy, and actually, not many of you owe that to me. I have one representative here who owes me my right, who represents me on this council. I've called him a lot, I've emailed him a lot, but I haven't heard a word from him. And I want to know why. That's why I'm here. That's why I've been here all day. And I agree with the person before. I see each of you on your phones. I see each of you looking away when addressed by your constituents. And I'm not a representative. I don't know what it's like. But I would be ashamed if that were me. I respect those of you who haven't been on your phones. I don't respect those of you who have been. But yeah, stop Cop City. And I want to hear from my representative. I'll be calling you tomorrow.
Thank you. Next is Zach Justice.
Council President.
This is Zach Justice.
Council President, can I respond quickly?
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't believe he called you by name.
Fair enough. I was giving my cell phone number, but you didn't know my cell phone number.
And you can give it to him on the side. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. My name is Zach Justice, and I'm a resident of Grant Park. I don't want Cop City. Please vote no or move this to committee, whatever you have to do. I would rather see this money invested in any of the things people have talked all night about, by whatever means are available to you as our elected representatives. I feel like you guys know bureaucracy in the city and how to get things done. So I feel like if anybody has the tools to invest in things other than police, you are the people to figure out how to make that happen. Even if you wanted Cop City, I don't understand how it accomplishes the city's goals. If your goal is a better training facility, as people have pointed out, why let it fall into such disrepair in the first place, especially when we talk about fiduciary responsibility. If your goal is to better recruit and retain police officers, why do things that are so incredibly unpopular? If your goal is to keep citizens safe, Why not invest in our communities instead of reactively responding to crime waves and other stuff? By trying to push through the training center, a peaceful forest defender, Tortuguita, was shot 57 times. Peaceful protesters were arrested on domestic terrorism charges. A lot of stuff that make people not like police. And then I see a lot of articles complaining about recruitment, entertainment. I wonder why. So as a layperson and a citizen, I don't understand how the facility accomplishes the city's goals. It kind of just feels like police want power, like they want control, especially after the George Floyd uprising. And as a result, all of these shenanigans. I think if you want to be Atlanta to be a better place for its citizens, even if you want Atlanta to make a lot of money for businesses, why not just invest in us, the people, instead? Please vote no for Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nathan Knopf. Nathan Knopf. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Hey, my name is Nate Cunoff. I live in District 2, and I've been an Atlanta resident for the past 7 years. And every day, I drive by the empty buildings that were once called Atlanta Wellstar Hospital. And there's a big gate with a big sign that says Level 1 Trauma Center. And that gate's closed because they didn't have the money to keep it open. And I drive by and I think about the $67 million that y'all are talking about tonight that could have been spent on salaries for 700 registered nurses. I talk to my friends who are public school teachers around the metro Atlanta area and about the resources they lack to educate and raise our community's children. And I think about how each and every public school in Atlanta could get a nearly $1 million investment instead of Cop City. I think about how that money could be spent on providing each and every homeless person, 4,000 people in Atlanta, with years of free housing. I think about using that money to support all the people who are running up against Brian Kemp's abortion ban, who need to go to these costly out-of-state doctor visits. Think about the immense good that $67 million could do if it was spent on literally anything else. So when everything else is so underfunded, why would anyone in their right mind want to build this thing? Because in 2020, tens of millions of working people took to the streets to protest against the racist police murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Rayshard Brooks, and so many other innocent people. And the unprecedented scale of those protests showed everyone that working people have the power to shut down business as usual, because we know that business as usual is murder. But that disruptive power is a threat to the political establishment and the billionaire elite and the corporations that run this city. That's why they want to build this militarized police center, to be able to control the people, to be able to militarize the police against the residents of Atlanta. Stand with the people of Atlanta and vote no on Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Jess Shue. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. First, I want to acknowledge that Breonna Taylor's birthday is today, before it turns midnight. She would have been 30 today. My name is Jess Shue, and I'm a resident and voter in District 2. As a registered nurse, I am dedicated to caregiving and public health and safety, and I am deeply concerned about the use of public land and funds to build Cop City on precious historic forest land. And then I had like a whole bunch of other arguments planned about how the funds could better be used, but A, you heard them all already, and B, according to a certain council member, he who must not be named, y'all are completely incapable of doing anything valuable for the city in terms of like healthcare, infrastructure, you know, affordable housing, so whatever. But isn't this day so impressive? Like, yeah. But also really depressing, right? Because the fact that we have to take off work and arrange childcare and take the unreliable MARTA system to get here and sit for hours in this chamber starving for democracy and for pizza, and then you're still gonna vote yes. I'm in awe of the beauty of this, my city, my community, but I'm so disheartened and frankly disgusted by our elected officials continuing to ignore our cries for justice, continuing to not honor your promises to represent the constituents who put you in those seats. Council member representing District 2, who will go unnamed at this time, I understand that you had a binding family obligation the last time the council voted on this. I 100% completely respect that. But you have the chance and responsibility to do right by us today. You can respond to me privately if you like. I'll send your office my contact info, okay? And I urge each and every one of you to vote no on any public funds for Cop City and any increase in police funding in Atlanta's budget now or ever. And I was going to ask you how y'all sleep at night, but there's over 100 people still to go behind me, so obviously none of us are getting any sleep tonight. Thank
Thank you. Next is Yamanta Wadley. I'm sorry if I didn't get that first name correct. Y. Wadley. Taylor Arnold. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Taylor, and I live in District 5 with Liliana, who I think many of you could learn a thing or two about listening to your constituents. I come here today as a retired Twitter activist due to the mayhem I saw on May 15th and May 31st. To recap, because I believe so many of you are not listening, on May 15th, over 200 unpaid people came here to oppose Cop City and 0 in favor. On May 31st, a SWAT team arrested 3 organizers for charity fraud. What the hell is going on? We have called this process from the beginning undemocratic, and after these events, it paints a clearer picture. This is fascism. I have never felt comfortable speaking directly here today because I know there are better speakers who can eloquently and directly say how I feel. But due to these events, I realize this movement needs more people, and maybe I can say to you to stop Cop City in a different way. So I'm retiring my Twitter activism and days of staying at home watching trash TV because this is my new trash TV. You are absolutely worse than Tom Sandoval if you move forward with Cop City. I stand here today to remind you who you work for, because it sounds like the majority in your districts oppose it. The ones most affected by it really oppose it. This is a reminder if Cop City passes, I and my new friends here will remember. We will remember taking time off of work to tell you better ways to prevent crime than react to crime. We'll remember telling you building Cop City will further militarize our police and break community trust. We'll remember telling you the APF is a corrupt organization who can't even take care of the facilities that they have now. And we'll remember how you supported the people who called us outsiders and domestic terrorists when the only supporters of Cop City are corporations and rich idiots who don't even live here. So how do I plan to spend my retirement? My Twitter rants will be invested into phone banking. My clapping at the TV will be knocking on doors to ensure every person that votes to pass Cop City knows who you are, knows what you value, and you never hold another office seat in this city or state ever again.
Thank you. Mabel Thomas. Next is Mabel Thomas. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mabel Thomas, and an observation, all of my solutions could fall under categories currently in Atlanta's city budget. I live in Edgewood, and here are all of my sources there cited. Let's analyze the facts critically and without emotion of how we can protect people. Cops deter crime, right? Wrong. A 2014 study found no relation between the number of police officers per capita and perceived arrest risk. Conversely, trial of street lighting in New York reduced outdoor nighttime crimes by 36%. If you want to protect the people of Atlanta, invest in lighting our streets, not in Cop City. A study in 2019 found that helping people who are experiencing economic uncertainty reduces arrests for violent crimes by 51%. If you want to protect the people of Atlanta, invest in affordable housing, community food programs, and other emergency financial assistance, not in Cop City. Cops reduce traffic deaths, right? Wrong. 2 2021 studies found no data to show that traffic stops or police manpower decreased fatal crashes. If you want to protect the people of Atlanta, invest in sidewalks, safety education, improved urban design, and road repair. Cops keep bad people in jail, right? Wrong. Cops keep poor people in jail. According to a 2022 ACLU study, 10% of people incarcerated in Fulton County were held because of inability to pay bail. Before they've even been convicted of a crime, these folks have to endure the same deplorable conditions that led to the murder of LaShawn Thompson. If you want to protect the people of Atlanta, focus on rehabilitation, invest in diversion programs, and ensure that they're used. In the first half of 2022, police opted to incarcerate 312 folks who committed diversion-eligible misdemeanors instead of using diversion programs, which are 10% more effective in reducing recidivism. Paragraph 1 of the Georgia Constitution states that all government originates with the people and is founded upon their will only. Funny, it doesn't mention the will of corporate interests. We are the people, and we are telling you to stop Cop City.
Thank you. We're at 229. We're at 229. Meredith Furbish, Ricardo Martinez, Neethi Patel, Solomon Kim, Victoria Register, and I believe it's James Johnson. So Meredith, 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Meredith Furbish, and I've lived in DeKalb County my whole life. Although I don't think that's particularly important information, I thought you would appreciate knowing it. And like the hundreds of other Atlantans that came out today, I'm asking you to vote no on Cop City. I just completed my master's degree at Georgia Tech in International Affairs, having spent the last 6 years studying political transitions in the former Soviet Union. In Russia, especially since the most recent invasion of Ukraine, charges of extremism are used to attack and imprison opposition to Putin's regime. I am deeply concerned by the resemblance between this and the Atlanta authorities' treatment of this movement. Call me an idealist, but I never dreamed that I would have to risk being charged with domestic terrorism to voice my opinion on the future direction of my hometown. What does it mean to brand someone a terrorist? It positions them, at least in a post-9/11 America, as the lowest of the low. So villainous and threatening that it is acceptable to suspend due process and civil liberties to defeat them. It positions them as the enemy combatant in the war on terror. In short, it enables even greater militarization and authorities' response to the public. No tanks required. Your vote today is a chance to change this trajectory for Atlanta. Instead of branding us, your constituents, as extremists, you have a chance to stand with one of the most significant grassroots movements of this century so far. Choose a better future. Stop Cop City. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Ricardo Martinez. Next is Ricardo Martinez. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ricardo. I'm also a Georgia Tech student renting an overpriced apartment in District 3. I'd like to begin by thanking the Atlanta Police Foundation and all associated members for giving me a better education in civics, in government, and in economics than any class I had in elementary, middle, or high school. Thanks to the Atlanta Police Foundation, I know for the first time in my life the name of not just one councilman, but all of my councilmen. Thanks to the Atlanta Police Foundation, I now know how to effectively participate in city government. And thanks to the Atlanta Police Foundation, I have seen the power of the people of Atlanta. And I understand that a lot of y'all are just trying to keep your careers. I understand that this is a difficult individual situation. I know that a lot of you personally would like to vote no, but are afraid to do so because of potential repercussions. And I get that. I know there's a lot of corporate money behind this. But while a lot of y'all might be afraid of losing your jobs, a lot of us are afraid of losing our lives. A lot of us are afraid of losing our freedoms. But we're still here. I've been here since 10:30 in the morning. I've been alternating between those hard chairs and the marble. My ass feels like mashed potatoes. But I'm still here, and we're all still here because change requires sacrifice. Legislation can still be introduced, leases can still be ended, and funding can still be rejected. So please make the right decision, ladies and gentlemen. It might be hard on your career, but I promise it will be easier on your conscience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Neeti Patel, 4 minutes.
You guys have heard a lot of this before, but I've been here for 14 hours, so I'm going to say my piece anyway. On your website, you state that your mission is to work for the good of all citizens across the city. The good of all citizens. My name is Neeti. I'm a graduate student at Emory Rollins School of Public Health, Councilmember Wan's district, and I study health policy. In fact, President Doug Shipman so kindly came and spoke to my class about the work that y'all do. He spoke about how we can address the housing crisis and prevent further displacement in Atlanta. President Shipman, how about we start here? There's a statement published by the student government at Rollins that articulates how contradictory this facility is to public health, and you can find it online, but I can summarize it because in essence it states that we in public health understand that the most effective solutions to safety concerns address the root causes, solutions that uplift communities, not tear them apart. In policy, we discuss evidence-based solutions. There's no evidence that increasing police presence actually reduces crime. There's no evidence that what you call investing in justice and safety actually translates to what we, the people, know as justice and safety. There is evidence, however, that initiatives such as housing, diversion, healthcare, job training, education actually do lead to changes in crime levels. And there's evidence that these initiatives come at a much lower social and monetary cost. There's evidence that the city of Atlanta still spends nearly 20 times more on policing. There's evidence that destroying the Weelaunee Forest will decimate the habitat of our wildlife, threatening native species to the point of extinction. And there's evidence that human exposure to pollutants and UV radiation will increase. There's evidence that this will primarily affect Black communities. And there's evidence that this city has failed to address the current environmental concerns and ongoing sewage leaks in the area. And there's evidence that the true cost of this facility is being obscured. So I ask you, how is this working for the good of all citizens? Like I said, I study policy. I'm barely at the start of my career, but what drives me to work in public service and policy, to stand here and to aspire to the seats that y'all are in now, is to work and protect the civil and human rights of all citizens and to truly work for the good. When I look at the work that you all did at the beginning of your careers, I know I am not alone in this sentiment. I don't think that any of you decided to run for office to make our communities worse, but if you don't listen to the people here today, that is where you'll have ended up. And I know you're frustrated, I know you're tired, I am frustrated and tired, we are frustrated and tired. But we recessed earlier to address how some of y'all feel unsafe with the threats being made towards your lives. You feel unsafe when you think your life may be in danger. Imagine how we feel. And I'm not trying to instigate or agitate or call anyone here fascist, but I'm truly asking you to take that feeling of unease, of discomfort, of fear, and imagine how we feel. Empathize with us. I urge you to think about this, to think about the harm that would result from this facility and the lack of clarity on its funding. I urge you to think about your constituents here today who have taken on what you had once promised would be your fight to protect the well-being of our community. And I urge you to think about who you were when you chose a life in public service. I urge you to vote no to Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Solomon Kim. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Solomon Kim, and I'm a student at Emory University studying music composition and economics. So before anyone comes at me for being a out-of-touch art student, I have the other major as well. Like our president, I'm a Woodruff Scholar at Emory, and I take the privilege that this education affords me very seriously. And much could and will be said about the fiscal irresponsibility, the lack of transparency. What is truly alarming to me is the way that this complex will erode democracy and embolden state repression of dissent. Already, we're seeing its effects. We see the eviction of student occupations, of student peaceful protests at Emory University and at Georgia Tech. We see arrests and domestic terrorism charges against people attending a music festival. We have arrests of Atlanta Solidarity Fund organizers because they reimbursed themselves on Venmo for COVID tests. And we have the murder of Tortuguita. Further criminalization doesn't help. Funding cops doesn't buy safety. What's missing in phase 1 of this plan? What are we funding now? Well, what we're not funding is support for first aid, for EMS, for fire, for hospitals, especially in a city that just lost a level 1 trauma center. We need to reevaluate how we allocate our limited resources. The people don't want this, as you can tell, as you've been made to tell. Council has itself spoken about the many worrisome surprises about this project that even you didn't know. And the bottom line is this: history will look back on you, sure, but we are looking now. How will you act? Will you send this back to committee? Will you vote it down? Because Cop City is not an option for any of us. Ultimately, in the long run, it's not an option for you.
Thank you. Next up is Victoria Register. Victoria Register, James Johnson. Oh, Victoria, you have up to 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Victoria. I am a Georgia native and healthcare worker, and last time I spoke about the urgency of stopping Cop City and putting money instead into hospital systems after Grady is now the only level 1 trauma center after Atlanta Medical Center has closed. This time I want to talk more about my healthcare background and talk about my experience working in the jails and prisons across Georgia. I traveled and did COVID vaccines as a medical assistant in jails and prisons for almost a year across Georgia, but specifically in Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett County. While I was there, I saw horrific and inhumane conditions that no amount of money or training can fix because the prison industrial complex was functioning as it was intended to do. I witnessed how people would get purposefully incarcerated just because there were no societal structures to provide food or shelter, so they would commit crimes just to receive their basic needs. And that made me ask, where's the millions of dollars for housing? Where's the millions of dollars for food that people need and are desperately begging for? In the worst jails, the conditions were terrible. There was no lighting, it was dark, and it was wet, and the ACs were broken, and the toilets were non-operational. And even in the good jails in Gwinnett County, the people were still treated poorly. We had to give people vaccines through the bars of the cells. They weren't allowed to come out to receive the health care that they needed. And even in, I believe it was the Augusta Medical Prison, for people who had to have specialized medical care, there were people who were deaf and hard of hearing, and they didn't have an interpreter, and fellow inmates had to translate for them. Women were refused pads and had to reuse old ones. So even when the good people try to help and assist, ultimately the prison industrial complex is not designed to rehabilitate or help people, so any individual help is insignificant. Nobody deserves to experience this, and funding Cop City instead of public resources will only enable and increase police violence and incarceration against people. You say that more resource and funding to Cop City will help public safety, but as evidence, there isn't enough resources to stop Cop City.
Thank you. James Johnson. Okay, we'll move to 241 through 251.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, James, sorry.
Yeah.
You have 2 minutes.
My name is James, and I am a student organizer at Georgia Tech. And I just want to say, in my time at Georgia Tech, I have talked to hundreds of students about this project. And in talking to hundreds of students about this project and informing them about the very real realities and consequences that this project would have, not a single student out of these hundreds have been in support of this project. I want to say that the reason that not a single student has been in support of this project is that they have not only been informed about its effects, but also that they care about their community instead of caring about the interests of corporations and money interests that have been vested in them. So also, if you've been paying attention, the Georgia Tech student body has released a letter voicing our opposition to this project, in addition to the student bodies of Emory, Georgia State, the AUC schools, and many other schools across Atlanta. I guarantee you that we are not misled. We are not outside agitators, and this movement is not an internet fad. The voice of the youth is clear. And what is also clear is the chorus of voices of hundreds of Atlanta residents that have come out to speak against this project today. So I would ask you to listen to the voices and the interests of the people that you are supposed to represent instead of the interests of these corporations who are unfeeling and do not care about this population. So please vote no on this project.
Thank you. Now we'll move to 241 through 251. Rahana Larandu, Zachary Murray, Matthew Todd, Aaron Qureshi, Jennifer Hudgens, Ian Gallo, Matthew Nursery, and Raina Ferguson.
Rahana Lorando.
Rahana, good, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rahana Lorando. I am here as a resident of District 4. Nice to meet you, Councilman Dozier. I'm also here as a member of Critical Resistance. We are a national grassroots organization that's been fighting the expansion of policing, of imprisonment, and of surveillance for over 25 years. So we know a thing or two about this. A lot of our analysis has been shared already today by my peers and by my neighbors in Atlanta. A couple interventions I want to make in my time is that we know that safe communities are not heavily policed. They are heavily resourced. $67 million is a whole lot of resources that we could be putting into our communities, into life-affirming resources that we've all been calling for all day. We also know that you cannot train the violence out of policing. Policing at its core is a violent institution. We know that because since the 1100s, police have served to protect wealthy elite interests, ruling classes, capital, and property. The face of that has changed, but the function has not. There's no amount of training that you can develop that's going to change the function of policing. We've also seen people try recently. In New York City, they had tried to train their police forces, and they had even banned chokeholds when Eric Garner was killed. They tried that. In Minneapolis, they had tried training their police forces when George Floyd had been killed. And in Uvalde, when all those children were killed, how many police officers were on that facility, and what did they do to stop it? It was the parents and the people in the communities that were pulling those babies out of the windows. So we know that the police are not here for the things that we need, for the things that you might want in our communities. They can't provide that for us. So what you can do is reroute this funding, this $67 million, to the things that actually keep us safe. And everyone here today has said very clearly that we keep us safe. So give that money back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zachary Murray. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Zach Murray. I'm an organizing director with the Guild. I've been away from council since January because since that time, my grandmother and father joined the ancestral realm. My dad was a Black Panther who spent 40 years in prison. Thankfully, we got to experience the last 8 years of his life with him being free because the state was forced to acknowledge that his trial was fraudulent. There's no place he'd rather be tonight than here with all these beautiful people protesting this fraudulent, fascist foolishness that you all are enacting right now. We are all sick and tired of being sick and tired. I live in Lakewood Heights. We're at the western end of the South River watershed. We're at the northern end of the South River forest. We're a working class, poor, predominantly Black community with no sidewalks, no healthy food, no crosswalks, and neighbors who are regularly being displaced. We are actually home as well to the Fire Training Center, and we're happy with it there. But when you move this Fire Training Center, you're actually taking jobs from our community, a community which largely lacks jobs. We also know that the land in that area floods because we don't have sewers in our community. And we know that you all haven't come up with the rest of the money to pay for that so that we don't have floods in our community. One of my friends actually had to leave. He had a settlement with you all and had to leave. He sold his house and moved to the suburbs because his house continually flooded because we don't have sewers in Lakewood Heights. It's sad to me. I'm ashamed that our mayor governs in secret. Some people have called it cowardly. Some people have called it Uncle Tom behavior. He should be here tonight, LBJ style, interacting with the opposition, letting us know what he believes and exchanging with us. Instead, he's got his nose deep in the governor's ass. The reality is that this mayor is not even funding the Housing Trust Fund to what is legally required, and he knows better. $100 million of debt is not general fund revenue. You all need to demand that that 1.5% of general fund revenue be met this year because the money's there. If you can pull $30 million out of your ass and another $67 million in total to fund this police,
Mr. Murray, please watch
freedom of speech, to fund this police bullshit, you certainly can prevent my neighbors from being displaced. But this housing trust fund has become a slush fund. You are giving the money to your friends. There's no transparency. There's no efficacy as a part of that fund, and we're demanding that tonight. But sadly, I don't think we're going to get it. It's sad to me that the ancestors are also sharing with me that for some of us, the apple has rotted far from the tree.
Next will be Matthew Todd. Next up will be Matthew Todd. Matthew Todd.
If I was a flower growing wild and free.
It's my new title.
Oh, here.
A public safety training center, aka Cop City. In lieu of staying in my welding shop today and making money, I chose to be here because I believe in our right to stand up for what we believe in. I implore you to follow my lead and choose people over profit. I'm representing small businesses and blue-collar workers in our city. I firmly believe that this project is not the solution to creating a safer city for all. Statistics clearly indicate that more police officers do not equate to increased safety. Instead, let us redirect the substantial funding allocated for this facility towards improving the underfunded communities that are in dire need of housing and education for our children. We must prioritize investments in affordable housing, quality education for children, and programs that provide pathways to employment and success. By doing so, we can foster a society where everyone has equal opportunities to thrive and reduce the need for heavy-handed approaches to public safety. Together, let us stand united against the construction of Cop City and demand that our resources be invested in the pressing needs of our underprivileged communities. Our collective strength lies in our unity, and it is through our unwavering commitment to justice and equality that we will not stop until you vote no on Cop City.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Matthew Nursery. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Matthew Nursey. I am Chair of Public Health and Safety with Kirkwood Neighbors Organization. I'm also a member of Atlanta Democratic Socialists of America. Like the military-industrial complex, the police-industrial complex is a marriage of private business and government interests. Its twofold purpose is profit and social control. Just like the fight against communism or the war on terror, rising crime is an enemy worthy of justifying gargantuan expenses. To justify the use of tax dollars for the repression and incarceration of a segment of our population. The media blitz about supposed rising crime feeds our fear. In reality, however, most of the criminals we lock up are poor people who commit nonviolent crimes out of economic need. Jails and prisons notoriously catch the chaos that is intensified by our economic system and its failures as people more and more are left without a livable wage or future. It should be noted that violence occurs only in a small fraction of all reported crime and injuries in less than 5%. But the goal all along is not to prevent violence. At best, that can be an added benefit of police, but their true purpose is to protect capital and defend private property. We all know about the systemic racism and history of police violence and terror. I fear for my 2 black nephews who may have a much different interaction with police than what is my experience. As with the building and maintenance of armies or weapons, the building and maintenance of police training facilities are big business. Investment houses, construction companies, architects, support services, charity foundations, possibly even council people all stand to profit off of building this thing. They possibly have the ability to rent it out throughout the Southeast as well. I shudder to think that this will one day be the police force incarnation of the School of the Americas, which has put a stain on our state with its involvement in the violent overthrow of sovereign governments around the global South. I'm running out of time here, but I just want to leave you all with this. Here in the cradle of the civil rights movement, we'd be foolish not to take heed the ideas of Dr. King. We must continuously advocate for the vision of an inclusive community founded on justice, equality, the provision of health care and education, and housing, and the abolition of the carceral police state. We need in every community a group of angelic troublemakers, said Bayard Rustin. The world needs abolitionists. We are an engaged citizenry that will organize, agitate, challenge injustice, movements for change. And we will not stop until the oppression, hierarchy, and patriarchy are over. Police terror, done.
Thank you. Raina Ferguson. Next up is Raina Ferguson. Okay, we'll go to 254, Santana Afton, Scott Lang, Yarrow Koning, Savannah Deering, Mel Na, Josh Tucio. So Santana Afton, 2 minutes.
Hey all, my name is Santana Afton. I am a PhD mathematician and an educator and a student over at Georgia Tech. I live over on the east side. I'm very proud to be in District 5. Thank you so much. I just want to mention that a yes here for all of you communicates that you are willing to support the complete extremist actions the APD has been taking recently. I have a friend who is currently sitting in solitary confinement over in Bartow County because you all are willing to watch the APD take citizens of your city and imprison them. For what? It's really fucked up. Excuse me. It's really wrong.
Thank you.
Do you all truly believe that weaponizing prisons to stifle political dissent is part of your job? Voting yes here only legitimizes the APD. You're giving them what they want. I just want to mention y'all have a portrait of W.E.B. Du Bois out there for those of you who think that you might be a part of the talented 10th. I would say that a vote yes here is membership of the tainted 10th. Just want to mention also that the chair of the Finance Committee, I know that the majority of Atlanta Council has reservations about this project. You really got sprung with that vote last month. That was not okay. That was disrespectful to you. And I hope that all of you are willing to take your reservations, send this back to committee, talk, be honest about your reservations on this project. Thank you.
Next is Scott Lang. Scott Lang. Yarrow Koenig. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, council members. My name is Yarrow Koenig, and I'm a resident of DeKalb County, where I've lived for most of the past decade. Until a couple of days ago, though, I was based in Florida, completing a graduate program in environmental education. I graduated earlier this month and moved back to my DeKalb home only 2 days ago. Some of my stuff is still in boxes. After leaving a state defined by rising fascism and violence against people and the planet, I returned to the supposedly progressive city, only to find the same violent and harmful dynamics at play here, supported by city institutions and leaders. But the movement here today is so beautiful. There can be no doubt that the people of Atlanta oppose Cop City and the destruction of the Weelaunee Forest. For the rest of my time, I'd like to presence the more than human beings who, if they had the opportunity to speak here today, would also oppose this facility. Atlanta's forest is home to more than 50 native trees: oaks, hickory, beech, mulberry, sassafras. These trees and other plants help make Atlanta a more biodiverse, beautiful, and climate-resilient place to live. The forest is home to dozens of mammal species, hundreds of bird species, reptiles, amphibians, as well as tiny forms of life, insects and invertebrates and fungi and mycelial networks. The forest isn't a static, inanimate object. They're a thriving community of interconnections and life forms, enduring and sacred and abundant, much like our movement here today. I urge the City Council to be courageous today, to be as courageous as all these folks you see here, to take one tiny action that promotes life rather than death, to vote no on funding the ongoing violence, death, destruction, environmental racism, and devastation of so many plant and animal and human communities. Cop City will never be built because the people and the planet together say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Savannah Deering. 2 minutes.
Hi all, thank you. My name is Savannah. I have been a resident of either Fulton or DeKalb County for the last decade. I am a studied agroecologist. I support prison abolition, and I came here to ask that the council vote no against funding Cop City and move immediately to revoke the land lease from the Atlanta Police Foundation. The damage that this so-called public safety training center would do to the city's ecosystem and to the people of Atlanta and beyond is entirely and irreconcilably unacceptable. A yes vote for sending millions of dollars to the creation of Cop City is a yes vote for increased political and social repression. It's a yes vote for irreversible ecological destruction. It's a yes vote for more people, problems, and social progress being met with state-sanctioned violence. Another yes vote for Cop City would be a clear indication that this body is prioritizing an attempt to secure the total obedience and control of its citizens, above trying to be of service to their health and lives. This money needs to be spent protecting the forests, waters, and peoples of South DeKalb, South Fulton, and everywhere within this body's jurisdiction, and all those along the South River Greenway and its tributaries. Robbing both the citizens and the wilderness of Atlanta and all future generations of this land and its ecosystem services, and picking their pockets to do so, will not be accepted. We are all here demanding that the council vote no on any monetary allocations for Cop City and move immediately to revoke the land lease from the Atlanta Police Foundation. If you won't defend the Atlanta forest, if you won't defend the Weelaunee, please know in your hearts that we will never stop. Cop City will not be built. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next is Mel Na. I may not have pronounced your last name correctly.
It's French.
Ah, thank you.
Okay, sorry, my phone's about to die, so I'll try to make this quick.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. As this country speedruns fascism, the city of Atlanta's government has decided to join in. They've decided to mow down an entire forest to build a facility to train cops on how to better oppress and kill people, when the money that is allotted for this travesty could have went to other programs that will actually benefit citizens, excuse me, that outnumber the police and that want this bullshit. Sorry, BS. I came in with my comrade, and we were told we couldn't walk in with a sign. Little sign. So our First Amendment rights were violated the moment we stepped into the building. Cop City cannot be allowed to go forward. There's no justification for why it needs to be built, no matter what the papers say. The police do not need to be given carte blanche to further brutalize us and have us choking under their boots. We do not want to lick your blood-stained boots. These cops literally chose Cop City instead of putting it towards their pensions. That's how hungry they are for it. That's how hungry they are for power. That's how hungry they are to hurt us further. We don't want this, and any vote other than no is a spin in the face to all of us. The threat is looming, and the people who will suffer the most is us. Because it's easier to target and brutalize marginalized communities instead of actually helping them. Y'all will not suffer from this. We will. The world is watching, Atlanta, and this will be the end of a lot of y'all's careers if you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Chusio.
Careers if you vote yes. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes. Josh Chusio.
Hi, my name is Josh Chusio. I'm a resident of East Atlanta, and I've been for 8 years.
You have 2 minutes.
Cop City will never be built. We will never support the construction of a mock city for a militarized police force training in urban warfare against citizens. In 2020, we took the streets of Atlanta after the murder of George Floyd. While chanting peacefully in a stationary crowd, we were attacked by police with tear gas. Amidst the haze and confusion, I suddenly found that I couldn't see, I couldn't breathe, and my face was dripping wet. I tried to open my eyes, but I could only get one eyelid to move about halfway, and all I saw was a look of horror that people gave me as they passed me by. I scrambled to find a friend that could take me to Grady, and when I arrived at the hospital, I found that I had been shot 4 times with baton rounds. 1 in my stomach, 1 in my back, 1 in my throat, and 1 in my eye that broke my orbital, my nose, detached my retina, and scratched my cornea. As bad as that sounds, I was lucky, because countless others have received much worse at the hands of police. And to this day, I can't see more than blurs and swirls of color in this eye. 4 non-lethal rounds took half my sight, but we will never lose our vision. There's a better world out there, devoid of state-sanctioned violence, that's built on community and care. And there's nothing that this facility can offer that will bring us there. There's nothing that further militarizing the police will do except provide them with the tools and training to continue butchering and maiming us, especially people of color, transgender people, people in need of mental health assistance, people in poverty, and people without homes. A better world is possible. Cop City will never be built, and we will not fucking pay for it.
Thank you. We're at number 269. I'm going to go through 288, just let everybody know who's coming up. Sharice Brown, Willow Watson, Corey Zuko, Jonathan Brown, Noor Khan, Asa M., Margaret Spalding, Jasmine B., Rafi, Lysias Almalat, and Marte White. So Sharice Brown. Sharice Brown. Willow Watson.
President, what was the first number?
269 is the first number. So Sharice Brown is 269. Willow Watson. Corey Zuko.
Willow Watson, if that's where we are.
Willow, you'll have 2 minutes.
Awesome. 15 hours ago, I thought I would be a little more articulate when I got up here. So I'll keep my time short, as we've heard long and thoughtful commentary from a number of community leaders today. I want to bring up the idea of a public mandate, and who in this room and who in this building has had the public mandate today? Because it is not you, it is not you, it is not you. It is the people who have come up here and spent tireless, countless hours researching, doing the work that our representatives are failing us to do right now, presenting real solutions to the problems we face while you do nothing. You know, I live in District 5, and I'd like to thank my representative for being the only person in this room today I've seen speak with her representatives. I'd implore all of you to do the same on occasion. Being the only person in this room today I've seen speak with. You know, I thought there was a funny gimmicky thing I thought I might do when I was thinking of the various things I would do when I came up here today, which was slowly count to 57 and make you all listen to that, and then bring up the fact that if you vote yes on this tonight, you're voting yes on a political assassination and every police violence that happens in the city of Atlanta from this point forward. And I hope you can sleep with that on your conscience. I don't know if there is justice in this life. I hope there is in the next one. And if you vote yes on this today, may God have mercy on your soul. This is not what the people want. This is not what the city deserves. This is not what you are paid to do. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next is Corey Zuko. Corey Zuko. You have 2 minutes.
A month ago, one of my best friends, Lewis Johnson, passed away. He went to Sandtown Middle School. He grew up on Cascade Road. And he went to North Springs High School. His grandparents came to this city from Chicago to escape the racist white mobs and the racist police force that was there at that time. And his mother's family came from Trinidad so that they could have a better life. Lewis was part of the movement to stop Cop City. He was arrested when we were both like 19 for some stupid traffic thing, and they held him at ACDC for 3 days. For 3 days, and ever since that moment, ever since he got out, he would tell me all about how the trauma he would feel when he would see a police officer, the anxiety, the feeling of fear and terror. On the night that he passed away, after being incarcerated multiple times for dumb traffic things, he got into a car accident. He got into a car accident on Northside Drive. And he walked away from the accident and killed himself. You are the ones who created this hell world where you lock black men up in jail. You are the ones. And I will be damned if I die in the same hell world. And I will never forget him. And you will never forget me, because I will be here. I love you, Lewis.
Next up is Jonathan Brown. Next up is Jonathan Brown. Jonathan Brown. Noor Khan. Asa M. I can't quite read the last name. Margaret Spalding. Jasmine B. I can't quite read the last name. You have 2 minutes.
I'm speaking today as a member and organizer with Community Movement Builders, a social scientist who has studied movement organizing against oppressive state regimes, and the aunt of 2 adorable nieces whose future I'm worried about. Through my work, I can see very clearly how state violence, through institutions of policing and incarceration, solely exists to protect elites and their wealth, and to repress anyone who dares to demand a different world. These institutions are supported and funded by the same corporations who tout equity and Black Lives Matter, which is very clearly performative. Policing as an institution is designed to oppress and subjugate the masses and to repress our movements. That's why we continue to see the police criminalize and murder our people. That's why our friends are facing trumped-up domestic terrorism charges, and that's why they are attacking our movement infrastructure. As Angela Davis has put it, the political act is defined as criminal in order to discredit radical and revolutionary movements. We don't need a mock city that trains police to more effectively murder us. We don't need more money being put into the policing apparatus, and we cannot reform and train our way out of this. If you vote yes, you will have blood on your hands, and you will be condoning fascism. I don't want to waste time sitting here trying to appeal to your conscience, but I will speak my own truth. A question that I ask myself as I get older is, what kind of ancestor do I want to be? When my nieces grow up and ask, where was I when our fascist state tried to funnel millions of dollars into more effectively policing and murdering them, what will I say? I will tell them I was here. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Rafi.
Margaret Spalding.
Oh, Margaret Spalding. Okay, yes. Margaret Spalding, go ahead.
I'm Margaret Spalding. I'm with the South River Watershed Alliance. Just FYI, we all saw the Atlanta Police Foundation's lobbyist running around here all day, and we know he's speaking with all of you. Just putting that out there. A couple hours ago, Reverend Bernice King released the following question. How can any Atlanta council member vote yes on Cop City funding and live with their conscience after hearing today's public comments? Period. For those of you who feel that supporting this project is okay and your conscience is fine because your constituents want Cop City, Reverend King offered the following, her father's words. There comes a time when one must take a position that's neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it's right. One cannot be in integrity with decisions when important information is knowingly absent. Councilmember Juan, send this back to your committee. We've seen you apply more scrutiny to decisions about MARTA. Please move this to your committee and send it back. The mayor's consistent promise of parkland is also conspicuously absent from this proposal. No commitment, no funding. In case you haven't noticed, the people are no longer accepting IOUs. So, Councilmember Dozier, send it back to your committee, the CDHS committee, and resolve those issues. Cop City will continue to disproportionately affect EPA-acknowledged environmental justice communities who cannot vote for you. As Dr. Eccles recently said in a King Center panel on environmental racism, investing in green space in Black communities can be a first step in protecting people. We're so lucky to have these green spaces. Other cities are desperately manufacturing parks and parking lots. Protect our green space and invest in Southeast Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rafi Lysius. Thank you. Next up is Rafi. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Rafi Lysius. I was born in the city of Atlanta. I've never lived anywhere outside this metro area, and I live in your district, Antonio. To be quite honest, I've been here all day. And I ain't really spoke to none of y'all yet, but after about, like 12 hours of public comment, as impassioned as the speeches here have been today, the only hope that I have is really in the people. It's not in y'all. Because what I'm seeing on each and every one of y'all faces is that for most of y'all are bought and paid for. And y'all have already made your decision regardless of what your constituents are saying, regardless of what we are saying. 500 people could come in here today and tell you to stop Cop City, and you're still going to try to do the opposite because you are bought and paid for. But really, I'm looking at every black member of this council, especially. I'm looking at Jason. I was looking at Byron. I was looking at the other Jason. What that man name? Dozier, whatever. Antonio, I'm looking at you. Michael, I'm looking at you especially. That clown stuff that you pulled earlier, especially, I'm looking at you. Marcy, I'm looking at you. Anybody that will vote yes for this project, anybody that doesn't unequivocally oppose this project in every form is an enemy to black people, period. You are an enemy to your people if you do not oppose this project unequivocally. Absolutely. Only other thing I want to say is about this raid that y'all had on the tear down house, right? These folks at the Atlanta Solidarity Fund have been feeding black people on the south side of Atlanta. Black people in your district, Antonio. More black people than you've ever fed in that district. Yes, absolutely. Them folks on Cleveland Ave. Yes, absolutely.
Time's expired. Thank you.
Stop Cop City. Free all political prisoners. Shut this clown shit down.
Time's expired.
And listen, if you don't stop it, I promise you, we will.
Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis.
Do you mind if I ask where you live in my district? Which MPU?
Pittsburgh, bro.
Okay, so when you say people have been on Cleveland Avenue, who's on Cleveland Avenue feeding folks?
I am.
You said if people been on Cleveland Avenue feeding more people than me. Who?
I'm on Cleveland Avenue.
Feeding more people than me?
Food for life, healing life.
See now, what you're telling in your own district, bro.
Rafi,
come on now.
President.
Rafi, if I could ask a favor, just don't grab the
And
mic.
I think my way was to make sure that when he called my name, make sure that we at least spoke like anybody else. And when he said,
Careful the mic.
I know,
Just careful the mic. If you,
I got you.
Just short it out.
I understand that we full out in Pittsburgh, but I let you know that, man, I'm full out in my district every single day. Hey, you can't hold my job scrap in my community talking about you helping in my community because ain't nobody help us.
Well, your community ain't about you, bro. Hey, listen, hold up. Nah, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, man. Let me tell you this.
I stand on that. And I stand on that.
Let me tell you this, boy.
You know I stand on that.
Rafi, just don't.
Let me tell you this.
Just don't grab the mic. Just don't grab it.
Okay, I won't grab it. I got you. But let me tell you this.
Thank you.
Antonio.
And I'm a no vote. And I'm an easy no vote. It's easy no vote.
Boy, shut up. Listen. The only reason you in that seat is because we had to replace Dre Shepard. And I promise you, you're not too wrong for that seat, buddy. I promise you, the way that you acting, the way that you was campaigning against Cop City while you was running, and the way that you acting right now, I promise you, you're not going to be too wrong for that seat, bruh. Bet on that.
Thank you.
Once again, the easy no vote. The easy no vote that we're talking about, council member, and the person who made sure we extended the conversation today. I know that it's not about.
Let Councilmember Lewis speak, please. He was called out by name. Let him speak, and then we'll move forward. Please let Councilmember Lewis finish his statement. Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis. Please just let him speak, and then we'll move forward. Councilman Lewis, go ahead.
I'm not embarrassed by nothing I do. Once again, I know who I stand for. I stand for the community.
Folks, listen. You can absolutely call out council members. Guys, you can. Everybody, You can call out council members, but then they get a quick chance to respond. Councilmember Lewis.
And once again, when a person, the one thing I always understand, and the one thing I made sure I came down here, if a person comes down and calls me by name, I will always speak. I will never look up here and look mute, because I'm a regular person who lives on that street. And so when a person says that they're in my community doing something, I know they left us out. I know why I ran for it. When people talk about public safety and talk about police reform, I grew up in the house, in a trap house. I grew up in a trap house with 22 people in which I saw the red dogs. They talking about the red dogs. They talking about police brutality. I'm fixing it for real. So I invite folks to come down and help out. And I'm the easy no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. So, thank you. The next speaker is Alma Lott. The next speaker is Alma Lott. Let's keep going. Let's keep going with the public speakers. Please let us continue to go forward. Public speakers, they're waiting. Alma Lott is next. And I would just like to remind everybody, thank you. Thank you very much. You can have a conversation with Councilman Lewis later. Alma Lott is next. And just a reminder, the microphone is getting a big workout, so please just don't yank on it, or it might short out. Marta White. Marta White. Look, I need you to let speakers keep going. The woman is waiting to speak. You have 2 minutes.
I'm here addressing problems. Y'all really gonna vote on $67 million? And we got all this homelessness in these communities? Vine City, English Avenue, West End. Well, poor leadership is happening to me. I'm not against police or nothing like that, but I'm against this damn thing. What y'all trying to do to these people is wrong. Y'all got homeless in our communities. Dozer, Amos, Bond, Antonio, let's work together. Let's stop this damn wall. Because this is a wall right now. Anytime you see senior citizens and veterans homeless, it's time for new leadership. It's damn time. They said if you cut a snake, you cut the head, what the damn tail do? It don't jerk back together if you separate this shit. And I'm angry. Y'all putting code enforcement on us. That's a damn shame. A 72-year-old man had 30 days to paint his damn house. Are they gonna put a padlock on his door? That's what y'all call leadership. Our families is on the streets. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired. Hey, but y'all want to vote on $67 million. Mayor Dickens, we need a damn meeting. Because this poor leadership, we need better leaders. We need to vote out whoever vote on this shit. I want every senior citizen.
Time has expired.
I know y'all see me on TV.
Time has expired.
Listen to me. This is a bad damn thing.
Time has expired.
They're making y'all homeless.
We are at number 289 through 299.
Oh wait, you said Jonathan Brown? I missed it.
I did say Jonathan Brown. Are you here? Jonathan Brown, go ahead. You were at the beginning of that. 2 minutes.
I took the name of 18 brave people who started the Second American Revolution against slavery at Harper's Ferry. That's not my actual name. I live in your. I'm not coming at you. I live in your district. I serve the scumbags caviar and shit in her district. I used to live in her district over there, but it's too expensive now. Anyway, I'd like to address just the people who actually matter, which is all the people downstairs, all you guys, all the people around the country watching.
June 24th through July 1st is going to be the next week of action. Everyone has to get organized for it. We should not be building our idea of what we're doing here today as delegitimizing them. They don't act on the premise of legitimacy, but on the premise of strength. So if they go forward, it's because of our weakness, not because of our illegitimacy. We are perfectly legitimate. We just need to be strong so we can crush this project. Frankly, the situation is such that John David Wilkinson from the Atlanta Police Foundation, former Secret Service agent for the scumbags with Paul Wolfowitz and Donna Rumsfeld and George W. Bush, those are the people behind the project. Dave Wilkinson is one of those people, and he is smuggling the project through all of these people. And not all of them are going to do it, and I want you guys to all feel good about your decision to block this thing. But frankly, guys, we got to give them the reason. We need to be going to their board meetings. We need to be ripping out their microphones out of their hands, where they rest, where they play golf, where they drink Malbec and champagne or whatever other crap. We need to be going there and screaming in their faces. Literally, we need to be taking direct action. Furthermore, the 23 people arrested on domestic terrorism and all the other people charged with terrorism, they're probably not guilty of the righteous things they're accused of, but we should support them anyway. Thank you.
So we're at 289. We don't have that many. We don't have that many people left. So let's keep moving. So we're at 289. We're at 289 through 299. Stephen Rainey, Mason Goodwin, Yana Batna, Leah.
289.
I'm sorry?
Marte. 289.
289 at 289? Oh, sorry, Marte. Yes, Marte, if you're here, please. Sorry, Alma got in. I'm sorry. 2 minutes.
I'm Marte White, and I'm a member of Community Movement Builders. We are community organizers who have dedicated ourselves to organizing in the Pittsburgh neighborhood here in Atlanta. In our work, we've seen how so many people, especially black folks in Atlanta, do not have access to basic necessities. We've seen that people do not have access to quality housing, that people do not have access to quality schools, and that people do not have access even to basic necessities like food. Now we see that millions of dollars of the people's money is going to this project to construct a facility to train the police that will probably arrest and harass those who are at the very bottom rungs of society. Instead of putting money towards this, why not put more money towards making sure that people can get the resources that they need? Why not put money toward affordable housing and healthcare and good schools for our communities? We know if people don't have to deal with lacking those things, they are more, or if people don't have those things, they are more likely to engage in activities that are outside of the law. So if you really want to address public safety problems, you need to address them at the root. Why not address these problems at their root by giving people what they actually need? The overwhelming majority of black folks know that it is important to be wary about the militarization of the police. I've dealt with police harassment. My family has dealt with police harassment, and I've seen how the militarized police repress social movements. You guys are building this facility to wage war on my community, my people, and my comrades, and this is unacceptable. People are not fooled. We know that this facility is a response to the mass movements that shook this city in 2020. We know that this is going to lead to more repression of social movements.
Time's expired.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Here's what I'll say. You guys need to vote against Cop City, but whether you do or not, we will shut this project down.
Thank you. So just a couple of things. So just a couple of things. We have about 25 folks left on the list, and then we'll move into the committee of the whole. And I've asked the building to turn the air conditioner down a little bit. It seems like it's a little warm. So if it gets too cold, let me know. So we're at 289, Stephen Rainey, Mason Goodwin, Yana Batna, Nia Batka, Mara Woods, Sean Houlihan, Andrew Viziri, and Lily Zwan. So Stephen Rainey, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
You'll have to excuse me if I'm a little hoarse. Been yelling all day. I'm speaking today as a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I call myself a Democratic Socialist because I believe in fighting the battle for democracy until the end. And right now, that makes you the enemy. I was born a few minutes down the road on the east side of Atlanta. I'm not a so-called outside agitator, but so what if I was? This is not an Atlanta issue. It's not even a national issue. It's an international issue. The police who murdered Comrade Tortuguita trained with the fascist military in Israel that butchers Palestinians on the daily. Colonized people from the West Bank to the west side of Atlanta are being killed, and you're up to your ears in their blood. Let's drop this bullshit, horse shit, about public safety. We all know what this is about. The multi-billion-dollar companies that bankroll the Atlanta Police Foundation saw the people of Atlanta rise up against racial injustice in 2020, and they got scared because they know that any such mass movement of the people inevitably finds justice incompatible with a system where capitalists profit off the sale of luxury condos in a city where 2,000 of our brothers and sisters sleep on the streets every night. You, the Atlanta City Council, are bought and paid for, as many have said before, and as we'll keep saying. So when these corporations got scared, you went and planned them a cop city, with the promise that you'll bring the hammer down harder the next time the people rise up. We have no illusions about this. You're treating this city like a colony. The majority of the APS executives live more than 25 miles away from Atlanta. You're helping wealthy property owners in all-white gated communities way outside Atlanta build a military-style police base in the poorest and blackest part of town so the APD can act like an occupying army. And we won't stand for it. We know Cop City isn't for us because we know what the people need, and it's not more cops. This city needs good schools. This city needs good housing people can afford to live in. This city needs a people's budget that guarantees every one of us a decent living. But you spend our money on handcuffs and tear gas. So I'll tell you what this city needs most of all. We need a real people's democracy that can throw frauds like you out into the dustbin of history when you sell us out like this. You may not work for us, but if you have the slightest sense of self-preservation, you'll vote no on funding Cop City. Or if you're too cowardly and morally bankrupt to do that, you'll vote to send it back to committee. This whole day, I know you've heard the people's righteous outrage right outside these doors. How do you think this ends? You have the money, you have the guns, we have the people. This whole day, I know you've heard the people's righteous outrage right outside these doors. And organized, class-conscious people cannot lose. I think I speak for a lot of people here today when I say, as a socialist, I will fight you on this until I'm in my grave. This isn't a fight you can win. It's not a fight we're going to let you win. All power to the people. 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 All power to the people.
Thank you. Next up is Mason Goodwin.
Hey,
2 minutes.
I ain't got all that in me because it's tired, and I think it's a great time to remind y'all that if y'all vote no, we all get to go home. But I got 2 minutes, so I'll still do my little spiel. I'm a graduate of Maynard Jackson High School. For a lot of you older people, that's South Side beforehand. I'm here to talk because the mayor keeps talking about this year of the youth, but I know he hasn't talked to any youth because we have all showed up here today and we're all no on Cop City. I also grew up playing basketball in Grant Park, Winston, your district, because of the public investment that was made in partnership with the Hawks 10 years ago. We know that because public investment keeps us busy, public investment keeps us out of trouble, idle minds, and you have problems. Sorry, I'm a little tired. I say that all because there's simple public investment like working streetlights, updated watershed, sidewalks on both sides of the street, which we don't have in South DeKalb. I live in Gresham Park. We haven't seen any sort of investment in years. We're just now getting stop signs down Boulder Crest for all of y'all that know around there. And what I'll also say, we've had this outside agitator language, but all of this is filled with people who are from Atlanta, who understand what Atlanta needs. Some of us are from down South DeKalb. We can't vote here now, but we still showed up because we need our voices heard, and we know where this vote needs to go. I'll close out with, I would more than welcome $90 million investment in the places that we actually need it, because a $90 million is a hell of a lot of money, and I think a lot of us don't understand that, because a lot of us had to come here, take off work, have to wake up early in the morning, and y'all get to sit here and be paid. And I'll close out with that.
Thank you. Next is Yana Batna. You'll have 2 minutes.
And I'll close out with that.
Thank you. My name is Yana Batra. I live in Midtown, and I'm a sophomore at Georgia Tech, and I'm 18 years old. And my younger sister is here today. She's speaking after me, and I'm here because of her. I live in District 2, and I'm asking my councilman to vote no, or at the very least to send the legislation back to committee. On the morning of May 3rd, I woke up stressed about taking my very last final of the day, and by noon that day, I was sheltering in place at home, unable to get to my exam for fear of my life. And that same day, Amy St. Pierre, who opposed Cop City and organized against it, tragically lost her life. Instead of responding to the Midtown shooting tragedy with action that we know works, proven gun safety measures, and a true investment in the care our communities need, like affordable housing, my mayor, Andre Dickens, released an op-ed in support of Cop City, doubling down on his insistence to pour $67 million of taxpayer money to militarize our police and wage urban warfare against Atlantans. In that very same op-ed, he never once mentioned his plans to address gun violence, which is the #1 killer of young people in this country, because doing so might alienate his friend, Governor Kemp. Just last week, we saw law enforcement weaponized to unlawfully raid and arrest organizers in our city for organizing a bail fund. Students from all of Atlanta's campuses and beyond are united in this. You've heard all of them here today. Cop City is only going to further harm our communities, not protect us. We need real solutions in Atlanta and a commitment from you guys to fund our futures and save our lives, not bring more violence to our streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Nia Baca, you have 2 minutes.
My dad really wants me home, so I'll keep it short. My name is Nia Batra. I am 15 years old, and I'm a resident of DeKalb County, a public school student, and I did not have to come here today. Instead of staying at home, I, like everyone else who signed up to give public comment, have waited for hours to demand that you put an end to this. To fund a project like the police training facility will set a precedent of mistrust and violence that will affect my peers and me for the rest of our lives. In Cop City, they'll train school resource officers, or SROs, to go into schools like mine and brutalize my friends and peers. They won't protect us. Why? Because they never have. They couldn't protect us at Columbine in 1999. They couldn't protect us at Sandy Hook in 2012. And they chose not to protect us in Uvalde last year. There have been more cops in our schools, and yet our schools have become anything but safe. Today, in fact, SROs are the fastest growing sector of law enforcement in our country. Yet when kids my age are killing each other and killing themselves in rising numbers, we don't ask for cops, we ask for funding, for counseling, and for our communities, but y'all do not care about that. I did not have to come here today because it is not my duty as a youth to protect myself. It is yours. But when you fund projects like Cop City, you are doing 2 things to us. 1, you are sending a clear clear message that you don't give a damn about what we think, feel, or do. And 2, you are condemning us. You are killing us. Council, I would like to remind you that your choices have permanence. That when I am your age and you are senile, this facility, should it be built, will still be training killers.
Antonio, pay attention.
I really want to go home now, so thank you for your time, and I love you, Dad.
Thank you. Next is Mara Woods. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mara Woods. I'm a former student of DeKalb Public Schools and a 20-year-old resident of DeKalb County. I'm also a student organizer with the Georgia Youth Justice Coalition. Andre Dickens said that this is the year of the youth, so here we are. As the largest multiracial youth coalition in the state and as Atlanta residents, inheriting the climate that's been targeted today, we echo demands to stop Cop City and divest from the violence police inflict on our communities. The decision to construct Cop City, a tool of genocide and white supremacy, is representative of a grave injustice, both in terms of racial equality and environmental preservation, within the community where I grew up and live right now. The Weelaunee Forest has played a crucial role in preventing flooding, preserving the soil, and providing shade during heat waves. These essential functions become even more critical as we face the intensifying effects of climate change. By removing this natural buffer, we are putting our communities, black and brown communities, indigenous peoples, disabled folks like me, who are disproportionately targeted and impacted by state-sanctioned violence, at greater risk and further compromising the resilience of our city. It is imperative that we recognize the importance of environmental conservation and prioritize the long-term well-being of our communities. By establishing a training facility of this magnitude, you are not only perpetuating the cycle of police militarization and urban warfare, you are declaring war against us. You are actively saying that we do not deserve safety, that we are not deserving of community, of home, and safety in and inside of school. You are saying that we are wrong for daring to disrupt and make noise about what we feel and know. By encroaching upon Weelaunee, we are not only contributing to the destruction of valuable ecosystems, but also exacerbating the very issues that Cop City claims to address. We are living in a world off course, and y'all are at the helm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sean Houlihan. Sean Houlihan. Andrew Viziri or Vizini. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello, I'm Andrew Viziri. I'm a resident of Old Fourth Ward, District 2. I graduated from Georgia Tech a decade ago. And last time I was here on May 15th, I spoke to you about how my friend Scout was killed on Georgia Tech's campus by police. Unfortunately, today I have another black mark to share about Georgia Tech's behavior. Recently, they censored a student journalist who used the phrase Cop City. On the same week, they honored a CNN journalist for social courage. Now, maybe Cop City isn't the best name. Maybe Georgia Tech has something there, because I think it gives the wrong impression. I think it makes it sound like what we're disagreeing about, what we need to argue with you about, is the future of policing. Now, maybe we do disagree on that, but I think that's the wrong dimension to talk about right now. The reason people feel frustrated and ignored is because that's not really what needs to be said to convince you. So I'm going to give you some alternative names to Cop City. That'll be at the end. But first, let's start with a question. Why did we start this private-public partnership to make this training center? I've heard it's because of cost. I've heard it's because those partners will help us in execution and with great planning. Let's talk about the cost. We are giving an enormous amount of land to a private organization for a $10 lease. And yet, we have a lease back where we have to pay them an additional $1.2 million every year. I would like to motion that the City Council buy me a house, and for that privilege, you pay me $1.2 million a year. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Unfortunately, I don't have a second from a council member, so we'll just have to let that one go. We were told it was $30 million, then $33.5, then $67 million. When will it end? We were told that the private entity would raise $60 million in corporate funds, but have we seen them? Let's move on to planning. New York City has 32,000 police officers who are trained primarily on 32 acres. LAPD, 12,000 officers on 20 acres. Atlanta, 2,000 officers on 85 planned acres, but as we've heard today, 171 acres have been cleared, and that's what the permits are for, and over 300 acres are on the lease. That's 42 times more space by the low estimate, and 190 times more space per police officer than other cities need. That is like if you sent someone to get a single-person bicycle and they came back to you with 4 full-sized diesel yellow school buses. You would fire that person, and we should fire our private partner in this matter. But why did we even want to privatize this vital function? For what benefit and for what cost? There's now less oversight. There's now less accountability. And in fact, that was the whole point. This allows there to be a shell game where this private partner can allow us to skirt around campaign finance laws, to skirt around oversight, to skirt around corporate donor transparency. Mayor Dickens, when speaking about the revenue generation of this proposed plan, said that 43% of the trainees would be from out of state. That doesn't even count the over 200 state police departments who might use these training services. A single weekend course on a single skill is over $1,000 a person. Multiply that by the entire curriculum it needs to train a police officer, by the hundreds and hundreds of police that will move through the system far across the land, paramilitary organizations, private citizens, who knows, because we have a private partner who is running and who has built this facility. It will generate tens of millions of revenue each year, and that revenue will not go back to the city of Atlanta. It will go to a private organization, a 501c3, that can make no direct campaign contributions. And the key word there is no direct contributions. It is the perfect graft because they can give contributions to their officers, to people who are in police unions that are explicitly political organizations that can endorse and do endorse political candidates. And those people will receive grants and will be able to send that money to campaigns. So that's why we don't respond to arguments about how to improve policing. It's not about how to improve policing. It's about money. It's about how to sell out your constituents to make sure that you always have the campaign contributions you need. It is not a 30-year lease back. It's a 30-year self-dealing fund with interest. So let's think of different names for Cop City. Stop money laundering city. Stop corruption city. Stop Cop City. In my last minute, I would like to say one more suggestion for a name for Cop City. Domestic terrorism is defined as the unlawful use of force or violence against persons or property to intimidate or coerce. Now, is a treehouse intimidating? Is a music festival a use of force? No. But is a SWAT raid on a bail fund a raid where the police officers were caught saying things such as, at some point, they've got to give up? I mean, especially if we're the one after all the money, it could just shut them down. When the police officers are quoted as saying, we've been putting pressure on them and attacking them from all different angles. Stop state terror city. Stop corruption city. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Lily Zwan.
You have 2 minutes.
My name is Lily. I just can't believe this is on the table. After thousands of Atlantans rose up for George Floyd, after Rayshard Brooks, after Tortuguita, it really just disgusts me that our mayor claims this training facility is the accountability our communities demanded in 2020, and to destroy a forest that used to be a prison, that used to be a plantation on land stolen from Native people, in a city that's hot, in a city that floods, in a city with poor air quality, in a black neighborhood. A yes vote on this funding is blood on your hands that you do not want. If you vote yes, every person killed by a cop trained at this facility around the country is a murder you will help commit. Every protester shot in the skull by a rubber bullet, every crowd that gets tear gassed, every child mistaken for a threat. And it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Because if more training and more money made cops murder less, we would know by now. If you approve this funding, you are asking me, us, to pay millions of dollars for our own surveillance, our own repression, our own murder. I live in Virginia Highland. Mr. Wan, I love our neighborhood so much. We have so many trees. It's beautiful. We have awesome green spaces that our neighbors in Southeast Atlanta also deserve. I recently learned we only have these beautiful green spaces because some crazy hippies in the 70s occupied trees and protested a highway that would have run right through it. This type of activism is not new, but what is new is the level of violence that activists face. In fact, the only people harmed, killed during the fight to stop Cop City have been harmed at the hands of police. Alex Wan, if you believe in gay rights, trans rights, women's rights, if you believe in racial justice and people have the right to protest and defend their freedom, I want you to know that in a time where all those rights are under attack in our country, this is a training facility that will teach police to thwart, intimidate, kill, maim, terrorize people who should be protected by the First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're at number 301. I'm going to go through 321. Paul Demerit, Natalie Olson, Austin Hunter, Ruth Boyagian, Sarah, I can't make out the last name, starts with an A, and Kai D. Paul Demerit, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Paul. I've lived in the city of Atlanta and inside the perimeter for 13 years now. I'm going to talk about another place where the tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer money should go. I used to live and work in Councilman Hillis's district, where I worked for a nonprofit in Grove Park, a historically black and low-income neighborhood that helped a lot of older legacy residents. I'll never forget seeing the inside of some of their houses when we would visit them. I saw holes in the floor, black mold covering the walls, degraded HVAC systems, if they even had a HVAC system, in the middle of a historic heat wave. And then I would drive just 5 minutes back to my house in Hills Park, where $700,000 were being built across the street. The never-ending economic, racial, and environmental injustice in the city is the real violence we should be concerned about. Despite being separated by a few miles, a person living in English Avenue has a life expectancy of just under 64 years, whereas a Buckhead resident has a life expectancy of 87 years. That is 23 years of life lost. There's been a lot of people saying blood's on your hands, and that's probably annoying, but there's a reason for it. Their blood will be on your hands if you choose to perpetuate that state violence, perpetuate that years of life lost by diverting money from programs that could fix that injustice to Cop City, which only serves to criminalize the victims of systemic inequality. Just look at the allies you have in your fight for Cop City. I get nauseous reading the city's pride announcements when you are on the side of Brian Kemp and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm a trans person, and Brian Kemp wants to destroy trans healthcare, and Greene has said that trans people should, quote, be beaten into the ground. You are on the side of people who want me and my friends dead. Those are the friends you'll have to keep if you continue to vote for Cop City. I don't want to hear you quote MLK or talk about the history of Atlanta's civil rights when you support the imprisonment of people and labeling of activists as domestic terrorists for exercising their civil rights and putting them in jails that are so inhumane that a man was eaten alive by bedbugs in Fulton County Jail. Please don't make communities safer. Communities make communities safer. I yield my time.
Thank you. Natalie Olson. Natalie Olson.
Communities make communities safer. I yield my time.
We'll have up to 2 minutes. Natalie Olson. Natalie Olson.
So I'm not an outside agitator. My name is Natalie, and I have lived in the city of Atlanta and in DeKalb County for years now. Even though I wasn't born and raised here, this is my home. I've never felt that I belonged anywhere that I've lived, and I've lived a lot of places. I've never felt as much love for a place as I feel for Atlanta, and I'm sure that you feel similarly, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here, right? I hope. This community has meant so much to me. I've learned so much from these beautiful, brilliant people who have provided more care, more food and housing to the people of Atlanta that you have neglected than I've ever seen coming directly from the city. And that's why it hurts me so much to hear this narrative about us being domestic terrorists or outside agitators, because it's just simply not true. It is cruel. It is cruel to dismiss and disregard your own constituents this way. And it will not be soon forgotten. It's too late for Tortuguita, and you'll live with that for the rest of your lives. But it's not too late to vote no. This is a choice that you are making, and you will be held accountable. You don't get to dodge accountability on this one. It is up to you. You say that the city doesn't provide social services, healthcare, education. Maybe you don't just provide those things out of hand, but you can prioritize those things over brutal, militaristic policing. I've seen our council members, Bakhtiari, and another council member,
Time has expired.
supporting programs that provide house repairs to elders in need.
Time has expired.
So it can be done. I appreciate when it's done. Please send this back to committee.
Thank you. We're at number 314, Austin Hunter, Ruth Boyagan, Sarah, starts with an A, and Kai D. Austin Hunter. Ruth. Ruth Boyagan, Sarah, starts with an A, and Kai D.
Have up to 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Ruth Boyajian. I'm an Atlanta resident, Georgia State student, and former APS teacher who does not want Cop City. The overwhelming majority of people in Atlanta and unincorporated DeKalb oppose Cop City, despite the consistent attempt by the city and the state to manufacture consent and delegitimize dissent. These efforts have gone so far that there were paid pro-Cop City people here today that had police escorts. Y'all had weeks to prepare, and there were 4 people here. In the process of exhausting these supposed democratic channels, public officials have collaborated with the police foundation and law enforcement every step of the way, showing excessive force and violence that's garnered criticism across the globe from civil and human rights organizations. What should we expect, though, when Atlanta is home to Gilley, the longest existing U.S.-Israeli police exchange, when the IDF created a mini Gaza training compound back in 2005, and we've seen those same militarized tactics that they train on being used here against us in 2020? What should we expect when the city is responsible for spreading these violent racist policing tactics to Memphis, which caused the murder of Tyree Nichols? Sounds like the most egregious, long-standing apartheid state is the blueprint, and most of you aren't batting an eye. Time and time again, pushing this facility forward has proven to us exactly why Cop City is about life or death, the future of Atlanta, and the future of our earth. A forest defender was murdered by execution squad while camping in the forest. You should have never approved the lease to APF, but the project sure as hell should have stopped then and there. But you can still stop the project. Don't invest in this facility that will further terrorize us. Stop letting APF demand that you build that the future that you build is going to devastate our city. Put this back in committee, vote no, do what you have to do to stand with us, stop Cop City, and Viva Tortuguita.
Thank you. Sarah Abdaziz, no. Kai D. Sarah Abdaziz.
Have up to 2 minutes.
I'm not going to address City Council today because there's really nothing else left to say. We've already made it very clear today that Atlanta does not want Cop City. Instead, I want to address everyone watching online, our friends in Atlanta that had to leave or couldn't be here today, in Savannah, in Portland, in New York City, in Palestine, in Brazil, all over this world. In Atlanta, something is in the air, in the space between the trees, in church, in schools, at work, in the streets, and even here at City Hall all damn day. We have found each other, and we have grown together. People everywhere are fighting to stop Cop Cities, not just here, but all over. The love and determination in this room is palpable. I feel like I've gone throughout this day between laughing at the absurdity of the decorum of City Hall and the beauty and love and fierce determination of the people that are in this room and the people all over the world who want to stop this. So I'll say on June 24th to July 1st, people will yet again join together in Atlanta to show the strength of our movement. I have no faith in this vote today, but I know that people are uniting to stop this and to defend our futures. Real power is not with politicians, but in the people, and we are proof of that. No matter what happens today, Cop City will never be built.
Thank you. We're now at number 330, and I'll go through 348. Kelly Wallace, Griffin Price, Neith Sankofa, Yurio, starts with an F, Mile Kess, Letzer Zhang, Diana Prescott, and Christine Price. Kelly Wallace, starts with an F, Griffin Price, Letzer Zhang, Diana Prescott, and Christine Price. Kelly Wallace. Kelly or Griffin?
Kelly.
Kelly, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dr. Kelly Wallace. I'm a resident of Decatur, Georgia, and I'm an ecologist at Emory University. I also want to highlight that I showed up promptly at 11 a.m. and I'm just getting to speak now, and it is way past my bedtime, personally. As we have heard all day, this proposal is overwhelmingly unpopular, dubiously budgeted, poorly communicated, an ecological disaster, and is scientifically proven to be ineffective at promoting the public and safety parts of public safety. Furthermore, it is a profound misuse of taxpayer money. I will remind the council that Cop City would cost more than the entire Atlanta Department of Parks and Recreation 2024 budget, which is $44 million. So what does Parks and Rec do with their budget? Well, last year they managed and operated over 500,000 square feet of indoor recreation space, over 4,000 acres of city parkland. They maintained 380 parks, 153 playgrounds, 21 pools, 95 basketball courts, 16 gymnasiums, 21 community gardens, 4 golf courses, 144 pavilions, 2 nature trails, 114 miles of trails, and also the Beltline. Last year, Parks and Rec served over 50,000 hot meals and planted nearly 3,000 trees. Voting no on Cop City is voting yes for a more imaginative alternative vision for the future of Atlanta. There is still a chance for this council to do the right thing and for our community. Please use this money in the many ways people have talked about today. I would advocate to double the budget of Parks and Rec. There's a lot of different investments that could be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Griffin Price. Griffin Price, Neith Sankofa, you have 2 minutes.
I should have 4 minutes due to yielded time. Could you recheck that, please?
They may have done it in the opposite order. Was the yielded time?
It should be 2 above where I signed.
3:32, Kate Morales. Okay, yes. 4 minutes.
Thank you.
I'd like to start with an honoring of my righteous ancestors and all aligned righteous ancestors, spiritual guides, and guardians. As an African-descended womb carrier, an elder mama, and a spiritual leader, my ancestry dates back to the first humans to give life on this planet. And with that authority and on their behalf, I re-invite their energy and wisdom into this place. And they want to state for the record that they don't need your permission to show up. They have been collectively conjured when you stirred up the sacred ground and targeted their people. Furthermore, the wall of Black and Indigenous ancestors that are so beautifully and largely displayed outside have some questions about their attempted erasure and banishment from these proceedings at the mouth of these council people. Ashe. I'd like to further acknowledge the countless healers, medicine people, cultural keepers, activists, and religious leaders who have modeled what it looks like to take a sacred oath and walk in it in integrity. Please take care of yourselves and know you are being supported energetically, and that the healers of this city and many others worldwide are available to continue to support you as needed. My name is Neef Sankofa. I'm a healing artist, a cultural carrier, and a Black mama. I am also a disenchanted daughter of Atlanta, and that hurts really, truly my heart to say that. I was born and raised 10 minutes from Wilani in historic Thomasville. I am the daughter of one of the first 100 Black firefighters commissioned in this city. I danced in the opening and closing ceremony of the Olympic Games here. I completed my BA and MA in religious studies with honors from Georgia State University. I have birthed 2 beautiful beings in this city, and the others I birthed while serving honorably for 8 years in the United States Marine Corps with multiple distinctions. As one who has actually been exposed to the mechanics of mount training, please look into what this is. If you don't know, go and check it out. It is a diabolical practice. It is one made to suppress a combatant community. There's no way out of this. By voting yes, you are naming the force and the people as your combatants. Please consider that. For the last decade plus, I spent my time helping individuals and organizers pick up the pieces of their lives after traumatic encounters with police, political, and systemic forces. I've spent a significant amount of that time assisting former military and even former correctional officers move forward in their lives after recovering from a condition, a PTSD condition called moral injury. This very hard to treat condition occurs when someone moves and operates in ways that are fundamentally opposed to their true moral codes, which only you can answer. We must all be aware of avoiding the voice of our inner spiritual guidance and ancestral gifts of wisdom. From what I've observed, immoral decisions cost you more than anyone can offer you, and they will torture you beyond any intimidating entity. I like to suggest that monies be allocated towards healing and care, unpoisoned public outside space, which those of us who count on natural healing protocols need and is a right for us to have access to, and safe and protected pathways out of service for officers and public officials who morally object. I wager if there were no written or unwritten consequences, many officers, especially Black, brown, indigenous, queer, and wombed folks, would indeed divest from these systems. For those of you who hide in terror, I know how that feels. You are being prayed for as well. And for the council members, I ask that you choose higher. You can. You can. If you choose to ignore the warnings and invitations offered today, be prepared to reap and eat the seeds that you sow. Ashe. You are all stolen land.
We're at number 330. We're at number 338. Eoya from Pony, I believe. Mayo Kess.
My name is Gloria from Pond.
Oh, Gloria, sorry.
It's okay.
2 minutes.
I had a nightmare last night. In the dream, I had to climb hills, valleys, and mountains to make it to this Atlanta City Hall. The worst part was when I came to this podium in the dream, There was a big blue curtain blocking me from seeing your eyes, and you couldn't see my eyes either. And I'm wondering right now if you can really see my eyes, if you can see my humanity as I see your humanity. When I was here May 15th or so, I was in the audience and I was seeing people crying about their trauma, their experiences dealing with police brutality, and you guys just looked dead, like no emotion whatsoever. And I'm wondering, why did you become a council member? I'm wondering, what was your motivation? Like, do you really care about the people who live here? The homeless down the street, the disabled people, the mentally ill, like, I can't imagine you walking down these same streets every day and not giving a care about these people. $60 million to a cop facility when people are dying from poverty on these same streets that we walk on. I don't really understand. I might be what you call an outside agitator. I'm a KSU student. I don't live in Atlanta. However, I don't think borders should prevent people from feeling empathy for people. I don't understand how you guys can sit here as council members and not feel like you owe your own people your support and like listening to what they're saying. So vote no for Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, am I the last speaker here today?
Sorry?
Am I the last speaker here today?
You're not the last speaker, no.
Okay.
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. Hi, I'm Mael. I'm a DeKalb County resident. I've been a resident here for the last 6 years. I'm actually an immigrant. I moved here to this country about 6 years ago. I left a country that was actually sort of devolving into fascism, in my opinion. And I have a lot of friends overseas, and I've often spoken to them about how America is sort of the beacon of democracy to the world. But the developments here today, they aren't very, or the developments over the last couple of years haven't been very inspiring, to say the least. Everybody, I think every one of you today, you pledged the oath of allegiance, right? You people, you serve the people, I believe? Or do you serve the corporates of Atlanta? No, hold on. Do we serve the people? Just say a yes or no. Serve the people? Okay. So let's do something a little different. Let's do something. I have a Bible over here today. Do you people have the confidence to, whoever believes, would you like to put your hand on it and say you serve the people and not the corporates? Would you want to do it? Let's do it. All right. I have a couple of questions for you. Please touch it. Please touch this. Did you accept any corporate donations? Do you accept any corporate donations? Or have you been promised any corporate donations?
No.
Council member said no. Next person up. Would you like to? Next council member. Council member Overstreet. Somebody. Nobody? Nobody has the confidence?
Time's expired. Time's expired.
You have your answer, people. These people don't have the confidence. They serve the corporates, probably not the people. I don't know who you're voting for.
Thank you.
Run for office.
Letzer Zhang. Next up is Letzer Zhang. Letzer Zhang.
Oh my God, that was funny.
Due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Hi, Council. So, it's late, and a word failed, an argument failed, and I only have emotions to carry through the words. So, first of all, we gather here before you because of a modest demand. We're not asking you to fix police brutality. We're not asking you to defund the police, although the police defund the police budget. Right now, is the elephant in the room. It's already numbering about 30% of the entire city budget. We're not asking you to fix the criminal justice system or abolish the prison. We're merely asking you to lift your finger, press the button, ask questions, and table the legislation. But on this basic demand, you have failed numerous times. I have to say, this basic demand is so far away from my own freedom dreams, which, construed by you, could be defunding the police, it could be domestic terrorism, it could be perpetuating the outside narrative, outside agitator narrative. But all you have to do right now is to think. But tonight, at this special occasion, you have layered your arguments and your justifications with lies. And we have a new justification just tonight. Somebody says it's their sense of obligation under the city chapter for them to fund Cop City. Why? For what? In my day job as an attorney, I can argue with you all day. But right now, I only have several few questions. I want the truth to come to you, because liars are bound to chase the long tail of their lies. Have you ever driven from Buckhead to Thomasville Heights? Have you ever done that 20 minutes drive? It's 12.5 miles at most. But it's a different just city. But both are Atlanta. Thomasville Heights is Atlanta. Buckhead is Atlanta. I wonder what you have to say to the residents in Thomasville Heights, who are nestled between USP Atlanta as well as, the proposed Cop City project, as well as many prison facilities. What do they deserve? Do they deserve something good? Do they deserve their own park? Do they deserve their own schools? No. Numerous times throughout the last 2 years, you have decided that they are only good for gunpowder residues. No. For the numerous waste produced by the Cop City and by gun ranges, you've decided that they're not good enough for anything, for any good stuff that has ever come out of Buckhead. Now this is wrong. And we gather here not only because we're asking you for a basic demand, that is to table the legislation, but also because our freedom dreams want to lift everyone to a certain standard that we can enjoy the equality, the fruit of prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Diana Prescott. Diana Prescott. Christine Price. Diana Prescott. Diana or Christine?
Christine.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Christine, and I live off Boulder Crest Road, which is literally right around the corner of Cop City. I'm also a 4th grade teacher, and so I'm going to say something to you that I've had to say to my 4th graders. I hope you're listening. There's a test tomorrow. I'm just kidding. But a lot of the information you've heard today, you have heard before, probably many times. You've heard them from previous meetings, you've read them, maybe, in your emails, letters, and texts. You've listened to them in our rallies. You've heard it all before. But this time, I hope you are listening. Okay? I hope you hear the anger in our chants, the betrayal in our tears. I hope you hear the fear in our souls. When people asked for accountability training, they didn't mean training in urban warfare. The only reason you would have a training facility for a nightclub is to make Stonewall but better or worse, right? The horrendous project is appalled and detested across the world, and this council is the embarrassment that made the world look at Atlanta and not for our airport. I am especially disappointed in Mayor Dickens, but also I'm naming him because he's the only one who can't respond, who marched with us in 2020, who ran with the promise that he's on the right side and will fight for the people like many of you. He and many of you have turned your back on the people of Atlanta, and I hope it's worth it. Please vote no or send this bill back so y'all can think a little bit harder about the choices you're making, the effects on your own community, and I hope when you go to bed tonight, you think and you hear all we've said today. And whether or not you sleep with a clear conscience about our voices is up to you. Please send this bill back. They're going to keep asking for money, and you know it. The people said no at $30 million, and we sure as hell don't want to spend $67 million, and we sure as shit don't want to spend more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at 3:51. We have our final four speakers on the list: Sarah Owings, Andrew Free, Jamal Brown, and Elliot Chu.
Diana Prescott.
Oh, Diana Prescott. Oh, thank you. Sorry. We have Diana Prescott, 2 minutes.
Entrenchment Creek flows into the South River, which the Muskogee refer to as Walani. At the forest, so many people around the world want to protect and steward. These waters make up the watershed that supplies drinking water to 7 counties: Fulton, DeKalb, Clayton, Henry, Rockdale, Butts, and Newton. In Fulton and DeKalb, the water treatment facilities of Custer Ave, CSO, and the Entrenchment Creek Water Quality Control Facility are in such neglected disrepair that they get backed up with sewage after just 1 inch of rain to the storm water drains. In a city that averages 52 inches of rain per year, one can only imagine just how much fucking shit that is going into our drinking water.
If you
Continued deforestation in Atlanta will mean more flooding, lots more E. coli in our drinking water, which means more residents with related health problems like GI issues, and an overall increase of contamination to our watershed. In a state whose police recently unapologetically killed Ahmaud Arbery, Rayshard Brooks, and this year killed Tortuguita in a public park while sitting down with their hands up, the struggle to defend this forest and to stop Cop City is against carceral capitalism, against police brutality and its militarized surveillance state, against environmental racism, against colonization, against Hollywood dystopia, and against an undemocratic process. This $67 million can instead be put into repairing this water treatment facilities to ensure the health of the community with cleaner water and air. This tax money can be put into preserving this forest as a space for community healing, supporting indigenous land back, creating a memorial for the Muskogee people to come back and Tortuguita in this forest, feeding and housing the houseless, and investing in the futures of those who have been historically marginalized in Atlanta. Send this budget back to the people. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Sarah Owens, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council. My name is Sarah Owings. I'm an immigration attorney.
Wait just one moment.
Will you start my time over?
We'll pause it just
Thank
for a
you.
second. I am trying desperately to get the AC back on, trust me. Sarah Owens.
My name is Sarah Owings. I'm an immigration attorney, and I often help asylum seekers navigate our very complex administrative laws here while they flee political persecution from their governments. I also moved to East Atlanta Village 20 years ago this summer. It's where I've raised my family and invested in my community. I've watched this entire saga of the training facility unfold with great misgivings. I have misgivings as a lawyer because the lease-back deal appears to be illegal under the terms of the city charter. This should be sent back to committee on that basis alone. I have misgivings as a taxpayer in this community because the financial arrangement makes little sense unless you are one of the developers or their supporters who stand to benefit financially. The Georgia Public Safety Training Center in Forsyth County was built in 1988.
It had a $6 million set of upgrades in 2016. It's also the only entity who liked my tweet questioning why the city would spend this kind of money to create a new facility that serves the same purpose as one located a reasonable distance from Atlanta, away from a population center, and in a location that serves the entire state. I have misgivings as a human rights attorney, as we have watched as the financial interests of a handful of people have been advanced to the detriment of the civil rights of the citizens of this community to freely express themselves. The tactics used by law enforcement to repress legitimate free speech and label any dissenters as a collective group of domestic terrorists and criminals are the same tactics I see used by despotic governments the world over. It has been embarrassing to watch my government engage in the type of rhetoric to prosecute people engaged in community organizing and activism, and it is nothing like what we tell ourselves this city is about. Look, I get it. This is a strong mayor system. You feel weak and powerless, but you are not. This city council has the power of the purse. You can send this back to committee. You can think this through. You can make a better decision. I get that you stepped in this. This was not a deal that you made. This was a deal that you inherited. But you should take every opportunity to scrutinize it as hard as possible. Send it back to committee. Thank you.
Next is Andrew Free.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, members of the council, President Shipman. My name is Andrew Free, and tonight I'm going to tell you something new. I'll tell you something you never heard before. And when I'm finished, you're going to know that if you want Cop City to pass, you can't vote yes. And if you want Cop City to fail, you have to vote no. Okay? I emailed all of you this morning. If you know the answer to my question, you're going to know. That's fine. I'm a resident of District 5. I live in DeKalb County. I also spent 12 years in law practice suing municipal governments that screwed up their charters. Right? And I was able to do that because I went to a very fancy law school that groomed big law attorneys to confuse municipal government lawyers and the elected officials that are doing the bidding of the people who have business before the council. All right? And now I teach law. Okay? And what I'm trying to do with my students who went to law school after 2020, who are in many cases the first generation in their family to go to law school and who believe in the power to affect positive change in the system, is that law is not justice all the time. So how do we know? Power plus harm minus legitimacy equals injustice. Okay? So where do we look for injustice? Well, we have to look at city charters. We have to look at state constitutions. We have to look at contract documents. Okay, now we're going to school, right? You have your test in front of you. Who here knows what a new market tax credit is? All right. New market tax credits are $90 million investment from the Treasury to the city of Atlanta. It's where we're talking about some of this money would come from if we were to invest in housing or in community development. We do it on the west side, right? You're on the board. I'm not calling you out by name, but we do it, right? It's not what you do, it's how you do it. The $67 million implicates a new market tax credit that is illegal under state and federal law.
Next up. Jamal Brown. Jamal Brown. Jamal Brown. Jamal Brown's our next speaker. You have 2 minutes.
All right. I challenge any elected official to define what an outside agitator is. Kind of sounds like a buzzword at this point, the way y'all been throwing it around. You see, the Cop City movement isn't exclusive to Atlanta. This is a global movement with our brothers and sisters in over the states, Haiti, Cuba, Palestine, wherever. You can try to sell this idea this project is good for us. But obviously that's been from the case. As we've seen from the aggressive and undemocratic development of Cop City in the past couple of years against the DeKalb's wishes. Our Mayor Dickens, our Governor Kemp, and our APD has engaged in coordinated counts of acts of terrorism against the people of the state, ranging from intimidation and harassment tactics to brutal acts of murder of innocent activists, most notably the life of Manuel Tehran, aka Tortuguita. Their soul may have left this world by the homicidal actions of the APD. However, the work Tortuguita has done for the community, both in life and in death, can never be erased. When it's time for us to leave the earth, the only things that stick around are the hearts that we touch with our actions and our bones. The main role of the APD is to serve the wings of capital, the inevitable result being the death and loss of community. They have shown us time and time again they cannot be trusted to protect the lives of Atlanta. The only way we as the people can live comfortably and peacefully is by investing in health and life.
Time's expired.
The homeless outside need shelter. They can't live under a tank.
Time is expired.
The single mothers of Atlanta are trying to feed their hungry children. They can't eat bullets. Furthermore, Cop City must be eradicated.
Thank you. Elliot Chu. Okay, that is the complete list of speakers that signed up. Oh, sorry, Elliot. 2 minutes.
Password on it.
Just a minute. Okay.
All right, my name is Dr. Elliot Clark. I live on the border of District 2 and 5, but I think I'm technically District 5. I'm here to say stop Cop City. The blood of Tortuguita is on all of your hands. The segregationist language, calling us a bunch of outside agitators is complete bullshit, and all of you know this. We know who the real outside agitators are. It's the Atlanta Police Foundation, the corporate backers, the police in here. These are the people who are going to go out into the world, further genocide of the Palestinian people. As far back as I know, my people are from Georgia, on both sides of my family. My roots run deep here and come from a long line of farmers and teachers. My grandpa worked at the GM plant in Dorville for 35 years. When I was about 4 years old, my uncle was beaten to death with a nightstick by a bloodthirsty pig, and I'm actually wearing his ring right now. I think we need more systems of care now more than ever. I live down the street from Wellstar AMC that just closed down. They abandoned the people here. I'm a pharmacist, and I was radicalized by the pandemic, not just because of the continual upward wealth theft of the working class by the upper elite, but the callous disregard for our fellow humans and the accepting of the typical genocidal American response. I was on rotations during the hospital during the pandemic. I saw it firsthand. I vaccinated countless nurses, doctors, hospital staff members. I know what care looks like. Nurses, EMTs, paramedics, doctors, therapists, teachers, socialists, farmers, social workers, farmers, organizers, they provide care. Police do not provide care. Being a pharmacist, we're taught to practice evidence-based medicine. So I ask you, where is your evidence for this? Where is the evidence that policing works, that this approach to society works, that caging people works, militarizing your community? Where is your evidence that any of this works? Thank you.
Thank you. We've moved to all of the remarks from the public. We'll now move, per the agenda being adopted and amended, to Committee of the Whole. We will form a line for folks that want to speak. The intent here is for folks who haven't been able to speak. Councilmember Amos. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, Mr. President, as they form a law, and I'd like to make a motion like to make a motion that we time certain the committee to a whole to 1 hour.
There's a motion by Councilmember Amos to have time certain of the committee of the whole at 1 hour. Is there a second to the motion? There's a second by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to make a time certain on committee of the whole. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Let us speak.
Yeah, we do need some AC. It's hot. I got on this hoodie.
The vote is open.
I'm gonna be dying. It's late as hell.
Mr. Chairman, I'm an aye. I'm locked out of the computer.
I have on my corporate hat.
Councilmember Waits is an aye.
It's like, it's like
Councilmember Bakhtiari is an aye. I'm not sure the system's working. Councilmember Bakhtiari and Waits are both aye.
No, I know. That's how they know. Yeah.
The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion carries. So here's what I would suggest so we can make sure that folks who have not been able to speak can speak. If you can try to limit your remarks to 1 minute so we can get through everybody, that would be very helpful so we can get as many people through in the time certain. Please give us your name for the record as well. I'm sorry? Remarks to 1 minute so we can get through.
Yes, he did.
Go ahead.
Yes, he did.
Please allow everybody to speak who's in line. Go ahead, please. That's up to you. Please allow everybody to speak who's in line. Go ahead, please. That's up to you.